How's it going today, Slay man?
It's going really well, Nick. The problem is, I don't like doing this chit chat business. So, I mean, can you bring a few more people up?
I know, but
But you got a big bet. You got a
at
big
least
guest
you're
coming
honest
up.
about it.
You got, yeah, yeah. Just
Yeah,
boring, isn't it? But
Congressman Matt Gates coming in here in a couple of minutes, like 3 or 4 minutes. That should be interesting. Um, let's see here. Yeah, so we had that space last night. That was kind of a marathon space. That was ridiculous.
that
And
space
I mean, it
was
just
immense. Like, just think about it. Like, I mean, look, I do think that DeSantis didn't do a great job, right? But irrespective of that, it was a massive, massive win for Twitter to look at the level of viewership both on that other stream as well as our stream and combine it together. What is it? It was just those two streams are about 9 point something million. If you add the Phil stream, you got basically like almost 11 million people. That's immense.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely crazy. So very quickly here, right in the beginning, we have Congressman Matt Gates. Thank you so much for joining the panel, Congressman.
Oh, thank you. I thought I'd begin with a boring 20-minute speech of a warmed over stump remarks and then have you ask me a bunch of pre screened questions from my existing supporters only. I understood those are
Well,
now the rules of Spaces, that only your friends will ask you questions and you can start with a 20-minute sedative monologue. Is that what we're doing?
yeah, absolutely. The sedative monologue, that was great. We had a lot of people that were like, "Oh my God," we tuned out of that space, so quickly. Just because, I mean, so it was supposed to be. I thought
Decline
what it
is a
was going to be
choice,
was
Nick.
people were.
Decline is a choice. Don't make it in this space.
Yeah, I thought there were going to be audience questions, right? I thought it was going to be, people would be able to come up on stage and ask some, maybe some tougher questions. But it really seemed like it was almost just, maybe DeSantis, making a campaign ad. So I was a little disappointed in that, um, but yeah, no, I want to say for the audience, like, you came in on the fly here. This wasn't pre-planned. I think it was like 10 minutes ago, maybe, when you agreed to jump in here.
That's what makes
So
it fun.
we haven't had right, absolutely. But so I'll jump in here a little bit. I want to ask you, what are your initial thoughts here? You have Ron DeSantis jumping in against President Trump. I don't really know. Like, what is his? Is this like a backstabbing move? I know we've heard that a lot. What's going on here?
I think when someone decides that they believe that they need to be president of the United States, like, loyalty is a very diminished part of the calculus. And that's not just in the 2024 presidential contest. I think back to even when Rubio and Jeb were both eyeing the presidency. Jeb Bush went down to Biscayne Bay and molded Marco Rubio out of clay in the early portion of his political career. He was Marco's benefactor in every conceivable way and mentor. And then, when Marco decided that he thought he had the skills to be president, it didn't matter that Jeb was running too. And I see a lot of corollaries here. The one thing I didn't expect was that the universe would actually give Donald Trump two different Jebs to run against in different election cycles.
Yeah, so we actually saw Ron DeSantis came out and started attacking Trump today, especially. I believe he did an interview where he was saying that Trump actually handed the country to Dr. Fauci in March of 2020. I mean, is that a fair criticism? How would you respond to that?
At the time, the first, Surgeon General in the DeSantis administration, it was someone who was largely parroting Dr. Fauci. So, if there were people in the Trump administration saying things that we didn't like, there were also people in the DeSantis administration saying things we didn't like. But I think the fact that this is the opening salvo against Trump fundamentally misunderstands the race on the part of the DeSantis camp. He's not running against Trump in 2021 or 2020, where lockdowns are the principal feature of our politics. This is going to be an election about who can get the economy moving again. And in Florida, I don't want to come across as a DeSantis critic in this space. I actually think highly of the governor. I've worked closely with him for many years, and I wish him only, safety and happiness on the trail, though I'm supporting Trump. But like, DeSantis inherited a Florida that was on a meteoric economic rise and had benefited from unified Republican control of the government in Florida for an entire political generation. Like, there hasn't been a Democrat legislative leader in Florida since I was like 14. So that gave DeSantis that tailwind. And I think that as we evaluate who can bring us out of the morass and malaise that we're in now, Trump has proven that he can do that before. And that's why a lot of people who think highly of Governor DeSantis are steadfast for President Trump. I would also observe that, like, those who have seen both up close know who is particularly cut out for this job, and it's Trump. Like, when Ron DeSantis first announced for governor of Florida in 2018, he could have had any American introduce him that was supporting his candidacy, and he chose Brian Mast. And then when he was elected governor, he could have chosen anyone to lead the transition and help him build out his government, and he chose me. I was his transition chairman. And then even after it was pretty clear that he was going to run against Trump for the presidency, he chose Byron Donalds to introduce him following his reelection. And so DeSantis chose Gates, Donalds, and Mast, and we all chose Trump. And it's not in any way a negative commentary on DeSantis so much as it is a clear and universal understanding between these two men that for this time, Trump presents the unique skill set to be able to get the job done, to finish the job.
You alluded.
Yeah, so I want to.
You alluded to the fact that you weren't very much impressed with DeSantis's what happened yesterday. So essentially, if you want to just elaborate on what your thoughts were in terms of his announcement.
Well, I mean, what did you think of it?
Well, my thoughts were it was horrendous. He was quite robotic, but it was a win for Twitter in the sense of the number of people who tuned in. So a lot of people tuned into that space, and then our concurrent space, there was a lot of debate about what happened, and so it was an open dialogue. And so I thought from that perspective, Twitter won. But I'd love to hear your thoughts, Matt.
Well, yeah, Twitter, I think, did well there. I mean, if Twitter had a space with Tucker Carlson, would it have done better or worse? I don't know. If they'd have had, a one with just Elon, would it have done better or worse? I don't know. What I can say is that Ron DeSantis approached that experience as more of a oral book report than a Twitter space. What I've enjoyed about this platform is it's dynamic. There's a certain kind of way that it's democratized where people get to offer their feedback. It can be fun and sua sponte, like this has been right out of the blue. But for DeSantis, he wasn't really talking with people. He was just talking at them. And it was like if you told the AI chatbot to build you a Twitter space from a Republican candidate for president of the Heritage Foundation.
Yeah, so I want to encourage the audience here. Leave your questions for Matt Gaetz. He'll be with us here for a little bit. If you have questions for him, put them down in the bottom right-hand corner, and we have the team going through them, and we'll try to blast as many as we possibly can. Congressman, so one of the arguments that the DeSantis camp makes is that he is more likely to win against Joe Biden than Donald Trump. I'm not necessarily saying I agree with that, but I mean, is that a fair argument? Is that true?
I mean, if we took shiny faced Glenn Youngkin and gave him some AI generated campaign slogans and warmed over speeches about American greatness, and he'd said nothing of great substance, and all Republicans unified behind him, and there was no primary, he'd probably get about 60% of the vote against Joe Biden in the national election. But then what would we have really won anyway? I'm tired of these Republicans that we get into positions of power that don't actually fight. And I see them every day in Washington already. What was exciting about the Trump era is that you could actually break through the wall. You could do things differently. That he was willing to take input from such a wide array of people and process that that it generated about it its own cool, innovative meritocracy. And that's not what you get in DeSantis' world. It's certainly not what you got from that Twitter space the other night.
Yeah, and so we have seen. Actually, is that Mario?
Yeah, I'm up. Governor, how are you?
Hey, Governor, it's Congress.
Congressman, sorry, how are you?
I like where you're. I like. Where you're
No, I literally just woke up. I'm a bit late for the space. Congressman, my question for you is: people don't like Trump's personal attacks, and there's people talking about Trump fatigue. Is that a reason why some people might go with DeSantis, even though they might not agree with his policies?
Oh, some call it Trump fatigue. I call it Trump nostalgia. Yeah. Some people don't like the mean tweets. I miss them. So maybe I'm the wrong guy to ask for that question. But here's one thing I've learned about politics: you have to win one election at a time. And I don't really, other than maybe the election of Joe Biden, frankly, in the last Democratic primary, there's not a whole lot of strategic voting. Usually, people vote for who inspires them, not like, well, I'm going to vote for this person even though they're not my favorite in this election, but because in an upcoming election I think they've got greater prospects. That's somehow going to define that decision. I get that Trump's different, but he's a he's a 78-year-old man. He's going to be who he's going to be, and I think it's the best option we got.
Congressman, one major issue that I believe that voters really, really care about is the Ukraine and Russia war. And Trump's been very clear that he'll make a deal within 24 hours, he said, and he'll ensure that there's peace. People have concerns about that there's going to be a world war. We've seen DeSantis kind of change his position quite a bit. He wasn't even asked the question yesterday. I mean, what does that tell you about DeSantis? Have we got any idea what his position is going to be? And your thoughts generally on that would be brilliant.
Well, I am not a supporter of the United States' entanglement in the war in Ukraine. I've been pretty vocal about that, pretty consistent about it. Where I think this is most illustrative with DeSantis is not on the substance, where I think he's been on both sides. It's how he makes decisions. And I actually think DeSantis' heart is probably where I am and, frankly, where Trump is. But if you get the right billionaire donor to call, the right super PAC benefactor, I think you find DeSantis more malleable, and that's concerning to me beyond Ukraine. I do have to conduct another interview, so I've got to hop off, but may jump back on
Matt,
this. Thank you guys for having me.
Congressman, one last quick question I'll ask every special guest when they come on. Your thoughts on Twitter Spaces as a new form of journalism? Just a quick few seconds, if you don't mind.
As a form of journalism, I hate it. As a form of communication and collaboration, I love it. But my least favorite thing about all of this is that it results in news stories and clips and follow-on content. I appreciate it for what it is in the moment, and I loathe the fact that Twitter Spaces have a life beyond the actual words spoken on the platform.
I appreciate it, Congressman. Thanks a lot for joining.
Congressman, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank
Hope to have you back soon.
All right.
Thank you.
Getting the panel up. Let's get all the speakers up. Justin?
Yeah, that was good. Now the guy I wanted to ask him a question, but we'll have plenty of time for that.
What was your question?
My question was, President Trump came out. President Trump came out pretty strong today, and he lambasted Governor DeSantis for doing worse than Cuomo during the pandemic in Florida. And I wanted to know, as a representative of Florida, did he think the same thing? I'm going to guess he didn't. Because here was Trump accusing Florida of being the third worst states performance-wise during COVID, which is complete fabrication and lie. And it's an attack from the left. And it's one more example on how I'm completely frustrated with the Trump campaign and their gaslighting that could power the entire country for a year on the issue of COVID. I mean, I think a lot of this would probably be wrapped up. He could probably find some great credence if he just would own up to the issues that he caused during the pandemic and the things he still ignores. And that's where I'm at. It's frustrating, super frustrating. It's my core issue, and I love that we can get the congressman on here. I'm trying to get a couple other people. See if I can get Steve Deasy on here from last night's show.
Well, Justin,
Terry, I know you're a major Trump fan, so I'd like to know what were your thoughts, generally speaking. I'm not sure if we got you on stage yesterday on DeSantis' speech.
Can someone tell me what were the attacks? So this is getting interesting. Finally, we're seeing DeSantis attack. What were those attacks like, Sleiman, Nick? Like, just give me a quick overview. What did we see before you go to the panel?
So what? Well, it kind of happened the way that we expected. We saw these kind of attacks coming, where DeSantis is essentially attacking Trump. I think the line from today was that Trump, in March of 2020, handed the country over to Dr. Fauci, and Dr. Fauci was the one that was, shutting down the country and implementing these draconian COVID policies, which seems to be a
you remember
for Ron DeSantis, because Ron DeSantis,
we remember
did implement a lot of those
Congressman.
policies, so.
Yeah, Congressman Getz alluded to the fact that his Surgeon General in Florida had the same policies as Dr. Fauci. And what did DeSantis do? He fired him. He fired him in the middle of a conference where the Surgeon General of Florida was saying, we are absolutely going to stay shut down. He had one of his aides come in, tap the guy on the shoulder, pull him aside. He didn't walk off the stage. The aide came back in again, tapped the guy on the shoulder, and he next day was fired. So that's exactly what you do with leadership. It's what Fauci should have. It's what Justin, what Trump should have done with Dr. Fauci.
So you're talking. He's using COVID as one thing to use to attack Trump. Anything else that he's using, or not yet? Just now focusing on COVID policy.
Well, a lot of it was the back and forth with some of the videos. This is the Twitter video war. I think this is really going to be an election of that. So there's lots of videos going back and forth from previous months and years and everything else there. So it's on various topics, but a lot of it was COVID centric today.
Mario, can I just chime in here for a second? I'm Chris Nelson, Reopen Chris, and my name's Reopen Chris for a reason, because I started the group Reopen South Florida, which was fighting against these local mayors and these local tyrants with their mask mandates and stuff. And I just can't believe Matt Gaetz would come on here, and he sounded a little deflated. Maybe it's because his candidate put out a whole bunch of nasty things about Florida on the same day that he endorsed him. But Justin is absolutely right. When Scott Rivkees was the Surgeon General here in Florida, he started spouting Fauci nonsense, and DeSantis had an aide come out and yank him off the stage, basically. He should have given her a cane to pull him off the stage with. And he replaced him with an America's frontline doctor, Joe Latipo. And to say that all the people are coming to Florida regardless of DeSantis, I don't know how Matt Gaetz can say that with a straight face. Everybody knows the reason why people are flocking to Florida from places like New York, from places like California, was because of the freedom that was offered here to come here and not have to wear a mask and to operate your business. And for Trump to be singing Cuomo's praises when Cuomo was making people have vaccine passports. That's what they were doing. You had to show medical papers to go into a restaurant. We would have absolutely had that here in Miami and Fort Lauderdale. Down here, they would have done that. But DeSantis saw that that's what was on the horizon and signed a law preventing it. And for Trump to be going at him on this, and this is what I predicted too, by the way, was this would be the first thing. And the Trump people, they all want to say, oh, this isn't about the past. We need to move on. Dude, this was like last year, okay? This isn't like 20 years ago when Trump was having affairs and stuff like that. This is like last year. And this matters because here in Florida, we've put things in place that will protect people's livelihoods. No mandates are going to happen here in Florida if a magical virus escapes from Wuhan again. And that is thanks to Governor Ron DeSantis. I don't know how the rest of the country will be, but we, as the Reopen movement down here in South Florida, I chased DeSantis all over the place. Anytime you had a press conference, I was there saying, rein in these local mayors, rein them in. And you know what? He listened to the people, and he became our ally. He was an ally of the people against these little bureaucrats that we had all over the state. By the way, in Palm Beach, there was a really bad one. Here in Broward, you had all these little mini Faucis all over Florida, and they were giving DeSantis the finger the whole time, and he actually legally and through the law reined them in and stripped them of their power and freed Florida, and it did become an oasis of freedom, and he set up things in place that this will never happen again. So, Matt sounded a little tired, but I'd be too if I was backing Trump, and it's great to see that what's coming out of Team DeSantis today.
So, Heather, I brought you up. What's your thoughts on what Chris said?
You just brought Heather. Look how obvious he makes it look. Like Heather, like that was so bad. It's like Heather, destroy. We need
just say pass, Heather. Yeah. You don't need to say anything.
just.
I'm just like Heather. Look what he said about Trump, and then she's like, smash.
Yeah, Heather, go ahead, please.
Real quick, before Heather responds, I do want to say that. I'll let Heather smash here just a second. But I just want to let everybody know Congressman Gates is most likely coming back here in about 10 to 15 minutes. He's currently doing another interview, so I just wanted to let everybody know that. So
I appreciate it. Yeah, you can prepare your questions, everyone. Go ahead, Heather.
I mean, I just can't take anything Chris says seriously, and I feel like honestly at this point. No, it's not, dude. You're like one of those, like, I feel like everybody like you, in the back of my head, I feel like somehow someone's paying you, because like nothing you say ever makes sense. You don't listen to evidence. Like I genuinely
Nobody's
believe
paying
all the
me except for Ron DeSantis saved my wife's career and my career by protecting us from vaccine passports. And a lot of you guys always are saying, you guys are getting paid. You're getting paid. None of these guys on Twitter here that are defending DeSantis, unless they work for his team, are getting paid. But a lot of us are business owners who Ron DeSantis saved our business. And I started out as an opponent of DeSantis, but he won me over.
Chris, okay, look, about the whole COVID.
Look, I'm all for it. Let me
do. I want to say something about COVID, because that is constantly used to debate. Chris, I want to get your thoughts on this. Do you think that, if you remember during COVID, there was a lot of confusion. Everyone was getting advice from Fauci. I don't know why we keep using that as a reason to support or attack any candidate, because
it matters a lot.
It does matter a lot. It does matter a lot. But I'm saying, like, back then it was just everything was so new that now we're judging them based on hindsight. But I don't think they had the information to make decisions back then. Like, I think it's
no. I knew in March, Mario.
DeSantis and Trump.
You knew, Justin. Just 2 seconds. Justin, you knew in March, but not everyone else did.
Yeah, DeSantis knew. They all had the same information. Trump had the same information as DeSantis had. And they were all using, remember, Fauci and the CDC, and what they were saying became science. And once we got through the first 2 weeks to slow the spread, where I was like, okay, I trust Trump. This is a little weird, but let's see where he's going with this. There's no way he's going to go along with this. We love Trump. He's a freedom guy. Then he comes out and signs this CARES Act, which just is the reason why we have our inflation today, by the way, and then does 60 days to slow the spread. Once we got to that point, there was there were other doctors that were coming out. Joe Latipo was one of them, putting out op-eds in the Wall Street Journal saying, look, there is no science behind this. Unless we are ready to do a China-style lockdown, there is not going to be any preventing of this virus going around by lockdowns, by doing these kind of semi-lockdowns. And everybody had this same information. And we know, because DeSantis War Room is finally putting this stuff out, that Donald Trump made his decisions about Anthony Fauci because the media was in love with Fauci. And Trump loves what the media says. Ron DeSantis was reading.
Right, so Christian,
read DeSantis' book. He was reading the reports that were saying otherwise.
Let me go ahead, because I didn't interrupt her. Just because I just hear COVID constantly being used as either a tool to support a candidate or to attack another. And I know in this case it's Trump versus DeSantis, but it's been used multiple times over the last few months. And I just think I just think we're trying to judge those candidates based on hindsight, and I think we're not giving them.
It's kind of retribution, Mario, for our kids. I don't know who else has kids here. I have 8 of them. And what they went through an experience, they can't go to the voting booth. I can, and I can make my voice heard for them. I hope they look 10 years back from now when they realize how much this damaged them, how strong their dad fought for them to make sure this never happened to them or their kids.
So
Let me guys, hold on, guys.
The problem with this argument is, right? First of all, Mario, you're right. A lot of people are looking at this from hindsight. Essentially, when that was happening, we saw there was a barrage of attack against Trump by the media. We saw that significantly. Even when he was given advice about why there shouldn't be a lockdown, you saw the attacks that were happening. And let's not pretend like everyone's trying to frame this as one guy was against it, one guy was for it. But I mean, essentially, yes, Trump did do lockdowns. I understand that he didn't do them. He advised them, whatever it may be. But still, his advice is going to have an impact. But on the other hand, I mean, DeSantis was literally there with a 100-year-old patient, literally putting the vaccine in him. So to pretend that he's some kind of fighter against COVID or vaccine when he's literally putting it in there for a Photoshop, thinking this is going to make him look good, it's going to get him more votes. You can claim that he's apologized afterwards, and Justin said there was a video when he was almost crying. I'd like to see that video. I still haven't seen it. But essentially, look, we saw what they did, and to make it look like he did that is I just
let me guys guys just 2 seconds. I want Gabe to respond to this. Heather, I'll give you the mic right after Gabe. I promise. I know I interrupted you, but Gabe, I want you to respond to this, to the COVID narrative being used, and I think it's going to be used in the presidential debates. Can you give me your thoughts on the argument being made by both sides before I go to Heather?
Keep arguing. I love it. It is amazing. The amount of back and forth bitching and moaning about COVID. You've got Donald Trump today releasing a video saying how Ron DeSantis didn't know what he was doing. And then, if you look back at this, a compilation of videos, probably like 20 different appearances of Trump in 2020 singing praise to DeSantis. So the fact that both parties are attacking each other, oh, please. Keep it going. I love it.
I mean, Gabe, is your party going to allow RFK even an opportunity to attack? Is he even going to get a chance?
Does he have enough support?
He does seem to have a lot of support.
Robust
yeah.
debate.
Based on what? Based on what?
Based on the polls. What's the polls showing now? His polls numbers are very similar to DeSantis, aren't they?
I don't believe so. I didn't see that.
Well, DeSantis broke the internet last night, so I'd say that's a pretty good poll. And I think he did a damn good job, too.
Broke the internet?
Hey,
what are you talking about?
That's right, Gabe. That's right, Gabe. He broke, because Twitter Spaces is the best. So boring, that's right. Twitter Spaces is the best, Chris. Say it, Chris.
Let's hear Trump straight hour, man.
I vote Twitter Spaces as well. I'm glad, Chris. We're on the same boat there, Gabe. Don't.
You got a great space here, man. Mario, I love your space.
That announcement was the most boring shit I've ever heard.
You
had the one guy who doesn't know.
Don't hate on Spaces, Gabe. Don't hate on Spaces for me, bro. Come on.
I'm not hating on Spaces. He's telling you about. Let Gabe speak, guys. Come on, he's giving it unbiased. Go ahead, Gabe.
What I'll say is this.
DeSantis isn't a stand-up comedian, all right? But he knows how to do policy and get policy done.
I mean, I don't know. I saw his finger inside a pudding.
DeSantis is as much of an android as Elon Musk. You got two people who don't know human interactions. They're super awkward. You've got one guy trying to moderate a panel. DeSantis had to bring in a fucking team of people to even have a discussion. The fact that he had to announce that he was announcing he was going to run for president, that's so fucking dumb. Give me a break. I mean, I won't shit on Spaces. I'm not shitting on Spaces because I appreciate Spaces. I am kind of shitting on Elon Musk for not having the bandwidth and the support that would be necessary to support something like this. But also, if you're going to announce that you're running for president, the fact that you announced you were doing a Twitter space already took the fanfare out of announcing. And the fact that he's having a scripted, despite Elon Musk saying it's not scripted, you're having a conversation where you're basically just coming in with prepared talking points, and you have to bring people in to support
He
you.
made his pitch. I mean, he was announcing for president. He made his pitch. Now he's
What
doing the
pitch?
radio show.
What was his pitch? How many times did he say the word fucking woke?
I don't think he doesn't drop F-bombs. What are you talking about? Oh, woke?
Okay. How many times did he drop woke?
Woke is a big deal, man, because guess what? It's
it's a
infecting
deal that's going to
everything. And if
cost
you
him the
watch what's
election.
going
I
on with the
guarantee
Fed
it.
and
I
how these people
guarantee
are
the
forced
more
to use diversity, equity, inclusion, or use these not DI, but these criteria
Chris,
in getting a business a
let me do
loan.
you a favor, Chris.
no one
It's a way to
cares,
control
dude.
people.
Chris, let me.
No one cares. He's gonna talk more about woke ideology and
Chris,
how woke goes to die in Florida and DI and CRT and all this stuff. Regular people in America do not care about that. He's gonna spend all of his time and effort talking about woke this and woke that. And you know what? Go for it. He's gonna waste his time running on that platform, and it's going to cost him. Not that he had a chance against Trump.
Let me do. Hold on, let me do you a
Florida,
favor, Chris. I'm going to do you a favor, Chris. Now listen to this. Gabe doesn't like Trump or DeSantis. So instead of arguing with Gabe, so what you should do is you should skip your turn, give Heather the mic. She'll talk positively about Trump, and then Gabe will go wild on Heather. And now you got Gabe on your side. That's how I would play it if I was you.
That's a great idea. All
you
right,
got to play politics.
Don't use Mario's manipulative tactics. Go after everybody. Suplex everybody who attacks your guy. Gabe, I did check the polls, and on May the 19th, CNN poll, Kennedy was polling at 20%, similar to DeSantis.
Which is that's pretty surprising. I caught me by surprise how quickly RFK, scored a pretty high number of the polls.
But these guys are not going to give him a chance. At least the GOP are giving both sides a chance. They haven't.
Well, it's very common because the Biden's the incumbent, so it's very common to support the incumbent when it comes to an election. But
well, not really. They did it.
And
they went against Bernie. They went against Bernie twice. It wasn't because the incumbent. They have the establishment people they want in there, and they don't want it. They don't. Anyone else gets basically wiped out.
I
no
forgot
chance.
about the whole establishment. All right, Heather, would love your thoughts. Go on.
Yeah, let's go.
I just want to say about the whole COVID point. I mean, the thing about DeSantis and Trump saying that one was bad on COVID, other was bad on COVID. Let's be quite frank about DeSantis. Because I know personally, for trying to apply to jobs in Florida, they still require the jab, they still require the mask. And I was considering going to Florida, not entirely because of DeSantis, but because of the state being a bit more right wing, and of course, more so importantly for me, it was by a beach. But they still require masks and jabs over there. They did lock down, and to say that DeSantis was perfect on COVID is inaccurate. Both Trump and DeSantis, and I'm a Trump supporter, both of them could have done better. And we're looking at this, years into the future. We're not really looking at it as of that time. So, I mean, you can say bash Trump or bash DeSantis about the COVID problem, but let's be quite honest. Pretty much all forms of government had problems with COVID.
But this is the leadership issue that we're getting to. This is something I'm sure Lev would agree with, which is that Trump will never acknowledge his faults, and therefore he will never grow as a leader. And it's going to be very challenging when you look down the terrible list of people that he put in there. And Suleiman, just you can see up there in the nest, I put 2 videos. The last one I posted, this is from September 2020, where DeSantis is doing a sort of reflection back on the lockdowns. See, I would love to have a moment where Trump says, you know what, that whole vaccine rush to market that we did, I think that was wrong. You know what? The lockdowns are wrong. You know what? I should have fired Fauci. He has never, ever even alluded to his regret around anything pertaining to the COVID policies. I would love him to come out and say, you know what, that PPP was a huge fraud, and I regret it.
Fauci did nothing in 2020.
He gave Fauci an award. He gave Fauci a presidential commendation on his way out the door. That tells me
his last day of office.
That was in 2020.
In 2021,
before the mRNA
was in January of 2021.
mRNA didn't get
it was January 2021 where he gave the award.
Let's not forget Trump was the guy that was telling people to shoot close.
You need a calendar.
Hold on, wait.
You need a 2020 calendar. You really do.
It happened in 2021 on his way out the door after being president. He gave him a presidential commendation. Look it up. Burks was on there, his son-in-law, Kushner, all the people involved in Operation Warp Speed. He gave a commendation to. You know what that tells me? That tells me he thinks it, and still probably thought at that time for sure that it was the right thing to do. And how
Oh my
many
God, a real estate
people have been
developer didn't
injured by this
understand
vaccine?
virology and epidemiology and the lies of the WHO
I know.
and the
Seriously,
lies
it's
of
like, wait,
DARPA.
let me.
Sorry, guys, too many people
He
talking.
gave Fauci an
Justin, I've got a
award.
question for you. Chris, I like it. I like you on here because you do smash people, right? But just sometimes you talk over too much as well. But Justin, I've got a question for you. Let me just ask Justin. Justin, you've got the video on from the 1st of September. What does he? Obviously, I haven't got time to watch it right now. But if you can just tell us specifically what is he saying there?
Yeah, I'll have to go back and read it. I watched it about 2 weeks ago, and I can't remember verbatim, but basically what he was talking about, someone asked him about the lockdowns again. He took a moment, he paused, he looked down, and he said, to think that we had these lockdowns and that those may have contributed to these deaths, and he shook his head. He's just like, yeah, I mean, and there's another video I have there, a second one, where he talks about we will never, ever do that again. That's what I want Trump to do. I want Trump to go up there and say, I never will do these lockdowns again. But I can't get that from him.
Justin, so Justin, if he said the first one isn't an apology, but the second one, if he said that is an apology. If he said, I'll never do it again. So I like to.
I think we should say if, like, let's see the receipts and the videos before we give any, credibility to what he's saying.
Which one does he say?
Because we still haven't seen the video of DeSantis.
I'm on
crying
my phone.
over
I'm not at my desktop for
I just posted it, and DeSantis also felt really bad when he pardoned my friend Mike.
So one second.
He said he was sorry.
Chris.
Yeah.
Right, Chris. Chris or Justin, what that famous video of him putting the vaccine in that old patient, and again, people could use the emotional argument and say, you know what, that could have been your granddad, and we want to save him. But what was the date for that? Do we know?
I don't know.
The date for that was unclear, but can I just, because Chris seems
no. So when was it? Was it around September 20? Basically, the reason I'm asking the question is it after these videos that Justin is giving us?
Yeah, it's after the videos because the vaccines didn't come out until the end of 2020, and so these were probably some of the first vaccines. And then all of a sudden, the data started coming in. We now know from CDC FOIAs that came out just this last week that they already had signals of myocarditis early in the spring of 2021, and they hid it. They redacted that,
and
a study was just confirmed today on this thing.
Every agency denied it. They demagogued VAERS. They said anybody can put a report of an injury in VAERS. They totally undermined all of our reporting systems to hide it. But you think Trump, the real estate agent, should have divined it in 2020. It's ridiculous.
No, not the vaccines. The lockdowns for sure, though. The lockdowns, absolutely. The lockdowns for what started this whole thing.
Justin, I just want to get your argument right. So, are you saying that he did the lockdowns, he then apologized, maybe cried about it, and then got emotional, and then after that, he still put the vaccine in that 100-year-old guy? Or am I getting the timeline wrong?
I'm not sure. We'll go. We'll get the timeline for you.
How dangerous they were.
No, because if it is, then it's not much. The reason I'm asking Chris or Justin, the reason I'm asking the question, if you guys can clarify that, is because if he's apologizing and getting emotional, but then he's still putting this vaccine in that guy, then I don't see your argument.
Justice Gorsuch, appointed by Trump, he came out with one of the most powerful statements in a ruling the other day, and he just basically said this was the most egregious infringement on our rights in a generation, perhaps in the entire history of the United States, as far as since slavery type of thing, and basically, he lambasted people left and right. I think in the end, when you boil it up, whatever the timeline was, this was all about the right thing to do is to uphold the Constitution and uphold our constitutional rights. When they shut down churches, when they shut down your business, and they denied your
DeSantis shut down churches.
That's what it's all about.
Justin, if there's a video or a statement from Trump saying that he'll never lock down again, would that change your opinion?
I don't think there is that. I don't think he's ever said that. But I can
he's never said that. So if he did that,
someone just sent me an article. So someone just sent me an article, and in it says Trump says no new lockdowns under this administration. So he's basically saying that there
Associated
won't be
Press.
But what
any more.
action did he take? He didn't take any action. He just sat back and washed his hands of it and gave it to the
It's
governors.
because it was
And
a states' rights issue, just like
well, you know
abortion.
what?
Read the
DeSantis is different with
Constitution.
this, and
Learn about federalism.
This is something that's very different between DeSantis and Trump. DeSantis governs
No,
with
because you want
energy
it to be different. It's not different, Chris.
Can I finish? He governs with energy in the executive. DeSantis wasn't okay.
But he dies and falls asleep on Twitter.
He wasn't. So what? I mean, he bored you. I don't really care about that. He does action and he gets things done. Trump is exciting, but Trump doesn't get anything done. Trump is all talk and no action.
All right. I've listened.
Guys, you guys.
I've listened to Chris enough.
I know,
Can
Chris,
I please weigh in a little bit
Yeah,
here?
go for it. Go for it, Heather. And
Okay,
Chris, try your best not to interrupt, please, and let her finish, and then I'll go to you.
Chris,
Go ahead.
Take a seat.
Everyone interrupts me.
So during COVID, one of my things that I was actually reporting on were Trump's task force, like COVID task force briefings. So like when the lockdowns or the virus first started coming, right, and states, he left it up to the states. Certain states closed, other states didn't. When that happened, he would do these like weekly briefings with Dr. Birx and all of these other people. This was long before the vaccine was even in existence. And when I first got COVID was probably in like June of 2020. There was no vaccine and it spread rapidly through everybody that we worked with. And what Trump's task force and the doctors were pushing at the time was hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin. So like a Z-Pack, right? And on Facebook in, probably like March of 2020, going into April of 2020, this was when like the virus was first spreading. There was a Facebook group called COVID-19 Survivors, and all of these people, it started mass multiplying in numbers of all of these people, not just that had COVID, but that wanted to know what was working, because there was that element of fear in people. Like, is it as bad as they say it is? So everybody in that group was posting that hydroxychloroquine was working. And I actually screen grabbed and recorded a bunch of stuff and archived it. People that had diabetes, one woman had one lung, and they were attributing hydroxychloroquine when given prophylactically actually saved them. Right. And was working. And this was something Trump heavily promoted. So everyone's focused on the vaccines, but they're not focused on these treatments like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, budesonide, whatever, the inhaler that the one of the former doctors there in Texas was pushing. All of these things, if they hadn't been censored by the media, would have made it so that we didn't need a vaccine, because there were so many early treatments that could fix COVID, and it would basically make it like a common cold, like treating it with Tylenol. But yet there was this mass push by the media to censor those treatments and only heavily focus on the vaccine, which right around the same time that Facebook group started exploding with all these real life testimonies of what was working, the group was removed, right? And this same time is when Reuters partnered with Facebook to fact check medical misinformation. And one of the people on that board was the former president of Pfizer, right? So there was like this huge sort of like effort now to censor all medical information on social media that, one, made the vaccines like basically not needed, right? So all the early treatments, they were censoring that. And then once the vaccines did get rolled out, all the adverse reactions to the vaccines were being censored. So if we really want to give Trump credit, let's give him credit for hydroxychloroquine, which saved lives. And if it weren't for the media that has waged a war on him, also waging a war on those early effective treatments, we never would have needed the vaccines in the first place.
Heather, but wait a second. But Trump,
let me just go to
Trump,
one second, guys. Lev, I want to go to Lev anyway. So Lev, go ahead and say what you want. And then my question to you is, there's been some reports from the mainstream media about your interactions with DeSantis and some text messages, and you don't seem very fond of him. So I'd love to hear that. Go ahead, Lev.
Well, first of all, I'm not a Trump fan or DeSantis.
You're not a fan, Lev. You're not
Lev.
You've never been a fan of anyone since you came on the show. We'll make it clear. Other than
exactly.
Just
I want to make it clear.
Space.
I try to say it like I just try. Exactly. I love the space. I love you guys here, Mario, Suleiman, Nick. You guys do great. So, but I just want to say one thing. First of all, Heather, there's a lot of things Trump said, and one of the things Trump promoted was shooting up chlorine in people's veins.
No, you're taking that out of context.
That wasn't out of context.
That's a lie.
That's exactly true.
That's false.
Not a lie. It was a lie
even I agree
never
that's
said that.
false.
That's fake news.
Come on.
You're lying
Yeah,
through
you
your teeth
agree.
right now.
All right, guys. So I'll have you correct anything that Lev says that's false. I'll let you correct it right after. Go ahead, Lev.
It was on live TV. Everybody could make their own judgments. I will say this, that I think that everything Trump did when it came to COVID was completely wrong. He tried to follow any suggestion that he can. He listened to anybody who would tell him anything. I'm not a DeSantis fan, but I do agree that Ron at least did act a lot quicker than Trump and opened up the state and made it a lot more powerful and made a lot more business here and active. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of people started moving down to Florida. But whatever Trump did, he first told people not to take vaccines. Then he took the vaccine. Then he tried to hide it. Then he tried to take credit for the vaccine. So whatever Trump did was just to try to take credit for whatever good, and whatever was bad, he tried to pretend that it never happened. As far as Ron goes, I mean, I'm not a fan of his either. I think that this whole COVID conversation, I don't think it's something that is going to win either one of them the presidency. I think this is just too much conversation going back and forth. They both locked down the states. Trump locked down the country. DeSantis locked down the state. Yes, DeSantis opened it up earlier, but it's a minor conversation. There's a lot more to problems with our country and with the world that the president's going to have to deal with than just what happened with COVID.
Lev, what's your thoughts about, to move away from the COVID discussion now, what is your thoughts about DeSantis himself, both as a leader as well as a possible, as a governor of Florida, and then as a possible presidential candidate and president?
Well, I'll tell you this much. The difference between Trump and DeSantis is, with Trump, is what you see is what you get. DeSantis is like that snake that lays in the weeds and that will come out and bite you when you're not looking. He's a chameleon. And one thing I'll agree with Matt Gaetz, which I usually don't do, but he will go for where the money is. If a big donor gives him enough money, he will support that policy. He's not out there making his own policies. He's mostly just going after policies that the money's flowing into him and telling him to do. He also, knowing Ron the way I know Ron, is he had ambitions of the presidency from the day one. Florida was just a stomping ground for him. It was just a step to get to where he wanted to get to. What screwed him up was that Trump didn't win 2020, because in his perfect world, he thought Trump was going to get 2020 and then hand over the reins in 24. And now he's going to have to go after and battle Trump, which I think he's going to have a very hard difficulty, because at the end of the day, I made that wedding between Trump and DeSantis, and I was one of the biggest supporters of DeSantis that convinced Trump with Rudy to have him go out there and stomp grounds for him and support him and give him his endorsement for DeSantis to win. So I don't think DeSantis has what it takes to be the president of our country. I don't think he would do very well on the world stage. I don't think he has a personality, and he listens too much to people around him and doesn't have his opinion that much where he agrees on something and stays with it.
You said that you were the cause of their union, essentially. What were the specific things you did to bring them together? And how did you get involved in the first place as well?
Well, basically in 2018 in May, Ron approached me when he was still congressman. He approached me when I was at the Trump International Hotel, came up to me and basically said, I'm the guy. He was told that I'm the guy to speak to be able to, get Trump to support him because of my relationship with Trump and Giuliani. At that time, Trump just sent out a tweet about, I think, maybe several months ago, supporting Ron, but didn't endorse him. There was a big push for Adam Putnam, and I was a big Adam Putnam guy at the time because of my relationship with Brian Ballard and everybody in Florida. And I was actually donating to Putnam at the time. And I basically told Ron that, I don't think that he's somebody I would support because I was also a cannabis guy, and I didn't, Ron wasn't, a hardcore cannabis guy and wasn't leaning towards that. Ron started, coming to the hotel for the next couple of days and basically spending time with me and pitching me and telling me how, he would be a cannabis guy, that he would be great, that, I would have a friend in the state office, and, that our relationship would be a lot better than mine and Putnam's, and that he's a Trump supporter, and started showing me, because he was at the time every day on Fox touting, supporting Trump against the Russian hoax and all of that. And basically at some point we started becoming closer. And I approached Rudy and I told Rudy my opinions, and I told him that because Rudy and Ron didn't know each other at the time, I introduced them and told him that basically Ron would be our guy, a Trump or somebody that would be loyal to Trump, a hardcore Trumper, and would support him and basically do what win Florida for us, which Florida would be a big state for us for the 2020 elections. And then at some point, Rudy went to the office, and at that time, it was just like a perfect storm because at the same time, there was also reports coming out that Trump started seeing about Adam Putnam because Putnam was a Jeb Bush guy when in 2016, and he made some rhetoric remarks about Trump, and Trump saw somebody showed him the articles, and Trump started hating on Putnam, and there was basically nobody else at the time. So Ron, he was lucky at the time, and we convinced Trump to go do the rally for him. And after he did that rally, that's when DeSantis went up over Adam Putnam. And not only that, but then I continued not only raising money for him. You got to understand, me and Ron had such a relationship. He would call me 12 o'clock in the midnight on almost every other night to talk about what we're going to do the other day. I flew with him to all over the country, to Colorado to fundraise for him. I held 3 fundraisers for him. I've spoken to most of his supporters. They gave him big money and pitched him to give him more money. I helped him get the Cuban vote down in Miami. I mean, I brought Giuliani down here to stomp in November 3rd and 4th. We went to rallies right before the election. I was the first person Ron gave a hug to when he got off the stage. And I really believe that Ron was true to his face, and he promised me a lot of things. But as soon as Ron won, I mean, Ron started showing his true colors and basically getting rid of everybody that that he didn't want. He started leaning towards people that started giving him the big money, even though they were against him in the beginning. But once they started giving him the big checks and big money, he started listening to them and forgetting who his true friends were. So Ron doesn't have the loyalty, and he's showing it right now because, like I said, I don't like Trump or him. But if it wasn't for Trump, Ron would never be a governor of the state of Florida. And, he's just not a loyal guy.
So how much is Billy Corbin paying you to do this documentary with him against Trump and DeSantis?
First of all, it's zero, and it's not about Trump or DeSantis. It's about my 4 years in Trump world. It's going to be a lot more than just Trump and DeSantis, and you should watch it, Chris, because it's going to be. There's lots of stuff about Pompeo, Pence, Bolton, and a lot of other people. Lindsey Graham, Hunter Biden, Joe Biden. There's a lot of things that's going to be in the documentary. It's based on my 4 years in Trump world.
I will watch it. I like Billy Corbin's stuff. He puts out some good stuff.
Hey, just in real quick, some breaking news, which was they've released the numbers. DeSantis raised $8.2 million in the last 24 hours.
So the question is, who gave him the money?
How much of it came from George Soros?
The question is that, Justin, who gave him the money so we know what his policies are according to what Love said.
The vast majority of these came in for under $200, which are, basically small dollar donations.
Oh, brilliant.
How many were under 200?
I will know basically next month on the 15th.
It's not huge bazillionaires doing this. This is called grassroots, and you're going to find, and I've noticed there's some never Trumper people that are now all of a sudden Trump people, or they're never DeSantis people. It just reminds me a lot of how the anti-DeSantis people are. They remind me of the anti-Trumpers back in 2015. But, you're going to find that a lot of these donations, and I think it's going to get to 20 million, is a lot of these donations are going to be just from regular people, small business owners, people that are really the backbone of this country, who saw how Ron DeSantis stood up for them during all the COVID mania, and they're grateful. There's a lot of people that are very grateful to Ron DeSantis.
Chris, the problem with your argument is you can use that argument against maybe people who are pro-Trump, but you can't use it against Lev. He doesn't like Trump and he doesn't like DeSantis.
Oh, I wasn't using it against him. No, I wasn't using it against him. I was just saying.
Yeah, I'd like to ask Chris a question, actually.
Yeah, Chris, let me finish, bro. I know it's hard. So essentially, what his argument is anyone who pays DeSantis, he'll change his policy based on that position, and that's concerning. So I appreciate what Justin's saying. A lot of people are giving grassroots donations, so that's not going to impact his policy. That's the majority. But then the minority of them who probably are giving large donations, I mean, maybe we're going to know his policy based on those donations, according to what Lev said.
I doubt
Sarah,
it.
Go ahead. Do you have a question? Let me just go to Sarah.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Lev a couple of things. First, Lev, would you say that your falling out with DeSantis was after he became governor? Did you say that he dropped all of his friends that were loyal and helped him get there, and that led to your falling out with him? And then secondly, Suleiman brought up a point about fundraising, and DeSantis may or may not change his position depending on who his donors are, and I want your opinion on that as well. Thank you.
And just to add to Sarah's question, Lev, if you can give a specific example as well, because anyone can make a
Yes,
generalization, and if
please.
there's some specific example.
Thank you,
Yeah, sorry, go
Suleiman.
ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, well, first question is yes, our falling out began after he won governor because there were certain groups of people that were on Adam Putnam's team, and basically that towards the end, even I helped make a peace between him and DeSantis to join him. Susie Weil was one of them that joined his team, and Brian Balder was another person that joined his team. And then there was other people that started joining DeSantis's team once he was close to the election and after he won, that started talking bad about me, calling me a dumpster fire because of certain articles that came out in the press, which DeSantis knew about already, which we discussed. Which I have text messages of him saying that it's fake news and don't worry about it, just keep your head up and stuff like that. But then afterwards, we even had meetings, private meetings, me and Ron, when he was already governor, where he told me that Lev, though, he gave me a private phone number, told me not to worry about it, that he wants me part of his transition team, and he sent me out paperwork and everything like that. And then slowly but surely, he stopped calling, stopped picking up phone calls, and all of a sudden had his assistant start blocking me, until I got too busy with Rudy and Trump and Ukraine and really, stopped talking to him. So as far as that goes, the second question, I think, what was it you said about fundraisers?
Yes. Would he be swayed by who's donating to him to change his positions, maybe on things like healthcare, Social Security, COVID, or the Ukraine?
First of all, I know for a fact there was. I don't want to name certain donors. I don't want to lay them out there on spaces, but there are certain billionaire donors that donated to Ron, and the Jewish donors that persuaded Ron to change his mind about certain things to do with the Jewish population in Florida, and also
Like what?
about his visit.
Could you give a specific? Like what?
I don't recall exactly the exact policy. Let me go back to some of my records and some of my emails and double check.
It's a
and I
big
could
brush you're painting with, Lev, and that's why I think a lot of people are concerned.
I'm telling
Trump
you.
today he's teeing off today. He was at the golf tournament with the LIV. LIV is probably paying his clubs millions of dollars across the country from Saudi Arabia, and I don't fault him for that. But let's just be clear. If we're talking about big money changing hands and somehow influencing people, I would say there's concerns there if people wanted to look at that way as well. But I really don't. I don't have any worries about these things because I know. I think I
You don't
know
have
the
worries if
character.
somebody pay. What, Justin? You don't have worries that somebody can basically pay the president of the United States and force him to change policies based on whoever pays him most.
Suleiman, and for Lev, actually, the following question is to Justin's point, though, Lev. Do you think that a kind of, just as Justin's saying, is that kind of like the Saudi money because of the Gulf, do you think that might be a talking point within the DeSantis camp or other anti-Trump candidates saying kind of this foreign influence and foreign money into his business? Do you think that's going to become a talking point?
Well, put it this way: when he was running his 2018 campaign, DeSantis didn't care about where the money came from, but all he did is care about the amount of money, and he only looked at the big donors and cared about meeting with them and discussing and promising them whatever they wanted to hear. So I haven't been with him for already several years. I don't know who's paying him now. I haven't been with him, and I don't know who's. But just looking from the outside and looking at the way he's doing certain things, I don't see him bringing up these policies on his own. I see that somebody's pushing him, especially like with the Disney thing. I think that there's some big money behind that wanted him to go that route, and why he's taking it to such a degree. That's my opinion. I don't have any fact about
From
that.
who?
Yeah.
Can you talk?
Would
Can you
he
talk about
would want
Christina
that?
Highlight
Shaw?
that is your. I mean, that is your opinion, so that is important to highlight. But Lev, specifically, you gave that example of Jewish donors giving him money and that impacting policy, but you said you can't remember what the specific policy is. Is there a specific policy that you do remember? Because the issue is when we're making these kind of like accusations, we do need a bit of substance to back them up. Because
I understand it, Suleiman. I'll get you the exact. But I knew he did a lot of favorable stuff, which I'm for. Don't get me wrong. I'm Jewish, and I'm for. He did a lot for the Jewish community in Florida, for the schools, for the Habads, for the synagogues. I mean, so I'm not against it, but he wasn't for those policy until some real money came in from South Florida from certain synagogues, which again, I'm not going to mention the names right now because that's not my job to do, but I will look up the policies and come back on here and tell you what they were. I wasn't prepared to discuss policies right now. So, I mean, you could leave it at that for now.
That's fair enough.
For
That's
now,
fair.
fair enough.
Fair
For
enough.
now, I don't have
For
proof.
now, he said.
For
So,
now, I don't.
I think
That's my
DeSantis
opinion
took
for
money
now.
from
yeah,
Disney
yeah. So let me
and
just go
took them
to
on.
Chris, 1 second. Chris, we're gonna come to you in a second. Sarah, have you got another question?
Yes, thank you. Lev, you're doing a documentary and you said that it's not about Trump or DeSantis, that it's about your time with Trump. How could it not be about Trump if it's about your time with Trump? And when will that come out and on what network?
Oh no, I didn't say it's not about Trump. I said it's not particularly about Trump. It's a lot about Trump. It's about DeSantis, but it's basically about my life in Trump world and everything. I mean, there's lots of subjects there. There's the Ukraine impeachment. There's things that went on that people don't know what happened in Venezuela with Maduro, with Guaido that I was intricate part with. There's things with Turkey and Erdogan that I was intricate parts with that people don't know about. So there's a lot of things that are going to come out. I mean, Lindsey Graham's whole role in the Ukraine stuff, and so on and so on. So I mean, it's more than just Trump, but it's based off of a Trump's world, absolutely. And you know, DeSantis has a lot in there and stuff like that, and Giuliani, obviously, and so on.
Chris, have you got any questions or have you got any thoughts?
I look forward to seeing the documentary, and I've seen Billy Corbin's work before. Billy Corbin is very much on the left and very big about, doing gotcha things with people on the right. But I'll tell you, I love Cocaine Cowboys and the thing, but the other one he did about Falwell, who endorsed Trump. But it doesn't sound like you have any receipts about DeSantis doing things based on corporate donors. And I'll tell you, I know politicians that are beholden to their corporate donors. I know politicians that are hospital politicians. There's one of them that's a Republican congressman that just endorsed Trump. His whole contributions are from hospital association, this and that. And guess what? He was out there stomping for Sarasota Memorial Hospital when we were with the whole thing where they removed Dr. Littell and they were having the whole public hearing about the COVID protocols. Ron DeSantis, I think he took money from Disney. Didn't he take money from Disney? I think that he doesn't listen to his corporate sponsors, and I'll tell you, it probably does upset them. He makes decisions and I know this because I know the man. From watching him, not personally, just from watching him, and he makes decisions that doesn't make much sense. He's about to let this COVID hospital liability shield, expire, and going against the hospitals for the mask mandates and the vaccine mandates and taking on all these people. I think he made a lot of people really unhappy, and I've just watched him and watches how he makes decisions. He doesn't make decisions like a guy that's beholden to corporations.
Yes, he does. And I can give you 2 examples.
Yeah, go ahead,
I can
Heather.
give
Let's
you
see
2 examples. So the first one, right, was during when he locked everything down and he shut down Airbnbs but kept hotels open, and then got a huge donation, his biggest donation, from a hotel tycoon owner, right, that profited off of his decision to close Airbnbs but keep hotels open. Secondly, the whole thing with Disney, if you look back on Mario's recorded stream of his announcement yesterday or whatever, when he was talking about Disney, he actually shot himself in the foot. He actually made some sort of comment where he said it became no longer profitable for Florida to stay in business with Disney in that sense and to keep that deal going. For the sole fact that Americans, in the same way they tried to cancel Bud Light and Target, have been boycotting the wokeness being injected into Disney for years now. I myself canceled Disney Plus subscription in our household, and that was long before DeSantis, was in the picture. And so Disney itself had already been losing money, losing subscribers And DeSantis yesterday pretty much alluded to that it was on its way out already, and it became not profitable to keep those negotiations in place. Then he also says, I actually helped Disney and kept them open when California closed them. So in reality, he's actually done more to benefit Disney, and Disney was one of his big donors. And he acknowledged yesterday that Disney was dying and that arrangement was no longer working.
Well, that's
And
mainly
so
because of Star Wars.
for him to try to allude, like all of a sudden he's this knight in shining armor in Florida coming to destroy Disney. Disney was already dying.
Yeah, we're agreed. I mean, Disney.
It's like
Disney
kicking a
brought
dead
this
Let
on
me go to
themselves. You're right.
How's their stock price doing today, Heather?
Let me go to Doc. Doc, you got a question? Doc?
Yeah, I did. I was just curious about Christina Pashaw, the very silent and stealthy communications director, I think now for the campaign. I'm curious about her history in the Ukraine, the pictures of her kissing Zelensky on his inauguration, her association, and now disclosed association as an agent for sorry, you know what I'm talking about. So I'm curious about Christina. That's my question.
Lev, that's a question to you, I think.
I mean, I don't know her personally, but she's a total joke. When I try to confront her on some of the stuff she said, she blocked me right away and never responded. So she's definitely, I think, a total joke. And for Ron to have her as his communications director, I think, is a joke.
She's pretty brilliant.
Let me go to Brick.
She drives you crazy, doesn't she?
Brick, let me go to Brick.
She's just, I think, a joke.
So I've been listening for the last 45 minutes. I've heard a lot of talk about COVID. But going back to the question up the top of the space, Trump versus DeSantis, who will win? I don't think that COVID is going to be the deciding factor. I'm not even sure it's going to be one of the top three. There's a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking going on when we look back at how things were handled in various months in 2020 with the response to COVID. We're looking at it with the benefit of hindsight. And yeah. I mean, in retrospect, mistakes absolutely were made. But I don't think it's possible to say that it was clearly obvious that they were mistakes at the time. So that being said, I think the big issues, I just don't think that people are going to sit down and do some sort of mental calculus about which candidate did what on COVID, when they did it, and why they did it. I think they're going to vote on the visceral issues that are going to be affecting them, and I think that that's immigration. I think that that's the war in Ukraine, if it's still happening, and if it's not the war in Ukraine, it's foreign policy in general, and I think it's also the economy. And I think that those are the three things that they're really going to look at. And, on those, President Trump, I believe, is better equipped. He's got a demonstrated history of not being adventurous when it comes to foreign incursions and wars. I mean, we know that Bolton wanted to start a war when we had a drone shot down in the Middle East. Yeah, sure, it was a $300 million drone, but that's why we have drones. So we don't have to get into wars when they get shot down.
But Brick, if I may, but then the whole killing Soleimani, we're just going to completely ignore?
That's the typical Trump supporter right there. He wants you to forget.
That was the right thing to do.
Just the vaccines, embrace Operation Warp Speed, and say it was a good thing. You want to forget about this, but I'm telling you, the voters have not forgotten that they tried to strip away all of our freedoms and tell us we couldn't live our lives unless we took this stupid vaccine. And who was the father of the vaccine?
But that was largely
Donald Trump. It's no wonder you want to
Who's
forget
interrupting
this,
me
but
now
we're
because
not going to let you. We're not going to let you
I can't
forget
see the
this.
indicator.
And the people.
It's Chris, as always.
Here's what I'm trying to say. The premise of my statement was the more you try and use the more you try and use COVID response as a cudgel to bash either of these candidates, it's not really going to work for you because the other one also had fault in the game. So you're really getting at parsing the issue to who percentage wise might have been a little bit better. I honestly do not think that when the election comes down, not just the general, but even the primaries, I think that people are going to move beyond COVID. Now, there's obviously going to be a group of people for who COVID is a primary motivator. I just don't think that group is going to be significantly as large as the
You
people
may
are
be right.
concerned about,
DeSantis just
people
You
are
raised
may be
$8
right.
concerned.
million, man. He ran
But
his
I have a
campaign in
question.
Florida
Sorry, I can't
Let
take
me
Well,
too
ask
much
okay,
a
he
of your
question.
raised
time.
$8 million,
mandate.
but no, wait, he just raised $8 million, but nobody could donate to him before because he just announced. I understand that there's a lot of pent up support
Why do you
for
think that
Ron
is,
DeSantis. That
Grixu? Why do you think there's a lot of pent up support for him?
because we have a
Dude,
healthy primary process in the Republican Party, and there are people who prefer him over Donald
Why
Trump.
is Ron
But I
DeSantis?
don't think it
Why is
goes
he even on the grid right now? Ron DeSantis is on the grid right now because he promoted freedom over fear during the whole COVID fiasco. That's why
after
he is where he
locking down his
is.
state for a period of time. Let's be honest. After arresting people who were on the beach, let's be
He didn't
honest.
arrest
I
those
mean, things
people.
like
I
that
took the
happened in
videos. It was
Florida.
the local governments. That was the Miami Beach PD. And boy, were they a pain in the ass.
His state,
We had our
his state,
protest on the beach.
his state.
I was the one that took the video of Kimberly Falkenstein getting arrested on Miami Beach. That was my video. I could have
Look,
made a lot more money
look.
for it,
I'm just,
but I actually didn't make any
you
money
know,
for it. But that was the
here's the
local.
thing.
That was the Miami Beach
This is,
PD.
but this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Getting down into the minutia of where and when and what the COVID response was, at what time, on what day, in what month, with what information is not a winning issue for either candidate.
I
That's
think
my
you may
opinion.
Can I
be
ask a
It's not
serious
a winning
maybe
question?
issue
right.
for
Let
your
me speak real
candidate.
quick
That's
because
for
I
sure.
got to go here in just a minute because I got to
Let
go on
me
a
let me
radio
go to
show.
Justin Chris, please. Justin, go
I got
ahead.
to go to hop off to a radio show real quick here that I'm hosting for the next 2 hours. I hope to hop back on if you're still here. But I've got 22 other issues that I have with Trump, and here they are. I can just list them real quick: Ray, Bolton, Meadows, Mnuchin, Kelly, Milley, Chow, Omarosa, Cohen, Scaramucci, Sessions, Barr, Tillerson, Esper, Azar, Farah, Haley, Kushner, Adams, Fauci, Birx, and Pence. I mean, these were across the board terrible, terrible, terrible decisions. And he listened to them. He hired them. And now he's later backstabbing them
He
for
did not
doing
hire
whatever. But
Fauci.
those are critical issues that I don't think anyone can fault me for questioning Trump having another term with those people in his first term.
I think everyone should
Yeah.
question
So
what you
Heather,
say,
let me.
Justin, because Brick is right. He didn't hire
Yes,
Fauci.
he
You're
did.
like
He hired him to be
you
his
say
COVID
things, but
czar.
don't bring receipts,
Yeah,
dude.
with the
He
exception
put
of
him on his
Fauci and Birx,
COVID
he
team.
hired every single one of those people.
But Justin, who would DeSantis get? I mean, I think the argument you're trying to make. I don't. Let me first make you understand your argument, because is your argument that these guys were establishment figures, part of the swamp, etc.? I think the Trump camp would say. I mean, I think DeSantis, if anything, is pretty establishment, and the people who are backing him are establishment GOP. You know,
I think that's a broad brush. I don't think you can. I
Nah,
don't
they're
think it's
not. They're
really.
not
Look,
establishment.
in the end, it's all about decision making. Okay, and I see the decisions that I'll give you a perfect example. There was an excellent colleague of mine. He has like very few credentials on an academic level, but he's one of the smartest people I know. And he was one of the main backbone people, for example, helping Dr. Scott Atlas when he was at the White House, just completely pro bono, which is what my team did for 6 months in 2020, right? Trying to right the COVID ship there. And later, he showed his prowess. He demonstrated. A couple of these guys even got, peer-reviewed studies without any major medical credentials. They just basically did great work. What happened then? Governor DeSantis hired a few of these guys to help him on his COVID policy themselves. He didn't look at what college they went to and where they're from, Yale or Harvard, or what sort of people came and endorsed them. He looked at their work. He interviewed them. They passed muster, and I think that's what he'll bring to the White House is common sense hiring.
Were they Chinese?
And not bringing.
Dr. J.
No, not at all.
Badaracha.
No, one of them was out of Ohio. He was a podcast sportscaster there. And he had a great notion. Just really brilliant, smart guy. And he brought him down there. Why
hasn't the grand jury done anything with Jay Bhattacharya?
Yeah.
DeSantis, not many people know, he said he got the Florida Supreme Court to set a grand jury to investigate the origins of COVID. He trotted out Jay Bhattacharya, who's a great professor at Stanford, eminent epidemiologist and virologist, and nothing. They haven't gotten down to any origin of COVID, even concerning DeSantis' decisions or justifying
there's a 22-page document that was put out by
I've seen it.
Bhattacharya.
The grand jury hasn't The grand jury hasn't issued any subpoenas.
No,
Hasn't
you're
called
right.
anybody
I
in.
think that's valid. I'd love to see that too. I'll talk to Dr. J and we'll see what the latest is there.
The grand
Mario,
jury
I
is
gotta run. Can I
the
make
grand
one quick
jury is
point
going to
before
be
I head
damning.
out?
Talk to you guys. Bye.
Cool. If you need to just leave you don't need to like announce to anyone. Right, cool. We've got a few more guests coming up. We've got Tom coming up. So while we bring them up, Sarah, you got your hand up. Go ahead.
I really don't think that any voter is. We're talking about COVID. I just don't think that that's going to be on the forefront of American voters' minds. People are more concerned about immigration, the economy, and the war in Ukraine, and yet we're rehashing COVID mistakes. I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm not a DeSantis supporter. But I think both of them, faced with the same decisions today, would likely make different decisions. And
about that, I don't know. With Trump, I don't know. DeSantis
well,
will.
Chris,
Chris, where does DeSantis stand on Ukraine?
Do.
Chris, where does DeSantis stand on Ukraine? Why don't you
He's
tell
not
us?
sending any more money to Ukraine. And when he gets in there, things are going to change. You're going to see government operate in a way that you've never seen it operate before. We're operating with this massive surplus down here in Florida. He has just done such a phenomenal job. And by the way, you said brought up immigration. Who is fighting against the Biden administration on illegal immigration? He just sent a whole bunch of the Floridian Guard out to the border, and also is winning legal victories. Florida won a
12
legal
guys.
victory, but yeah, COVID guys. And I know the Trump supporters and all, and the people that were for the vaccine and thought wearing a mask and these duckbill masks, and the part of where they tried to make us wear 2 masks and forced masking children, and the teachers unions running amok, that was all just okay. And it was just too bad. It was just a mistake. But that's a
DeSantis did
But
all
Chris,
of that in
accepted
but
Florida.
Chris,
What are you
live,
but
talking
and
Chris,
it's
about?
going to
but
be a
Chris,
big
but
issue. It still is a big issue.
But Chris, you just said he's going to stop sending money to Ukraine. How does that stop the war? What does that do? In your opinion?
Chris, where's the
Quote me
evidence?
exactly
Chris,
on this, but if you Google it,
you
you'll see
made a statement,
exactly
Chris.
what DeSantis has said about Ukraine.
Chris, just a quick question, right? I think you can't hear people when you're talking. Chris, specifically, you made a statement that he will not send any more money to Ukraine. Where's the reference for that? Because if he said that, which none of us have seen,
There isn't a reference. He did say that he's in favor of auditing more money going to Ukraine, but he never said that he was against more money for Ukraine. So that's just a flat out, it's a misrepresentation. I won't say it's a lie.
well, let's see. Maybe Chris has got a quote we don't know
I'm
about.
actually looking it up right now. This is something I will, when I do go to another press conference, I'm going to hammer DeSantis on this, because this is a very important thing. I thought at some point he said he wouldn't send any more money, but I think he's answered this. So go ahead and Google this. But if he doesn't press
No, I
conference,
did, Chris. I've
I'm
not
going
seen
to
it, so
ask him
that's why I
about this,
want
because
your thoughts.
this
there
is a
is
very
no
important
quote,
topic.
Chris.
He's avoided it, and that's the problem. He's been flip flopping on it and avoided the question,
Absolutely.
and that's
We need to get
a
an
problem.
answer from, if he has flip flopped, which I don't know him to flip flop at
Lev,
all.
based on your
He doesn't flip
experience,
flop. I'll tell
Chris,
you, but we do
he
need
flip
to
flopped. He flip
definitely get
flopped.
him on
But
record
anyway,
talking about this.
all right, Chris. Okay, so but Chris is gonna check the reference. I don't think that's accurate what he said, but let's see. Lev, I want to ask you though that specific point that what Chris said. Obviously we know it was inaccurate, but separate to that, based on your experience with Ukraine, why do you think he's flip flopping?
Because, like I said, I don't think he has an idea of what he's going to do with Ukraine. He's going to be looking to see what's going to be the most favorable thing to do for his base and for his donors and for people that are around him, and that's where he's going to go. He doesn't have, that's the difference between him and Trump. And again, that's not because I like Trump or I'm touting Trump. Trump, right or wrong, at least he has a way. He said he wants to do something and he tries to do it. Again, it could be wrong, it could be right. With DeSantis, you don't know which way he's going to go until it's the last second. So that's the problem.
Lev, if it's a choice between his base, if it's a choice between his base and a choice between his biggest donor, which way would he go?
His base, 100%.
I think at the end of the day, he would, if he already got the money from the donor, at his base. If he's still trying to get money from a donor, the donor.
That's a good one. Right, Tom, thanks for joining us. I do appreciate you coming on.
Hey, good evening.
We'd love to hear your
Lev, I
thoughts.
haven't seen you in a long time. I'm sorry everything that happened to you was an outrage.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So
What
Tom,
are you thinking? Did you hear the announcement last night? I don't know if you listened to the space. You know, what are you thinking about the entire situation? I'll ask you some follow-up questions after that.
I tried to listen. I had to end up listening to recordings, so that was frustrating. I think what's surprising about the way this campaign is shaking out is that it's really it's the President Trump's campaign seems to be being run in a very professional way, and then you've got the Trump factor on top of that. So he seems to be firing on all cylinders in that regard, and at least now the campaign seems to be one of a president seeking his party's nomination again. So he has this sort of incumbent protection or presidential aura about the way the race is going. Now, of course, that may change. I don't see it changing. I don't see DeSantis being able to change it or any of the others. But on the other hand, they all have a theory of the case, right? They all think they can become the nominee. And I would say, like, the burgeoning field in the Republican Party isn't so much about Trump's weakness, but it's about Biden's weakness. That you see the Republicans think, well, if I can get in as the nominee, I can beat this guy. And obviously they see they have to get over Trump to do that. And I don't see that happening. I don't think that's, because I like Trump or I don't like Trump or DeSantis or whatever. I don't see a path forward given the way the polls are going. And in my view, the reality of the political center in the Republican Party, that Trump was abused and deprived of his second term in a manner that was contrary to law and the American way. And people think that he has a right to go, at least on the Republican side, and be the nominee again, given the wrong that he suffered. And so I don't see how any of his opponents can overcome that. And you kind of see that in the polls. There's that huge well of support, and I would say a surprising well of support, given where things stood 6 months ago.
Tom, I want to ask you, because you mentioned poll numbers. Now that Ron DeSantis has announced, do you expect his poll numbers to spike? I mean, we saw, I believe the haul in the past 24 hours into his campaign was $8.4 million. And the average donation, I believe, was under $200. Do you think those polls are going to tighten up?
Yes, but he won't do as well as he was doing, I guess, whenever he was doing the best last year, whenever those numbers were 38 or 45, where he was nearly tied with Trump. I just don't see that. He's going to be facing negative press, not only from Trump, but he's not the only person running in the primary. So I just don't see him being able to get the numbers. It doesn't. You can go from 20 to 30. It doesn't get you the nomination. You go from 20 to 38. It doesn't get you the nomination.
Tom's
President
100%
Trump's
right with that.
is at 45 to 55.
Trump has too much of a loyal base that is behind him, and that's his biggest problem. DeSantis' biggest problem.
But Lev, has Trump hit his ceiling? That's something that I keep hearing. It sounds like maybe Ron DeSantis, and I'm trying to play devil's advocate here, that DeSantis has room to grow his support, but a lot of people argue, and this was one of the audience questions that we got, and I encourage more people to leave some audience questions because I'm going to be rapid firing them shortly, that Trump has hit his ceiling, that he can't garner more support.
In a multi-field primary, I mean, he can't probably technically garner more support. What other support does he need if he's polling at 55%?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, Trump has enough loyalty of his base behind him that he might not go any higher. I agree with that. But there's enough people out there, right or wrong, that believe, like Tom said, that he's been unjustly prosecuted. And again, that's not my opinion. That's just what people think out there, and they support him very strongly. And that's going to be it's not going to be COVID or decisions. The biggest problem Ron DeSantis and the other field have against Trump is that he has a huge hold on the mega base that is going to support him no matter what he does. And because of that, it's going to be very difficult for them to beat him.
I
Yeah,
think it's
and
important
and
to
let me
note
just
too.
respond to the COVID issue. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think it's important to note too, CNN didn't have to do that town hall with him. And then afterwards, two different hosts on CNN acknowledged that the Durham report basically like vindicated Trump in a way. So, like, I'm wondering if that, like, their coverage of those types of things, which they didn't cover favorably before, is going to influence new people and actually bring people to be like, hey, wait a minute, they just said on CNN that they basically lied about Trump. What else are they lying about? Like, is that kind of coverage from a network like CNN going to influence new people?
No, I think that's a fair point. And, even though those folks who've kind of rejected the Russia collusion theory or discounted it, it doesn't mean it wasn't a black mark on his presidency and people thought, well, maybe there's something there. They just haven't figured it out yet. And I think it is kind of a vindication for him that may allow him to reassure some Republicans who otherwise are a little bit nervous about it. But, I think the analysis that COVID, people are going to criticize Trump for things he made. Certainly I wasn't all that happy with all of his decisions, but I do recall when DeSantis and frankly Abbott both lifted their, their restrictions in Florida and Texas. It reminded me of the Don Rickles joke about Frank Sinatra. He goes, oh, Frank Sinatra, he saved my life. A bunch of guys were beating me up in the parking lot, and Frank Sinatra came over and said, all right, boys, that's enough. That was the kind of the approach some of these Republican governors were taking. They had these outrageous restrictions and then took credit for lifting them. And so I don't think it's going to be much traction on either side for it. But I really do think all of it's irrelevant in what the crisis is related to the country. And, from Judicial Watch's perspective, I just see the Republic tottering. They're trying to jail Trump on pretext and outrageous applications of the law. They're targeting our First Amendment speech. Our border is broken. It's chaotic. Our borders are open. We have this assault on our children through mutilation, and they want to blow up the Supreme Court. And I want all the candidates to address that now and not what they're going to do in 2 years. I want to know what we need to do about it now. And I want leadership from the candidates on that. And I think, that's what voters should be using these primaries as an opportunity to get, which is leadership now, not in the future, because Washington has a dearth of leadership. And I tell you, if these candidates, now they're leaders, and we should expect leadership now and not in the future.
So, Tom, I have a quick question for you. Real quick. Do you think that there's a possibility that they could, like, because obviously a lot of people, myself included, think that the timing of COVID being leaked from Wuhan was sort of like the prerequisite to push the mass mail-in ballots, the drop boxes and things. And there's already been reports recently that there's been other COVID variants and stuff that they're creating. Could we see another virus the election year come out, and is that then going to bring the COVID responses back to the forefront of
Sorry,
the
just to understand.
conversation?
Sorry, Heather, just to understand your question. Are you saying, are they going to leak another virus to influence the election?
Well, basically, yeah. Like, could we see another virus in 2024? I mean, Fauci himself was like, oh, expect another virus. So, like, I personally think that there's a good chance that we could see some other virus unleashed upon the world in 2024.
Jesus Christ.
No, I don't believe that's going to be the case. I think we're going to have, the 2024 elections in terms of the COVID impact is that the echoes of those changes made in response to the COVID mania will continue in 2024 and further continue to undermine the integrity of the elections and mostly, mail-in balloting and such to the degree that's used and overused. Unsupervised voting is anathema to clean and fair elections. So that's the danger in 2024. And Democrats, their approach, they've told us, they want to jail Trump. They think he's the worst person in the world, can never win. But they're not that confident, which shows you why they want him to campaign from jail. That's the way to end a republic as well. And I just hope all the candidates understand the threat our nation faces from this abuse of power by the Justice Department. One of our guests, Lev, he saw it directly. I mean, Lev, you were on your way to Ukraine, weren't you, to do some investigations that would upset the Biden regime or the deep state?
I mean,
Yeah, well,
And
I was the
don't
one
before
that
we
was.
get to that, I want to
you know?
go.
But
I
the
want to bring in
the
all
point
source on
being,
that
there's
too.
nothing beyond them in terms of abuse of power. Nothing.
Let me tell you, I just ran into my
All
Broward
source.
mayor here, the Broward mayor. I just ran into him
Hold
on a
on,
record.
before you do that, Chris, I want to bring in Heather made quite the suggestion here that maybe they'll be bringing in another virus that'll be released to influence the election. All source. I want you to respond to that and kind of give a counter argument to Tom's answer and then Heather's
It could
answer.
happen. She's
I
right.
think.
She's right. It could happen. 100%. That's why.
Are we really having this conversation? This is the most ridiculous
Dude,
thing
they
we could
tried
Ridiculous,
have.
the
saying it
most
came from
ridiculous.
bats, and it came from
Jesus
the
Christ!
wrong
who's
bat.
If
when
you're
you
trying to have a serious conversation.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Also.
Okay. So I think before we had this conversation, it's kind of ironic, right? Before Heather, your question, we kind of actually almost had a consensus that the COVID debate was kind of going to be over, right? Like it's not impacting our lives as in 2022. We can go back and forth. Was it right? Was it wrong? Lockdown, etc. I got it. But at least in 2022, this new thing, everybody panicked, everybody freaked out. But if you're going to make an accusation of China, which right now, actually, ironically, is going through an actual COVID wave again, they're not instituting lockdowns. They're moving on. Like life is continuing. It doesn't matter. The deaths aren't going there. I think COVID is going to be behind us. And the main issues of this debate, I think it's important from the Republican side, who is the nominee? Because I think the political debate, although there's going to be consistencies if it's Trump or DeSantis or somebody else, like the economy, if Ukraine is still going, etc. But I think there is going to be a fundamental difference. I think if DeSantis is the nominee, we're probably going to have a lot more cultural debate, right? The Disney don't say gay or however you want to say. I think that's going to be a more predominant aspect of the political debate. And if Trump is the nominee, I think there's going to be more back of the rigged election, 2020, etc. But I think COVID is done.
Their point at the moment.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again? I didn't hear you, Suleiman.
I said you haven't refuted her point at the moment. I mean,
COVID is not going to be a political debate.
I'd say you're deflecting.
No,
No, but my point is that it's bio-warfare. It's basically like wars aren't always fought with guns. They're fought with chemical weapons.
Well, Heather,
who are you saying he's going to bring in? Who is they? Who is
Heather,
they?
like, I find it very hard to believe that China would launch their own biological weapon that's also killed tens of thousands, and not in some estimates up to a
The
million.
U.S. is going to
people.
launch it, just like they launched the last one.
Okay,
Vaccines are a DARPA product.
But who in the U.S.?
DARPA funded them.
Look at this. Heather just sent me this article, or it wasn't Heather that sent me, but China just announced a new variant coming out. Heather is absolutely right. This absolutely could happen again.
No, that variant has been existing.
And I'm not saying that China is going to do it on purpose, but something could happen again.
No. Okay, Chris.
Look,
that
the
variant
reality is
has
this.
existed. No, don't. That variant has existed. It's making an impact in China now. Like, let's get everything. If we're going to make an accusation, let's make it correct. That variant has existed around the world. It is now going into China, and they're continuing with their life. There's no lockdowns.
We had gotten some.
Please let me say something here. Please.
Don't worry about.
Chris, let Joe speak.
This sounds about as crazy as the woke left, to be honest. Pandemics have been happening for a while. They have been increasing in frequency since the early 2000s. People forget because they didn't really lock down the entire world. But pandemics have been increasing due to heating of the planet, whether it's climate change or natural digression of the ice age, whatever you want to call it, and because of deforestation, animals are getting close to cities.
That's the kookiest thing I've heard.
Pandemics.
That's the kookiest thing I've heard.
Can I finish, Tom? You can comment after. Right? They have been increasing. The frequency has been growing. There was a pandemic response team that Trump fired 4 months prior to COVID spreading. So this stuff
where's the information
that
pandemics have been increasing?
Go
where's
look
the
at
study
the
that
Ebola
pandemics
one.
have
Go
increased?
look at the avian flu. Go look at the timeline.
Okay, I understand those are all pandemics.
I can give you. Do you want that in visual or do you want that in a written timeline? I can post either one to the nest.
Yeah, I want you to provide information that pandemics have increased since 2000 based on climate change and deforestation.
Yeah, I'll put it up on the timeline. I'll put it up in the
Okay,
nest. Give me
and
5 minutes.
tie the pandemics to deforestation and climate change. But go ahead.
They don't
That's
say
fine.
deforestation. They say
Flat
animals
Earth.
animals
It's a flat
encroaching on
Earth.
cities. If you want to put that, it's development. Maybe not
All right.
deforestation.
Yeah. I know you make up the new analysis.
It's not
That's
a new
fine.
analysis. In a lot of places, it's because of deforestation. They don't have a place to live. So to gather food,
You know
they
what
go somewhere
happened in
else.
China was they went and grabbed a virus, and as Judicial Watch found just a few weeks ago, we paid EcoHealth to have Wuhan create mutant coronaviruses out of bats to see how they might infect
Tom,
humanized mice. They
look.
created the
Did
mutant
I?
coronaviruses, and there's little doubt at this time, in my view,
Am I
any reasonable
saying?
analysis
Did
shows
I
that this
at
is the
all say
result
that the
of an engineer.
coronavirus was not
Hold on a
man-made?
second.
I didn't. I don't have a
You know,
stance.
I'm not just coming up with talking
Go ahead, Tom.
points about deforestation. I'm talking about documents that show that coronaviruses were mutated. Literally, they use the word mutated, gain of function, obviously, in Wuhan and other places in China with taxpayer funding. They knew about it. They applied for the money, and they said we want to create mutant coronaviruses back in 2014. So the question is, as we've heard later, is okay. So does that mean the gain of function technique or this specific research created COVID-19? And if so, was the leak accidental or on purpose? Anyone who says it was on accidental and could never have been on purpose is just guessing and
But
speculating.
is that what I said? Did I
We
even
now have
mention
strong
COVID?
information
Tom, did I
that it
even
was
mention COVID?
engineered or the technique was.
Did I even mention COVID or
What?
say whether it was lab or not lab?
No, I
didn't.
I wasn't responding to you. I moved past your comment to talk about the idea that the pandemic was started as a result of purposeful action, and I don't think certainly that's a fair question, given we still don't know how the last pandemic.
No, the
was started.
comment was made that it was purposefully released. I don't know.
Yeah, I think
no
that's
idea.
a possibility. My point
no
is, if it
idea.
was in a lab, we don't know how it got out.
Right,
we
I
don't
said
know
it
if
was
it
my
was.
opinion that it was released, and I said I had concern that they would do it again in order to push the mass mail-in ballots to drop boxes.
Heather,
But you're saying it would be purposefully released by your comment, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
sounds
by
as
the same
crazy as the
people
woke
that
left.
flew a spy balloon over our country. Yes, I think that they would do that. And Donald Trump, his administration cracked down on Chinese espionage. They arrested a Harvard professor and two Chinese nationals stealing, or the Chinese nationals were stealing biological research and were caught at Boston Logan International Airport. Right? Donald Trump was actually investigating some of their programs like the 1,000 Talents Plan, where they will pay people in these research labs to steal proprietary information, that taxpayer funded research, and bring it back to Wuhan in China. They don't play by the rules. And when Donald Trump was cracking down on them, they, along with the corrupt Democrats like Joe Biden, had a vested interest in making sure that Donald Trump didn't get reelected. So that's
Heather,
why
I think, but hold on.
Let me just
Suleiman, I gotta correct
also
that.
can I just ask
I
Joe
do
a
want to
question?
highlight an important aspect.
One second. Also, let me just ask Joe a question, and then you can jump in as well because you might want to answer the same question. So, Joe, I'm not understanding how you're saying it's a crazy that people are being as crazy as the woke left when Tom has made, and I want your refutation of Tom's argument, because what Tom is basically saying is we know that the COVID vaccine was created in a lab. What we don't know is whether it was done intentionally or accidentally.
Well,
So both are possibilities.
we don't know if
we don't know
if it was a lab.
I didn't
If
say
both,
that COVID was created in a lab. I think there's strong evidence it was.
Right, I agree with that.
And if it were, we can't presume that it was an accidental leak.
There's evidence that it was, and there's evidence that it wasn't.
But Joe, my point is this: if there is a possibility, which there is, a decent possibility that it was leaked on purpose, or it could have been accidental, we don't know, but the possibility is there for both of them, then why is that crazy? That's the bit I don't understand.
What I'm saying is crazy is to say that they would unleash it, unleash another virus. Let me just tell you the past 20 years.
So it's only crazy
SARS.
if it's done. So it's only crazy. So is your argument, Joe? It's only crazy if it's done more than once.
No, it's crazy that they would unleash it on purpose on the country. For what purpose? It hurts them economically. It hurts their own pocketbooks. economically. If you look at the last 20 years, so 2002 SARS outbreak, 2012 MERS, 2009 swine flu, 2014 Ebola, and then we had COVID. These are the most outbreaks we've ever had in our entire history in a 20-year span. And this has been increasing decade after decade. They keep getting
Yeah,
more and
well,
more and more. Can it be
this
because
regime has
can it be a leak that happened? 100%. I don't discount that at all. Is there gain of function and loss of function research done on things on certain countries? Yes, there is. Is it typically for maniacal reasons? Maybe. It could be for biowarfare, or it could be for medical research to see if they can cure some diseases. I believe both are true, right? Do I think it's leaked on purpose? That's where I think it gets crazy, that it was leaked on purpose. For what reason?
I mean, I don't think you can rule it out. I mean, the Chinese government have zero regard for human life and the damage it would do to their own
But
population.
look
But
what
that
it
all
did to their
being said,
economy, Tom.
I think there's a plausible scenario that it was accidentally on purpose, that the leak occurred,
Joe,
and they're like, well, let's see what happens. Well, it's out. Let's see what happens.
DeSantis.
And that's why they were unhelpful in helping us figure out how to deal with it. And why folks disappeared, and why they otherwise restricted our ability to figure out how to combat it.
Tom, this is
And it
what I
wasn't
don't
because
get.
they were,
All
quote,
Republicans
embarrassed. It was
agree.
because I think they wanted to see the damage it could do, and they took notes, and they saw that the United States was willing to act like the Chinese communists in suppressing its population. And to Heather's point, the left certainly took advantage of COVID to scare people from voting in person and to install these radical, in my view, unlawful changes to the voter system that included unsupervised voting that basically tore the heart out of any confidence that people would have ultimately in the results in 2020. And it still echoes to this
But Tom,
day.
I've never heard anyone from the right argue that it wasn't from the Wuhan lab. If it was, China had control. Why would China unleash it on their own population when they could have unleashed it somewhere else?
All right, I told you why. I mean, and I was arguing that it was accidentally on purpose, mostly. I'm just saying we can't rule it out. You're just making speculation on speculation. I'm saying we don't have enough information to tell us one way or the other. Now we can make some
speculation
guesses.
is you agreeing that they're going to do it on purpose again. You agreed to that.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. I'm just saying, if we don't know how it happened the first time, how can we know
Heather
what will happen? What will happen the next time around?
No, someone, a male voice added that America will
Noah.
unleash it on itself. I don't know if it was
Yeah,
Doc.
no.
I don't know who it was. One of the
It
guys.
might have been
said
Doc.
It was Heather.
No, well, Doc said America unleash it. I think it came from the Wuhan lab, and it like, to answer your question as to like why they would unleash it. Well, two things: when you're creating bioweapons, right, you can also explore creating the cures, right? If you have a patented bioweapon and you're the only one that knows how to treat it, and you unleash it on the world, you have a power that other people don't have. It's almost as bad as having nuclear weapons, right? When you have that sort of information. So in terms of China, they have what, like 1 billion people?
Yeah, and would you unleash it without
People.
having the cure, Heather? Like it just doesn't make any sense.
Maybe they did. Who knows? I mean, ivermectin treats it pretty well, and unfortunately, a lot of people died because they were given remdesivir and other crap that we knew didn't work. But that's besides the point, right? So think about what's happened since, right? Donald Trump, they basically got the Biden crime family back in office, who we know because of some of the dealings on the Hunter Biden laptop. We're seeing how China was in bed. Some of these Chinese companies were in bed with the Biden family.
This to
right?
me really sounds as crazy as asking 8-year-olds if they're a man or a woman.
Because maybe you're not
it really
paying
does.
attention. If you actually do a little more listening and less talking, you'll understand.
Sorry, you guys are interrupting each other, but just before I go to you, Heather, anyone who's got any comments, comment on the bottom right hand side. I am reading a comment here, and it says, "So tired of the COVID argument, no one cares. Voters' top 3 issues are economy, immigration, and war. DeSantis supporters can never discuss these issues." And so that's a comment from the comment section. So any comments you have, we are reading them. The best ones will be read out, and we'll ask them to the panel. And based on that, I am going to ask a question to the panel. But before we do, guys, subscribe to Mario's page. It's $1, and we will be having exclusive subscriber only streams and spaces. And they've got some guess that they're going to plan to line up. So go ahead and subscribe, and that'll be good. Brick.
I mean, on the economy, I don't know. Has DeSantis said anything about where he stands on the debt limit negotiations? Have the other Republican candidates mentioned it? Well, that's one way to destroy the country is through fiscal ruin, which is our spending trajectories at this point. And the left is fanatically opposed to what are necessary, though, in my view, woefully insufficient cuts and modest changes here. I don't know what DeSantis thinks about it. I think Trump has said, they should stand fast. I'm not saying DeSantis hasn't said anything. I just don't know what he said about it. It'd be interesting to know.
Chris, I mean, I'd like to ask you that question because you generally know a lot of his position on policy. This is the problem. It's the same thing Tom said. The same thing a lot of the people in the comments are saying. He doesn't seem to have any kind of deep policies about any issues, and then it brings forth Lev's argument that essentially he's going to decide them based on whoever pays him the biggest money. So, Chris, what we don't know what his position is Ukraine, but if you want to answer Tom's question, what is his position on the economy
Well,
or the debt ceiling specifically?
If you look at Florida, I mean, we've got the biggest budget surplus in our history, and that is from DeSantis running things. He just signed a massive tax cut, and if you want to look at what he's going to do on a national scale, he's going to do it here.
Well, that isn't what I was asking. Do you know what he said about the debt limit negotiations?
He talked about it.
And the fight?
I'm actually looking through it a little bit to see what he talked about.
I mean, I think he probably
it,
has. That's why I'm
I
asking.
think he
There's got to be something.
that we need to get this thing under control. I mean, DeSantis is a fiscal conservative. I mean, he's a guy that's going.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting he isn't. I just want to know, this is a politically sensitive time and topic. And the candidates are all running. Trump said, hey, stand fast, don't give in at all. Has DeSantis said anything similar?
But Tom, before Chris, you get involved, I think the issue we're going to run into. So I think there's I'm not for neither candidate, but DeSantis just announced he ran, right? And so I think it's going to take time. And I think the Twitter space probably should have done. I think the problem with the Twitter space was more DeSantis saying, this is what I did in Florida, and less about, and not as much as these are my policies as president, because being governor and president is completely different powers, different authorities, etc. But I think DeSantis will get there. I think DeSantis is going to start announcing more. We do, CNN is doing another town hall with Nikki Haley. I'm expecting one with DeSantis. And I think once that happens, we might have a better idea of his policies.
I'm not being critical. I'm just trying to figure out if he said anything yet.
I think he has, Tom, and you do great work, by the way, Tom, and this space is just absolutely awesome. I think he did touch on it. He's doing a lot of radio shows right now, and somebody asked him about the debt limit, so I'm going through looking at what he said exactly about that. But I think it is important to look at the character of a man and then his track record. If you and people kind of go, oh, well, we don't know what he would do here or what he would do there. Number one, he doesn't just do whatever the corporate or the media tell him to do. He doesn't listen to any of that stuff, because if he did, he would have made exact opposite decisions that he made in 2021. You got to remember, people were not happy with him in 2021. Yeah, it's popular now. Everybody wants to be an anti-lockdowner now and stuff. But in 2021, he was being called a mass murderer. And there were people telling him, you need to go along with, you need to do something about the Delta variant. And he fought to keep schools open. And then he signed tax cuts. And now we've got this massive surplus here in Florida. So
well, I don't dispute that. I think,
if you want somebody
to be
straighten
fair,
this mess out in Washington, D.C., it's going to be him. I mean, he's going to be the guy that's going to go in and get the Congress, because Congress is the Article I branch of government. They're the ones.
I think what Trump supporters would say is a lot of what DeSantis did in Florida echoed what Trump did in his first term. And there's a lot of things you have to ignore that Trump did that were positive in bolstering DeSantis. And Trump did it under much more difficult political circumstances. He certainly didn't have the friendly legislature in Congress that DeSantis had in Florida. So, for instance, on tax cuts and transgenderism and all of that, Trump was front and center, and he took significant steps, at least finally, against the deep state in terms of getting his foothold or, getting his legs going on taking on the personnel issues at the end of his term. And I kind of see
Personnel issues.
DeSantis as like
That's
a
one way of putting it.
continuation of the Trump policies in Florida. So, I think DeSantis's supporters would do well to recognize that Trump was, in terms of deregulation and policy changes, the most significant president in the post-war
He
era,
had
certainly for the
Tom,
conservative agenda.
have you looked at the
praised
polls
him for his
in
first 3
battleground
years.
states?
He said he did great his first 3 years until he turned the country over to Tony Fauci. And that's really when he handed Fauci the keys. Instead of Jesus take the wheel, it was more like Fauci take the wheel. And now, man, I'd hate to be somebody at Mar-a-Lago right now with him running around in a rage, all obsessed with Ron
Yeah,
DeSantis. But he said he was a good president his first 3
I
years.
think DeSantis listened to the siren song of Fauci as
And
well. I
no,
agree.
the debt limit or the spending exploded under Trump. I mean, these Democrats are pointing this out, but it's true.
Yeah, so here we are back talking about COVID again, and we have already agreed that's not going
I'm
to be the
talking. It's
issue. I
going to be
mean,
the
that's
issue, and I know you want to forget about it,
crazy.
but listen, the debt,
No, I don't want to
the
forget about it. It's
spending.
just not going to be the issue that you think it
The
is.
accusation
And
is that
Chris,
Trump and DeSantis are the same person. I'm telling you,
you should look at this
they're
possibility too,
not.
Chris. Is that yes,
No, they're
Florida did well, but Florida also benefited from the maladministration in many blue states. You had a lot of people leaving states like New York because their taxes were out of control, because crime was out of control. They moved to places where things were being run better, Texas, Florida, things like that. So, in a sense, Governor DeSantis is playing a different game in the state of Florida. It's not a zero-sum game in Florida. As president, the economy is a zero-sum game, because if New York loses and another state gains, that's not a gain. So you can't just say, I'm going to do the same thing for the nation that I did in Florida, when part of your success in Florida is because of the absolutely batshit insane, crazy policies that are going on in New York and California and Illinois and all the other places that are going to be sanctuary cities and super lockdown cities. And Randy Weingarten is successfully lobbying for no schools to be open. That's why people were moving.
Yeah, they
I mean,
tried to
that's
sue
part of why
DeSantis, and
people were moving.
You're
That's
right.
part of why people are
I mean,
moving.
you're
So
right
what I'm
about why
saying
people
is,
were leaving
so
one
what
state
I'm
to
saying
another.
is, what I'm saying is that a large portion of the reasons that underpin the relative financial success of Florida in the last 2 years are attributable to the poor administration of other states in the
Like
United
Andrew
States.
Cuomo, who
And if
Trump
you
just
become president,
praised.
you can't wave a magic wand and say everything's going to be like it was in Florida, and that tide rises all boats.
Who said that?
It is
Wasn't it
not the
Obama that was
same
like,
game.
didn't Obama
It's
say, I
not the
can't
same
wave a
game.
magic wand and make everything work? Why don't you think that DeSantis, you guys, you just can't give him credit. And you know what? All you Trump people were
I
singing
just gave him
you guys
credit.
were
I
singing
just
his
said he did
praises.
well.
You're saying,
I
it
just
wasn't
said
him,
he
it was
did
the other
well.
governors. What he did here in Florida was create a beacon of hope to the whole world. And why can't he take what he did in Florida and Tallahassee and bring it to Washington? He's just governing on a bigger scale.
Well, if you don't know the difference between Tallahassee and Washington, that's a fundamental
Well, he's
problem.
been to Washington. DeSantis has been there. He's been a congressman. He knows how it works up there.
We keep talking about COVID, and
Let me
COVID's
tell
not
you,
the
man,
issue.
don't
If you look at the
underestimate this
polls,
guy. And what else with DeSantis? And this was an Achilles heel for Trump. Trump was a businessman, and he was used to doing like almost like mafia style, like kiss the ring business. And he tried to bring that into D.C. with the
You mean
FBI
like a
director and everything.
politician?
DeSantis knows, and I get his Twitter space might have not been all the fun and excitement and one-liners everybody was hoping for, but he knows how to work the levers of government in order to protect people's rights and create the
Yeah,
environment that
I disagree. He knows how
he's
to do that. He knows how to do that in a state where his party controls both houses of the government. That is not necessarily the same situation in Washington,
Trump controls
D.C.
both
watch what he's
Florida,
gonna do.
Florida,
Just
to
In
paraphrase Don
2017, Trump
Lemon,
had control of both
to
the
why
Senate
do we
paraphrase
and the
have
Don
House to
Lemon,
keep it in
Florida is
control of
not
the
Washington.
Republicans.
Florida is not Washington. Washington is not Florida.
well,
Brick,
look what he
Brick, I just
did
gotta
with
say that Trump had.
Guys, just let Ian speak. It's going to be very hard for Ian and Chris to back up DeSantis. Now it's going to be a competition who can speak. But go ahead, Ian. I'll stop Chris.
Yeah, I just want to push back on Rick, pointing out that, DeSantis correctly, I'm going to be fair to both DeSantis and Trump. I think that there's a lot of partisanship going on, and I don't think it's fair to either candidate. And I mean, a lot of it is Trump just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks, right? But
putting fingers.
I'm not Trump, and so, I don't have to play that game, right? But I want to point out that when Trump took office in 2017, he had control of both the House and the Senate, and he had no idea how to rein them in. He had no idea how to manage the levers of power. DeSantis has the knowledge. He's got the experience to do it. He was part of, along with Thomas Massey, he led a lot of the crusades in the House back then, right, on pushing conservative agendas. There's a lot of attacks being flung at DeSantis for not voting for certain things, when he was there. But if you actually look at his record, it will show that, the reason he didn't vote for some weak bill was because he voted for a stronger bill, right? This is something that the Trump camp doesn't want you to know about, and if you look at DeSantis' track record, when he says he's going to do something, he does it. He doesn't just tweet out law and order. For instance, in Florida, when Trump was busy tweeting out law and order, which is nonsense, and he wasn't doing anything. Now, part of it is obviously he had hurdles, right? But it's all due to his own appointees. The people he put in charge of the FBI weren't exactly in line with what he wanted. DeSantis, on the other hand, if someone doesn't fall in line, he fires them. He gets rid of them, puts his own people there, gets stuff done. That's why when Trump was tweeting out law and order, DeSantis actually in his state, he made it legal for homeowners and for the police to actually deal with these Antifa protesters on their own. The police had full ability to take them down, arrest people, charge them, prosecute them. This is not something that Trump was even worried about. He just tweeted out law and order and hoped that the states do whatever. But that's, that doesn't show leadership to me, right? That shows a bit of weakness, that he's just delegating. And he takes
and Ian, to your point, to your point, the polls in battleground states, are showing exactly what you're saying. They don't care about COVID. Yeah. They care about what's been done for education. They're worried about their kids in school, and are they going to get caught with the woke want? And DeSantis has fought hard against this. And if you look at the polls in battleground states, DeSantis is beating in some polls.
That is correct.
Trump
and I want to point out,
and here's the thing, that I think, because the CBDCs also, because Trump says, now he says he doesn't want it, but Brian Callahan, that was the not the Secretary of the Treasury, the Secretary of Domestic Finance, put the groundwork in for CBDCs under Trump, right, which he approved. And now he says he doesn't want it. It's absolutely insane. Where DeSantis outlawed it.
I just want to go back to one point that Ian made about 2017, and that is like, Ian, would you admit that the fake Russian collusion hysteria investigation hampered President Trump's ability to get things
100%.
done?
100%. He was a victim in all of that, right? I will defend Trump on that point. A lot of things. In fact, Trump did a lot of good, like when he banned transgender people from serving in the military. That just makes sense. They're mentally ill. You don't want them, weakening the cohesion of the military. Biden undid all of that, lets them in, and look at where the military is now. It's a mess, right? So Trump, he was on the ball.
It's important to note that even though that in 2017, when he entered, that the Republicans controlled both houses, that circumstances were kind of against him, and it wasn't really like, it wasn't smooth sailing.
Absolutely.
That's all I want
to point out. But one thing I want to point out that I don't think anyone on the stage has done so yet, is like people like to point to certain polls, and polls come from a variety of sources, right? You've got Pew, you've got Harvard, you've got, some right-wing ones as well. And they like to point out that, Trump is leading, compared to DeSantis in certain areas, when it comes to a national stage, right? Like countrywide. But those polls are not really good. Whether it favors DeSantis or it favors Trump or it favors Biden doesn't really matter, because what people, and this is the point I'm trying to make, what people don't seem to understand is that, elections in America, it's not a popular vote, right? Because if it was a popular vote, California would win by a long mile. They got a lot of people there. Elections in America are based on, it's a state by state thing. It's because of the Electoral College, and it's there for good reason. So the problem I'm having now, and I have no problem with Trump being president again. I'm look, I think everybody has a dog in this race, no matter where you live, right? Because American policies affect everybody. But the point I'm trying to make is that Trump doesn't really have a clear shot at 270, right? He can't win all 270 electoral college votes. Like, whereas DeSantis has a much better chance at doing that, especially in battleground states, in places where Trump simply doesn't poll very well. Like in New Hampshire.
Ian, what is the
Okay, but
basis
Ian,
for saying that? Why would any Republican do better than Trump in these so-called battleground states, given given the numbers that Trump polled in 2020? My view is whoever is the nominee, it's a jump ball, and to say that someone is more likely to win or lose because of whatever debate we're having about their personal qualities or policies within the Republican Party, I think the election's going to go Democrat or Republican, in my view, largely irrespective of the candidate. And the idea that DeSantis has some extra juice he can bring into these battleground states, especially given his stances on these cutting edge cultural issues, ones which I agree with. I don't buy it. I mean, he's going to do as well as Trump did in 2020, and Trump, I'd say he won, using quotes, but in the end, it was a 75. Was it? I think from 40 to 70,000 votes among 5 or 6 states. I think given the candidates have run since then, and I just don't see any Republican necessarily, especially given the desperation of Democrats to retain power, which is fair, given that they're going to be fighting for their political values, that there's going to be much difference in the outcome in the election.
Okay, so
in favor of DeSantis that otherwise wouldn't have happened for Trump.
The reason I think that Trump has a worse chance at winning 2024 compared to, even with his numbers in 2020 when he was extremely popular, right? And the reason I think he can't get to 270 is because I think the mood has changed on Trump. All of Trump's nominees, except for one, I guess, lost in 2022, right? That's just a fact, right? The relegation of the 2022 election is about as popular as defunding the police. And, when you look at polls now, he's down 8 points compared to DeSantis when it comes to independents. So I think that's a big thing. I mean, these guys are like the key vote, right? Regardless of whether you're Trump or DeSantis, you're going to get those Republican votes. But can you get the independent vote? And DeSantis wins on independents.
I want to ask you this, because Trump won in 2016 because he captured Rust Belt states such as Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania.
And he's lost those, unfortunately.
He captured the blue dog Democrat vote. But, does Ron DeSantis have the
I think he has a better chance.
Ability to...
Yeah. And the reason I think that...
Because the entire thing was, the reason they voted for him was because they, he reached out,
but unfortunately he didn't deliver on his promises, right? Pennsylvania in particular, and this is one I'm familiar with, was that he did a pretty bad job at not preventing the closure of a lot of the coal mines. So they felt betrayed. I mean, I've talked to a bunch of them.
More closed under him than
exactly.
open.
They closed under him. There was they felt like it was a betrayal. And by the way, you should get Ryan James Gerdusky on here. He knows a lot more of these statistics. Like, I'm in messaging with him, and he's good. Like, you should get him up here.
There is one other thing to consider.
Well, the biggest thing is the systems are in place in the key battleground states to virtually guarantee a favorable outcome to the Democratic Party. And until the system is cleaned up, no matter who is there, it's going to be a challenge.
Tom, the polls are showing something. And when I say polls, look, I did $1 million worth of surveys for 3 years every single month. Like, I understand surveys, and right now a lot of surveys are top of mind surveys, like who comes top of mind, and that's who you put in the poll. But when you get like Morning Consult working on the case, and they look at battleground states, they show that the people believe DeSantis can beat Biden, but they don't believe Trump can beat Biden. So there is polls that are showing more favorable to DeSantis. But if you ask them the same question, Trump or DeSantis,
that's a
right now they're voting Trump.
I mean, I can add to this.
That's a prognostication you're asking folks to make.
Right, shows that among voters who hate Trump and Biden, so they hate both people, they favor Biden by 3-1. So it's 3-1. They favor Biden over Trump. So if it comes down between who they hate more, they hate Trump more.
Can we all accept that almost virtually every poll of note shows substantial or seemingly surprising support for Trump versus Biden, slightly better than DeSantis. I mean, that's the reality of it. I think it's a surprising outcome. I'm not saying, oh, well, this shows that Trump's the winner. It's just that that's the reality of it. And, DeSantis, people thinking DeSantis is going to beat Biden versus Trump being Biden, I don't know. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. You're asking someone to guess. I don't know what that means. The question is, who's more likely to become the nominee for the Republican Party? And I go back to what I said in the beginning. The overwhelming majority of Republicans, based on my experience and my understanding of where things are politically, believe that Trump was wrong in 2020 and deserves another shot. And I don't see any argument his opponents can make in the primaries currently that would overcome
I
that.
just like to mention
And
that
that's the
the
challenge
Washington
for
Post
all of
poll
them.
was taken by Trump's own pollster, right? Tony Fabrizio. He's the guy who called 2020. So just putting it out there.
And
Can I
the
just
polls are
interject
showing
for a
that they
second,
care more
Roman,
about
please?
education than about the COVID issue. And I don't
Yeah, they care
know
more about
Trump's
education.
record on education,
COVID, let's
but
put
I
it
do
as
know
a bygone,
DeSantis's.
like education, there's not a single person out there who has been stronger on education than Ron DeSantis. I mean, that's quite clear in his, banning of, the so-called "don't say gay" thing. It's more like a parental rights in education bill, and as well as his, his pushing of, like, American
You mean
education in
Trump's
colleges in
parental
Florida.
bill of rights? That was Trump's policy. Don't be passing it on to
What are you
What
DeSantis.
talking
did
about?
Trump actually
Trump didn't do
implement?
anything with
The
it.
the parental bill of rights was one of the policies that Trump put
Trump
out.
never did anything with it.
Like
What do you
most of
mean?
the stuff he
Let me
talks
just
about.
Oh my God. The digital bill of rights and the parental bill of rights were two policies that Trump campaign has been pushing that DeSantis is trying to grift off of
How
because
is he
that's what
grifting off
DeSantis
of it when
does.
it's
There's a
benefiting
difference between pushing
Floridians?
something and doing something
Yeah, like,
about it.
you
Heather,
say
he
you're going to
actually
build a
got the
wall and you
laws
don't build
passed.
it.
Trump didn't get it done. Trump put out a one sheeter. Oh, yippity doo dah. What did he do actually when he had
Yep.
power as
Actually,
president?
no. I mean, part of the powers of the presidency is if Congress doesn't pass laws, the president can use executive powers. So he was the first to ban DEI, federally. He was the first to ban CRT. No one had even tweeted
But it
about
wasn't enforced.
CRT
None of it was
prior.
enforced because there
Okay,
was, he passed
I'm
an
almost
executive
finished.
order,
No,
but
things
it
were
didn't actually
enforced.
do anything because
May I
he
just
didn't
finish my
put in
sentence?
the
Ian, can I
That's
logistics in
not
finish?
place
true,
to
Ian.
actually
That's not
carry that
Yeah,
fair.
out.
yeah,
And that's
Ian.
not true.
Yeah,
Could,
Ian. Can you jump in, Phenom?
okay,
Go ahead.
thanks. So he banned DEI and CRT in all federally funded agencies and the contractors that did business with them. He also banned trans from the military, from women's prisons, from women's shelters, and he reversed the Obama rule on schools using using the bathrooms in schools. He also did the 1776 Commission, which I think DeSantis implemented some of it in Florida, but Trump was very much the pioneer with regard to all of these social issues.
Yeah.
Good
If
for
I were
him.
DeSantis, I would be saying, look, Trump did a great job as president. I followed up on a lot of his policies and implemented them in new ways in Florida, and I think quite successfully. And I plan to do that when I go to Washington.
If I was Trump,
But
I would endorse DeSantis.
to pretend Trump was Woodrow Wilson, in a coma for 4 years, I don't think it's going to get DeSantis anywhere. I think there's got to be an acknowledgement because there are many, Republicans like Trump. They supported and voted for him. And to tell them that they made a mistake and that 4 years was wasted and no good came out of it,
Well, Tom,
I think it belies most people's
Here's what I would
experiences.
do if I was Trump. I would endorse DeSantis, drop out of the race, and then beg for a pardon.
Oh my
well,
God. Oh my God. Ian.
Well,
Come
Ian, I
on.
mean, that's not
Okay.
a that's not, I mean, that's a funny response, but that's not a serious response. If I
It's
were Trump,
realistic
I
though.
would say the same. I would say DeSantis took my lead in Florida, he did some good things, but I've been in the big chair before, and I can do it again. And by the way, I did it under circumstances that no president has ever faced before, and I still came out strong and did policy X, Y, and Z. So I'm just trying to run the
Well,
arguments one
I
way or
mean,
the
well,
other.
Tom,
I
why?
like
in
DeSantis, I
seriousness,
like Trump,
in ser-
but the idea that DeSantis thinking that having communicated with thousands and thousands of conservatives, personally, DeSantis taking this position or his supporters taking this position that Trump is a loser, boy, well, I don't think that's going to end up with the results they
Well,
hope.
Tom, why
I
doesn't
don't
he
think the
talk
people
Trump
about
is
these
a
things,
loser.
Gabe,
Tom?
Gabe,
Can I say something
Gabe, go
really
ahead.
quick? Why
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
Trump
yeah.
talk about these things, Tom? Instead of talking about the things, and I said this to Roger Stone. I said, look, why doesn't he talk about his victories? Why doesn't he talk about these
He
things he's done?
does. He does
Instead,
talk about
no,
them.
all he does is talk about the
Yeah.
sanctimonious and
I
some
don't think
weird
any of
tweet
us are deaf.
about
We
some
can
weird
hear
tweet
a lot of
about Kim Jong Un last night. The stuff coming from Truth Social is just getting weirder and weirder. And instead
Or
of talking
his
about the
numbers are
great things
certainly
he's
rising.
done,
His poll numbers
he
are
has this
rising.
obsession with Ron DeSantis, where he has just been attacking him and attacking him and attacking him, that it's made him. He has nobody to blame, like with most things, but himself, Donald Trump. He's doing is attacking Ron DeSantis, who is somebody
Well, and
that
if
a
you're Trump,
huge
you're going to
amount of
say,
the things.
boy, it's working out well. His poll numbers have dropped 10 points to 15 points in approval within Republican electorate.
Well,
So
I don't
Trump is seeing
believe
a
these
political benefit
polls.
to these attacks on DeSantis.
Let me
It's
tell you,
Yeah,
seeing
let's
he's
not.
seeing it
I
in the
don't
polls.
believe these polls. I just don't believe them because a lot of people
Yeah.
do not like him going after DeSantis. I know
Why don't you believe the polls? Do you
at
think that
that
people
Trump
are
rally in
expressed to?
Ohio,
I mean, do you come
should
on?
have
Wait,
had
hold on a
thousands
second.
of
Do you
views.
think that people are afraid to express their support for DeSantis and are lying to the
I don't
pollsters?
know who they're
I mean, the
polling.
polls are
Are they doing
indication.
a poll
I mean,
in
they may not be exact, but they're an indication of increased support for
Well, I
Trump,
don't know
don't you
anything
think?
about these polls. Are they
So
polling the pool at Mar-a-Lago? I mean, who
Wait.
are
Let me make
they?
up
Who are they
one
polling
point,
here?
Chris.
Well,
You
I
I'd
know,
mean,
love to get your reaction to this,
that's
Chris.
whistling past the
they're
graveyard.
polling
Yeah.
Trump supporters. Is who they're polling. You're
Yeah.
not talking.
That's because there's so
The
many of them, and
independent.
there's not many DeSantis
Look,
supporters to poll, Chris.
we're all. This is going to play out, and we're all going to see how this goes down. But all I see is Trump shrieking like a lunatic on Truth Social, saying something weird about Kim Jong Un and the button. Like, what the hell is he talking about? Is this a side effect of
Hey,
the
Chris.
vaccine?
Hey, Chris. Hey, Chris, if DeSantis is so wildly popular and there's all of these people that love him, why, when he ran for governor, right? If he's so personable that people are just going to flock to his leadership and his personality, why did he make a campaign ad, right? Basically, like saying how much like Trump he is, putting his kid in a MAGA onesie. And guess what? Now that he doesn't have Trump's popularity to grift off of, guess who he put in his campaign ad that he released a day ago? Oh, that's right, Elon
He should have
Musk.
put. He
Because
should have put me in it.
he needs some man bigger and more popular than him
Well,
to be
Elon
his
Musk is
campaign
cool now.
ad
Trump was
for the
I
cool
don't
back
support
then.
understand this.
of their
Okay, I want to know
popularity.
who do you think whose hands are bigger, Trump's or DeSantis's?
I mean, I don't understand this attack on DeSantis's personality. He's a
No, it is
politician.
because he's grifting off of men more
Hold
popular
on a
than him,
second.
whether it's Trump or Elon. And now he doesn't
Hold
have
on a
Trump, so
second.
he's
I mean,
using
the thing
Elon.
is that he's sometimes a little bit stilted on his speeches, and he's all business, but he's a politician like any other politician I've met. He's personable enough. He's a nice guy. He's not incapable of socializing and talking to people. And again, to me, there's a straightforward argument here, and frankly, I think that's how voters in the Republican side of things are going to finally evaluate it. Is that Trump did some good things as president? He was unfairly maligned and abused, and he deserves another shot. And so I would caution both sides not to
I
get too
completely agree
aggressive
with what Tom
on going after people saying that the worst person in the world and can never hold the keys to the
Hey,
kingdom.
honestly, I agree with Tom. I think the
Let me
petty
just
attacks weaken both sides, right? I mean, this is like going after DeSantis's personality. It's a weak argument. It doesn't say anything about his policies, and same thing goes for Trump. I mean, yeah, he says some crazy shit, but it's mostly him shooting himself in the foot, which I wish he didn't do. I mean, it seems
But
like
if he shot himself in the
I like
foot, he
Trump.
wouldn't be rising in the
No, hold on,
polls. And
hold
let's
on. I
remember,
like listen. Let me speak first, and then I'll let you speak. I like Trump, right? But I feel like he weakens his own arguments when he goes to the petty attacks. He should just speak on the issues, speak about his victories. He's done a lot of good, not just in America, but in the whole world, right? I mean, people respect the guy. So when he goes on the petty attacks,
what?
it insults me. It insults everyone. Like, we like Trump because of what he does, not what he says, right? And so, it's funny when Nikki Haley says that DeSantis is basically Trump without the drama. I'm inclined to agree. If it comes down to that, it's like for a lot of people, it's true.
I don't really
DeSantis
think they're
is
alike in any way. And let's not forget when Trump went on that debate stage, we don't want him to be different. He was a regular, a wealthy guy, but he was just a guy, not in politics. He has a New York attitude, and he went on stage and he told everybody that they lied. He told Jeb that his family lied about weapons of mass destruction. He mentioned Epstein and the Clintons, and he said that the news was fake before any politician, any public figure would dare to say that. It was so refreshing that, let's be real. The people that are voting for Trump, that voted for Trump, aren't just Republicans. People crossed over. They were tired of the Bush dynasty that gave us the Clintons, that gave us Obama. Everyone had big hopes for Obama. He let everybody down. It was a big disaster. And so there are so many people who vote for Trump because they hate Democrats, they hate Republicans, and Trump offers something different. He has world experience. He did not spend time going up the ladder from being, like a mayor to a congressman to a governor and then end up in the White House. He was a magnet. He took what his father did, which is the American dream. He built on it bigger, and he obtained everything he wanted. And then he said he wanted to make the country better. He was always critical of how the government ran the economy, about the wars. And there are people, like if you look at Rich Barris's numbers, there are 8 to 13 million people who won't vote unless it's Trump. And it's not a cult. It's because they hate the Democrats, they hate the Republicans, and Donald Trump offered something different and new. And he ran the country like you run a business where you sign the checks, you keep the lights on, and you have pride for it at the end of the day.
And let's not forget, Trump doesn't just attack people for no reason. He's attacking DeSantis because loyalty is something that's important to Trump, right? If you go to any of Trump's rallies, one thing he always does is he gives credit where it's due. There's always this VIP section where there's people that he knows, congressmen, people, judges, whatever, sitting in the row, and he'll literally give credit where it's due and be like, wow, Michael Gableman, you did amazing work. He's well respected. Even when, what was the Supreme Court justice that died, even though she was more to the left, he said kind words about her. So he's not just this savage person that's just attacking people for no reason. He's attacking DeSantis because DeSantis showed his true colors and went on a national stage publicly saying, look at me, I'm a pitbull Trump defender, and then turned around and stabbed him in the back.
Hey, Heather,
That's
did he
why
ever
he's
have Dr.
attacking
Fauci?
DeSantis.
Let me just go
And
to.
I want
Sorry, guys, there's too many people speaking over. Gabe, I want to bring you in. By the way, I think Trump's posts are funny. The trolling is hilarious, and I thought people like trolling, but the top banter in my view. Gabe, what's your thoughts? Because I know you're a liberal, and you've had your hand up for a while. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I think it's great, man. I said an hour and 45 minutes ago. I said, keep talking about COVID, keep arguing, keep bitching and moaning, and you guys have consistently done it for the last hour and 45 minutes that I've been listening, and you've done an amazing job. I got to tell you, hands down, you guys don't do, you do it better than the best, obviously. But when it comes to the comparisons that are made, you guys fight over the pettiest stuff, and it's hilarious to watch about who's loyal and who's backstabbing, who
it
did
doesn't
this and
matter.
who did
It
that.
doesn't matter to the common voter, right? A common voter only cares about what's going on in education. They care about the economy.
It does.
They care
I'll
about
agree.
immigration.
I'll agree with.
This is why DeSantis
despite
is
the fact
stronger on
that,
these issues. That's what he talks about. That's what his whole legislative policy is
well,
about.
I don't know if I would say one is stronger than the other. I will agree with
Trump
Ian.
doesn't talk
Despite the
about it
fact that
enough,
he
right? That's
can't
the
vote
issue,
in this
right? Trump
election,
just goes
but
in
I
with
will
the
say
drama and the loyalty and all that nonsense. That doesn't matter. And if he talk
they're gonna
about
keep
loyalty,
they're gonna keep
and
fighting.
he
They're gonna
fires
keep
half his.
fighting. They're gonna keep fighting. They're gonna keep fighting. They're gonna talk. They're gonna keep fighting about the pettiest, littlest things. They're gonna say, oh well, this person was loyal here, and he said this, and he agreed to that, and blah blah. All of this bullshit. Everyone in this space that's arguing, DeSantis versus Trump. It's great to watch because it's exactly how much of the narrative you guys have lost completely, and this is the exact reason why the party will be split between DeSantis and Trump. And when it comes down to election day, I'll say it right now. Trump will be the candidate of the Republican Party, despite the fact that I don't like Trump. He's going to be the candidate, and at the end of the day, The arguing and the bitching and moaning that's happening in this space right now over the littlest shit. And again, for the last hour and 45 minutes, right after I spoke last time, I said, you guys will continue to argue about COVID, and please keep doing it. Because as you're focused on these little things that don't matter, what's going to happen is that on election day, you guys will be split, and you will make it incredibly easy for Joe Biden to be reelected.
You sound
And
like
at
a
the end of
Trump
the day, it's
supporter.
going to be Trump. He's going to be the candidate.
You sound like a Trump
He will
supporter
be the
talking
candidate.
like
Ron
that.
DeSantis doesn't have a fucking chance. And here's an example. Somebody asked earlier what his opinion was versus Ukraine versus Russia. Last night, he was given a meatball question, which was what was his position on what he would do when he was the first day in office on how to resolve this issue. And what did he do? He dodged the question and talked about gender ideologies and how the military was woke and this and that. That tells you right there the guy has no idea what he's doing. He's not prepared. And also show you as a candidate, he's a complete joke.
Well, we'll see about
He
that.
has no chance. And I don't even like any of them.
The question.
Gabe, I think that's a little premature to say at this point. He announced his candidacy yesterday. To write him off today, I think is a little premature.
And also, he didn't dodge the question, right? He talked about gender ideology in the first 10 questions. I mean, the first 10 seconds. But he didn't respond.
And I'll tell you
what he would do.
I'll tell you why.
Ian, let Sarah go. We're seeing a liberal civil war right now, and we've seen a Republican one for a while. Go ahead, Sarah. Refute him.
Thank you. I don't interrupt anybody, so thank you. And talking about polling today, they are going to change. They're going to flip. We can't really trust any of the polling today. We don't know what's going to happen in the upcoming weeks and months. I think that it'll be very close, but in my opinion, I think it will be Donald Trump. And I know that that's a big debate between everybody, but what I'm hearing is that everybody is so split that I don't know if Team DeSantis could get behind Team Trump. And I don't know if Team Trump people could get behind Team DeSantis, and that's where it's hurting the Republican Party.
Well, the difference between 2016 and this year is, in my view, that you don't have at least from the candidates, too much of an anti-Trump factor. They're all trying to appeal to Trump supporters, so they're a little bit more nervous about going after him directly.
Tom,
and I think as a result, I think that will benefit Trump in the primary. And and frankly, the 2016 primary was really a Donnybrook, and it turned out pretty well for the Republicans in the end because of the weak candidate. And and as I said in the beginning, I think the reason someone like DeSantis is running, because he didn't really have to run this time, could have run in 2028, is because he sees that Biden is historically weak. And so, if I were Democrats, I'd be concerned about doing whatever I could to ensure that the right candidate is there. And one, if I were an honest Democrat, I'd want a candidate who isn't on the take, and his family isn't on the take, quite obviously corruptly, from the country we're most likely to go to war in the next 3 years, China. And to me, there's a national security crisis that both parties have to confront because of Biden's corruption. And that, to me, is going to be the issue of the election. And the coming war with China, Biden's ineptness and corruption related to it. And, that's going to go a different way if that turns out to be the case.
Do you think Trump could outraise DeSantis fundraise?
Oh yeah, I mean, DeSantis is going to have a lot of anti-Trump support within the corporate world, I think. So, I mean, I think Trump, DeSantis will raise enough to be competitive. But in the Republican primary system, it's still
historically
Democratic
Trump
with a
hasn't
small
been great
d,
at
and
raising
so
money.
unless he's able to get, his question is, will he be able to win in the contest he needs to win in?
But
And
money,
remember,
money
I think
historically has made a big
Pence is likely
difference.
to. One more time.
Money has made, if you look historically, past 50 years, person who outraises typically wins.
That didn't happen
And,
in 2016.
But there are,
right, and I
you know,
predicted in 2016 he would win because of the way his marketing was working. But I
And
also
Pence,
predicted in
Pence,
2020 he
the
would
other
lose.
X factor is Pence coming in June, and that's going to further.
Tom, you got to stop it there. Pence is a total joke. He's
Well, the
not
point is,
making it.
I mean, you say things like that, but the point is,
It's
there's a
going to make a difference
primary,
on fundraising.
I
and
would rather vote
they're
for the
going to be
fly on
different
Pence's head
voters
than Pence
who
himself.
otherwise might vote for DeSantis or some of these other candidates who will go to Pence, and it further splits the anti-Trump vote in the primary. I mean, to me, this is I think we should be debating: is Trump going to be campaigning from jail because of the seditious coup process that's underway through the Justice Department and the FBI to blow up our democracy? And that's
So
the
Tom,
debate. There's no
let me
doubt, in
ask
my
you
view,
about
he's going to
that.
be the primary candidate. I guess I can guess wrong on the politics there, but I'm guessing he's going to be indicted in 3 jurisdictions, and at least one of those jurisdictions are going to put him in jail during the campaign, and that's going to be undiscovered country for our democracy and republic. God help us.
Can I
Yeah,
ask
actually, so
something
I'll
really
bring in.
quickly, please?
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, so you know what? I'm sorry, Nick. You go ahead. You're the co-host. I'll go after you if that's all right. Go ahead.
Sure. I wanted to ask a question, and maybe I'll bring in Justin on this one. Welcome back to the panel, Justin. I want to ask you, do you think that these charges hurt Trump, or do they help him in the long run? Does it really energize the base? Does it bring in more independent voters that think that he's, being improperly prosecuted, unfairly prosecuted, and they see him as a victim? What are your thoughts on that?
I don't know about independent voters, but I think it makes DeSantis's it's bad for DeSantis because Republicans certainly believe that this is an attempt to stop Trump from becoming president again. It basically fits his entire narrative about I'm a victim, everyone's coming for me, they're trying to stop me from being president. So I think it helps Trump in the
Well, that's
primary.
true, though. That is true. That is happening.
Uh,
That is
there's
true.
my point. But what Tom and what someone else was just saying about fundraising, I actually think DeSantis will raise more money than Trump, and that will be used against DeSantis effectively. And Trump will, like he did in 2016, point to people like Ron DeSantis and say, "You are bought and paid for by special interests. It will stick." And yeah, I don't think money buys presidential elections quite like it used to. If you can get the coverage like Trump can, yeah.
And what's surprising about Trump is that the campaign, he seems to be doing, running a good campaign. He's got, he was getting all the endorsements lined up the way traditional candidates do. It seems like they have their act together in the process side of it. So, my thinking is he's going to do much better against the Democratic candidate, and I don't believe it's necessarily going to be Biden, than he did in 2020. I think the Trump campaign is much more professionally set up, and given the success they had in 2020, and I do think it was a successful campaign by any measure, despite the loss, and certainly compared to 2006, certainly compared to 2016. I think it's going to be quite the race, and it's Democrats are reacting by trying to jail him, which tells you how politically potent they consider him.
Yeah. So Sarah,
Tom,
I'm going to
can I just say
sorry to
I'm glad
interrupt.
you're back, even though we don't agree. I'm glad you're back on the panel.
Oh,
Sarah,
thank you.
jump in.
Thank you, Nick. In listening to DeSantis's speech last night, he seems to be very reluctant to even challenge Trump on his issues. At some point, he's going to have to. And I'm wondering, people that are supporting DeSantis, why is he not attacking Trump on the issues at hand? Why does he seem to be handling it with kid gloves? Is it because he doesn't really believe he can win and that Trump will eventually be the nominee? Or is it because he's just holding his cards close to his chest and waiting for the debates?
Well, it suggests to me that they're all running for vice president. That's what it suggests to me.
Not a chance. No, no. Look. You saw it in the video. Really look at how savage Trump's base becomes when you dare to question anything their leader has done. I mean, they become like very nasty towards you and everything. And I can handle a criticism against DeSantis, but the Trump people they just go nuts. So he's really threading the needle in a careful way and kind of letting other people take the arrows for going after Trump. But in the end, DeSantis is a respectful man, and he doesn't play games. He doesn't tweet. It's actually his team that does the tweeting and stuff like that. He's very measured in what he says, and he's very respectful. And by the way, he does have
Do you think he
respect.
should he start doing more of that though?
You know what? I've encouraged it. I encourage it on Twitter. You see my
Does he
posts
know
on
how
Twitter,
to,
but
Chris?
DeSantis will do what he's going to do. And he's a
Yeah,
godly
you're going to
man,
do it or not.
and
Yeah.
and he's shown a lot of respect for Trump. And if you didn't know this, it was Ron DeSantis who was one of the few GOP congressmen, while all these other GOP congressmen were too scared to say anything. DeSantis and the Freedom Caucus, when he was in Congress, were the ones that spoke up for Trump against the Russia collusion stuff. And he was a great defender of Donald Trump. And I don't think that ad of him with his kids saying build the wall, I think that's a really cute ad. We really like Trump. And, I was at a Trump party actually not that long ago, not with actually Trump, but Trump people. And kind of that nostalgia came back a little bit. And a lot of the Trump base are very, very good people, and I get it. It sucks. I still have my "Make America Great Again" hats. He'll always
But
hold
you've been attacking the panelists that are Trump supporters all night.
Well,
Sir,
I don't know if I'm attacking, and I don't mean to talk over people, and I hope nobody feels like I've attacked them or anything, because I know I've got a loud voice. That's not my goal, but I think that
And Chris,
people
just to back you up,
Like
bro.
no
Chris,
disrespect,
just to back you up,
people
I
want
think
to
you should.
hear
I think
Trump
you should.
say
DeSantis,
people don't like
Trump,
Trump attacking
Chris.
DeSantis.
Chris, just to back you up, I think I think you've shown a lot of passion, and you should probably give DeSantis a bit of coaching lessons on that, and maybe he'll get more votes.
Give
Yeah,
him a
I
little.
was thinking back.
Give him a little
The
bit. Get
reason
him a
that
little bit of
Trump,
what? Hey, Ron
the
DeSantis.
reason Trump is
Give him a bit
upset
of
with
your
this.
passion, bro, because you got so much passion, and I just felt like he was a robot that day. Didn't give any kind of passion. He didn't engage very well with the public. It seemed scripted. Like when you're speaking, it doesn't seem scripted. You're ready. You're still ready to smash
Thank
anyone who
you.
disagrees, anyone who attacks DeSantis. The problem with DeSantis is he just and you mentioned about the text and on tweeting, and I was like, I'm not surprised because the guy seems like he's not able to do anything unless he's got a script in front of him.
Well, I've watched Ron DeSantis, and me and my wife, I get a lot of my jokes from my wife, and if you see anything funny I ever post, it's not me, it's from my wife. And if I ever ask DeSantis a good question,
oh, so you are similar to
but
DeSantis,
we've
DeSantis
watched
there, then.
DeSantis, and he's a more introverted guy. He's exactly the opposite personality type as me, and I used to go to his events and now I'm in the press corps, but I used to yell to him, and he used to be kind of like uncomfortable with it and stuff. But I've watched him grow, and I've watched him get more sociable with people. But he's not the kind of guy that likes flattery. If you went up to DeSantis and started fawning all over him and telling him how great he was,
Okay.
he's not.
There
He's
was
not that kind
one
of guy, but
woman.
I think he's doing a lot better.
Yeah,
The
and
biggest
just so
thing.
you know,
Thank you.
my understanding of the reason that Trump really doesn't like DeSantis is that back when DeSantis was running, he had said something, and I don't remember, maybe one of you do, that where he was basically dissing Trump. Well, I don't agree with Trump, and really kind of made it clear that he was putting distance between him and Trump. And Trump was furious and cut him off politically in the middle of the campaign. And and I know they were desperate to get him back in, and he eventually did come back in and help DeSantis out. So Trump sees that DeSantis, benefited from his political support to put himself, get himself elected governor, and he sees the fact that he's running against him as just terrible. And that's why you see this more direct animus with DeSantis than you do against the other candidates. And that's the background. And that I think is the story. And whether it it makes people feel better one way or another about certain things and what Trump says or not. I'll defer to them. But the reality is, Trump feels that he went out on a limb to support DeSantis, and what DeSantis has done in response by trying to take the nomination away from him is unforgivable.
Well, could
So Tom, I
anybody
think you've got a
really
bit of
predict
Tom, I think you've got a bit of background noise there. Guys, sorry, Chris, before I go to Gabe and then you, guys, bottom right hand side, put your comments in. We are reading them and we will get through the comments. There's been some really good comments. And same point again, a lot of people are saying that DeSantis has no personality. He reads from a script. He's not his own man. That's what a few people are saying.
Well, okay.
In addition, in addition to that, sorry, do you want to? So the last point I was going to make was, sorry, Nick. Last point I was going to make, guys, is please subscribe to Mario. It's only $1, and essentially we are going to have subscriber-only spaces. They're going to be exclusive spaces with the large guests, so that's going to be fun. So make sure you subscribe. It's the subscribe button on the page. Nick, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Gabe real quick as we were talking about audience questions, so I thought I'd hit one real quick. This is a question that a lot of people have on their mind. Do you really believe that Joe Biden is in the proper mental state to be up against either of these candidates, either Trump or DeSantis? I mean, it seems like he's going really downhill, especially since, the videos even from 2016, 2020. I mean, is that a serious, is he a serious contender with that sort of mental capacity?
I think in terms of comparing we'll take those three candidates, but yeah, I think that where he is right now in terms of leading is fine. I think that obviously naturally over age, you could say the same thing about Trump, right? Like you could talk about how Trump says nothing but visceral things online, and when he's giving a speech, he goes off on crazy random tangents and attacks people. To Chris's point, I would agree, right?
But wait, even? Can you compare the two that way though? Because it seems like Biden is more and more unintelligible as time goes on. The White House doesn't like to allow Joe Biden to answer questions that aren't pre-staged, if they even allow him to answer questions at all. So, but Trump will stand there and answer questions all day long. It seems like they are hiding this mental degradation. No,
I don't think that they're hiding it. I mean, keep in mind that even when we went into the 2020 election, everyone was like, "Oh, Sleepy Joe, he's running from the basement," blah blah blah, all this stuff. And then at the same time, people are like, "Oh my God, Joe Biden is this evil puppeteer who's controlling, all of these things from the background." So it comes to a point where it's like, which is it, right? Is it a mental degradation, and you're saying that he's
honestly,
not someone who's taken seriously, it's
around.
literally
it seems
look
like
throughout
people
Twitter.
are
People
arguing
are,
the fact
it's anyone who's like
Joe Biden is being controlled by other people, that he is a puppet. That seems to be the argument I've heard.
No, the argument goes two ways. One is either he's not competent and he's slow and he's being hidden away, and the other one is that everything is controlled. It's Joe Biden's FBI and Joe Biden's DOJ, and he's the one who's intentionally doing this against Trump and blah, blah, all these things. So it really comes to this point of like, which is it, right? Is he not sane, incompetent, and actually having, the mental capacity to do this? Or is he this evil mastermind that's pulling the strings behind the curtain in terms of
it can be both. It can be both.
Oh my
you can have
God!
someone.
This is why.
You can
This is
have
why the
someone who
Republican
has
Party is a
significant.
joke.
You can have someone who has
Tom,
significant
hold on,
cognitive challenges.
Tom, no. You're the same person who emailed Dan Scavino on October 31st saying, "We had an election today and I won." In terms of how, in terms of how to tell the White House how they should approach the outcome of the election before the election even happened. So whenever no offense to Tom, but all the
what does that
offense
have to do with it? What is it? What did the email
because
say?
when
Why
I
don't you
hear
read it
you
out
talk,
loud?
because when I hear you talk,
why don't you read the email out loud? Why don't you read the email out loud?
The ballots counted by the election day deadline show the American people have bestowed on
Okay,
me the great honor.
read the entire email. Read the entire email.
Let me get the whole email. But also,
okay, all right. So I appreciate the Democratic talking point. I made the point that Joe Biden may have cognitive challenges that makes him potentially unqualified to remain in office or to continue a second term, and may also the cognitive challenges don't necessitate that he's still not making decisions and still isn't personally corrupt. I don't do this either or paper tiger argument. The people see what's going on with Joe Biden. His own people see what's going on with Joe Biden. They manage his public appearances to mitigate for his cognitive challenges.
And I guarantee the same thing is
his
happening with Donald
policies,
Trump. If we really
I
want to
still
play,
hold him
Gabe, no,
accountable
they don't
for.
have to
this
put
game
blue
of
tape on the ground for Donald Trump to stand on. I mean, he plays a round of golf and then he flies to New
he's
York.
the same guy who reads off a teleprompter that airplanes were
then he
invented
flies
during the
to New York to get
Revolutionary War.
indicted,
And they
Excuse
get
me.
and then
mad
he
at
So
flies
him
you
for
home
can't
to
tell
going
have his
me
off the
birthday
you
party
prompter.
for his
you
attorney.
can't argue that one person's mental capacity or mental kind of competency of Donald Trump versus Biden. Like, these are things, if you want to say that, then you can say the same for the other person,
What are you
right?
Well, you can, and I think what happened with the CNN town hall is that people had a lot of questions about whether Trump got older, and they saw that he was cognitively as sharp as he's ever been.
You mean the
And I
town
think that
hall that was
rushed,
screened
and
for
I think that
questions
rushed
and
the
had people
DeSantis
in there that
campaign
were
a little
actually
bit
Trump
because he did
supporters?
so well on CNN to try to get him out more quickly in terms of announcing. That CNN hit was a significant benefit to Trump because it was a favorable comparison in terms of mental capacity. And I would submit the two people who should compare in terms of mental capacity are two people the same age who very much are in the public eye: Joe Biden and Dr. Fauci. Dr. Fauci, love him or hate him, there's no comparison his mental agility for a man his age versus Biden. And the comparison is despairing for those of us concerned about the management of our country, especially in the national security sphere, given Biden's evident cognitive problems that are so on display, but that every Democrat in the country is worried about, except the folks on this panel.
Well,
It
I don't know.
seems.
What are you worried about? An evil
Tom,
genius, like, or an evil mad
I didn't
scientist
say
like
he's a
Fauci,
genius. I said he's
or
corrupt and
Biden?
has cognitive
Well, I'm not trying
challenges.
to make it a joke. Like, okay, like, who would you rather have? A guy that is losing his marbles, or a guy who is like an evil mad scientist who wants to do science experiments on people like Fauci was? So no, and it's
Oh,
going to
well,
come
yeah,
down to
well.
this,
Wow, I did not realize Fauci was 82.
He was in
That's
there since
insane.
1984, ironically, the same year Mark Zuckerberg was born. And I mean, I think we just all wanted to see Donald Trump at some point really fire Fauci. It was actually me and my wife
He
at
could
Trump's
not fire
trial.
Fauci. This has been talked over,
Yes, he
over and over
can.
again.
Oh, please.
No, he cannot. The
Yes, he can.
1978 Civil
can we
Service
please
Act,
not go back
he
Please
to
could
stop
not.
with
COVID,
this. Stop with this. He
please?
couldn't have fired Fauci. He
I mean,
absolutely
even
could have.
Politico and
Let's
Washington
stop with
Post.
the COVID.
Guys, you know what it is when people, Chris, you know what it is when too many people talk. It's very hard for the
Yeah.
listeners.
Well, can
On
I
the
finish?
stage, it's a bit more
Can I
easier.
finish being?
Let Phenom finish, and then you can go ahead.
Yeah,
Phenom,
so
go
I'm going
ahead.
to make two real quick points. So, I mean, it's well known, the Civil Service Act 1978, he had been there since Reagan. It would just been impossible. He was in the government as looked at as a medical expert, and he had a role there regardless. So have to set that aside. One thing that people are missing is DeSantis did have one big win yesterday, and it actually came from Elon. And it's when Elon said, "Oh, I didn't really know that books weren't being banned in Florida." And that was actually a big win for all conservatives because of this ridiculous talking point that somehow keeping porn away from our kids is somehow actually banning books from people of every age that want to buy any book they want in any bookstore or Amazon. So that was really the only win I saw. It came from Elon, but I think that was a win for all conservatives. And then the second point I want to make is I think we have to just let go of
Censorship.
this. No, when a parent decides this is not appropriate for a child, that is not censorship. That is guidance. You can still, Joe,
It should
go
be
by
for a
any of
parent to decide, though, right?
that is what
I'm
the
just
parents
saying
are
a lot of people
deciding.
are ultra anti any censorship, and I continuously make the
Joe, that is
argument
not
that
censorship.
some censorship is good.
Please let me finish. Okay, I just have the mic for a quick second here, and I'd just like to make my point. Those books anybody can purchase those books, even parents. But to not have them in a school where our taxes pay for it, parents don't want that. It's not appropriate. And that has nothing to do with censorship. Those books are still available at any bookseller that wants to sell them. But the really quick point that I want to make is that people have this idea that like people who are fervently that want Trump back in the White House, that it's a cult and that we don't have any reason why. And they forget that he's had a 7-year enema basically by the media. We know everything about him. And then we had 4 years of looking at every single policy he did, of every single anything he enacted, anything that he did, we were right there watching it. We were living under the gas prices. We were living under the better regulation. We were living under the freer energy market. And so this is choice. This is preference. It's not a cult, it's preference, because we have the
And we
experience.
criticized
Yeah. So
McCarthy. And we
let me
criticized McCarthy. We
let me
criticized Dr. Oz. We criticized.
let me go ahead and bring in. We have Congressman Matt Gaetz back on the panel. Welcome back, man. Thank you so much for returning here. I know you're awfully busy today doing media hits and such.
I definitely agree with the prior speaker that a multi-year enema is a precondition to the presidency. I absolutely ascribe to that.
Matt, do you really think that journalism on Twitter is a bad thing, like you said before? I couldn't believe when you said that.
I was being facetious about the nature of these recorded conversations. That part of being in spaces is being able to pick up on some sense of sarcasm.
Okay, I'm glad you're sarcastic. Mac, do you feel like you were betrayed by Trump when he brought all the people into who endorsed him, and then he turned around and Stephen Chong put out that Florida sucks memo about all these things? And honestly, are you going to say that people would have come to Florida anyway if it wasn't for Governor Ron DeSantis' policies? I can't believe you would actually really believe that.
Well, I don't just believe it, I lived it. I've been a lawmaker for Floridians since 2010, which precedes Governor DeSantis, who I think very highly of, and I think he's done a great job for the state. I'm very proud of the work I did as his transition chairman. Like when Ron DeSantis had to decide who to trust to build out his government, I consider it a great honor that he trusted me, and I think he's done a good job. But I don't know that this presidential contest is a referendum on the job Ron DeSantis has done as governor. I think it's a referendum on the current state of the country. And we need a drug a little more potent than Ron DeSantis right now. And that's why I support Trump. And that's not a critique of Ron.
Tom?
Matt, Tom Fitton here. Good to hear from you.
It's good to talk.
I got to go
It's good to talk to someone who actually understands oversight.
Well, thank you. And I think that's the kind of current crisis. I think this primary is a distraction from kind of the attack on the Republic with the abuse of the Justice Department and the prosecutors' offices in New York and Georgia. And I've been frustrated they didn't use the debt limit to curtail those abuses. And I'm frustrated that, we're all whistling past the graveyard. I don't think you're one of those whistling that they're going to try to jail Trump during the election season. And I think it's a significant risk. I mean, what's your thinking? What should be the approach there? I mean, I have my own ideas, but I'd be interested to hear what you think about, how do we deal with this assault on our republic from the left that's weaponized, and weaponizing is almost it makes it seem like it can be holstered again. I don't know if those agencies can be rescued from what's been done.
Yeah,
but right now they're trying to jail us, and there's not much concern from our friends in Washington about it.
Yeah, I don't know if it's weaponized as much as it's gone feral. And once something goes feral, it's kind of hard to bring it back. I think we need to hold Mark Pomerantz in contempt. I think that needs to be a really important requisite step. We bring Pomerantz in and ask him questions like, did you commit any crimes when you were investigating Trump? Did you violate his constitutional rights? Did you violate the ethical standards of an attorney involving yourself in this case with such an obvious conflict? And to each of those questions, Mark Pomerantz pled the fifth. Now, that's his right, and we shouldn't even have a negative judgment about whether or not he did those things or didn't based on his assertion of his Fifth Amendment privilege, but it certainly warrants further investigation. And then later, my colleague Lee Stefanik asked Pomerantz whether or not there were any lies in his book. And he said there were no lies in his book. And Tom, as an attorney, you understand, once somebody says that, they've engaged in subject matter waiver over.
Oh, well, wait. I'm a non-lawyer expert in the law.
Fine.
But you're right.
There's a subject matter waiver over the Fifth Amendment privilege that I think Pomerantz engaged in, and so then we try to go back and re-ask him those questions where he served.
Well, you can't say to one question, I take the fifth, and on a related question, answer it without opening yourself up to a challenge there.
Right, and so I just think that his unwillingness now to answer those questions, just that are pretty fundamental, misuse of federal dollars and the like, means we ought to take that action. More broadly, there is going to have to be a reliance on the jury system at some point. That is a check on the abuse of the powers that we're seeing. But with some of the juries that we could be looking at in Washington, D.C., Metro Atlanta, New York City, it's hard to imagine that there'd be fair trials there. So this could be an odd circumstance where, like, the Republicans.
Well, what about curtailing funding to those jurisdictions, either indirectly or directly, based on their violations of civil rights? The Justice Department, there's not a dollar that's spent without the approval of Congress. We could shut down investigations there if they're objectionable and designed to destroy the First Amendment rather than interfere in elections. I mean, there's all sorts of checks the Congress can pursue. And, I'm just frustrated there's not much of a debate there.
You would concede that a limit on those checks is to the federal entities, not necessarily the state and local entities. We can't.
Right.
There is money which gives us jurisdiction to ask important questions, but I don't think that shutting off the money would be dispositive as to the pursuit of any matter.
Well, that is true, but it would make it politically difficult for them to justify violating civil rights and losing all that funding while doing. I guess in principle, the federal government should have no part in this, and that means pulling funding in any way possible. But the DOJ is investigating the Republican Party in a aggressive way, investigating their fundraising, attacking state legislators, attacking citizens who are volunteering as electors, all First Amendment related activity. They're acting as a political research operation for the Democrats, and they plan to try to jail Trump in the middle of the campaign. And, it's all being done with approved monies by Congress. And I don't understand.
Let me concede this point. We spend more of our time focused on how the DOJ plays defense as opposed to how they play offense. That's a fair critique, because actually, a more than 50% of my day spent on these endeavors is spent on seeing how the Foreign Influence Task Force goes and designates any derogatory information about the Bidens as Russian interference and dust busts that. How at the IRS there's steering away from any of the concerns about the Bidens, how the suspicious activities reports are frequently withheld on some of the financial transactions at Treasury. So they've got this whole kind of plumbing unit throughout the government that is able to sequester negative information about them. And what we believe is if we can expose that infrastructure, that the bad acts, won't be viewed as disparate events, but as part of this like grand orchestra of corruption. And it's a fair critique to say we don't spend as much time on how they are playing offense, something I assure you I am quite familiar with.
So I just want to thank Congressman for coming up. We appreciate you asking questions. None of these questions are pre-screened. We are going to questions generally in the on people on the panel, and we've got people on the panel from a variety of ideologies and political positions. You don't need to praise the congressman or Elon Musk before you ask a question. But before I go to the speaker questions, let me go to Mario first. And
that was a nice
hold on.
Go ahead, Congressman.
When I run for president, they'll be pre-screened though, right?
Okay.
Yeah, but you're going to announce here, right, Congressman? You're going to be in this space when you do it. I think that's what you promised.
Yeah, we got to launch a PR campaign. Anyone that announces their presidential campaign on Twitter Spaces without coming here is a chicken and doesn't want to face the tough questions. So that's going to be the PR campaign we're going to work on. But Congressman, my question to you is bringing it back to DeSantis and Trump. But one thing that many are worried about is the divide that we're seeing in the Republican Party, or maybe that's not going to happen. But are you worried about such a divide, and how should the party manage this divide?
I do worry about it, and I worry about it because there really should not be the level of vitriol between the DeSantis team and the Trump team that I see. And trust me, I've shared that perspective with anyone and everyone who will listen to me. You know, a lot of the people who are DeSantis supporters are people that are my friends, especially like look in Congress. Three of the people I spend the most time with: Bob Good, Chip Roy, Thomas Massey. They're DeSantis supporters, but you know, they would say positive things about me and about Jim Jordan and about those of us who support President Trump. So I think that like in the Twitter sphere, there's certainly a lot more animosity than in the lawmaking sphere and lawmaker sphere. And, you know, I don't know that DeSantis and Trump will ever be on each other's Christmas card list again. But I think that it's probably helpful if at some stratosphere of this conflict, there maintains a recognition that at the end we got to go beat Joe Biden's ass or Gavin Newsom's. Why would we like go for the jugular and try to have fatal shots on one another?
I want to just go to the panelists to get them because I'm not sure how long we've got Matt for. But so because we've got a number of questions, if you guys can keep your questions quite short, that'd be brilliant. Kim, I appreciate you coming on stage. Always value your opinion.
Hi, Matt. Kim.com. I admire your intellect and your robust efforts to bring the truth to light. My question is in regards to the Ukraine war. It seems to be escalating. There's a real risk for humanity that this conflict gets completely out of control and that we are facing a world war involved. And, you know, one of the things that I see as a beacon of hope is that the debt ceiling will not be increased and that mega Republicans are trying to defund Biden to put pressure on him to maybe change course with the war in Ukraine. Is that a realistic scenario? Are Republicans looking into doing that or not?
No, that's not realistic. And the view I hold is in the minority of the Congress by probably about a 2/3 to 1/3 perspective. And while that sounds demoralizing, when this began, the only 3 members of Congress who voted against these increasing hostilities toward Russia were myself and Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene. But the debt limit will be raised. It's just a question of how good a deal we get or don't get, and then what the cascading political consequences of a bad deal or a good deal or an okay deal would be. But you know, there were a small group of us at the beginning who tried to make funding for Ukraine part of the debt deal negotiations, and we were stifled by the neoconservatives who far outnumber us, frankly. And you know what the number one factor in determining kind of whether someone's a neocon or not in the Republican conference? How long they've been there. And that is what gives me hope. Like it's hard to win a Republican primary for an open seat as a neocon, or I should say it's harder than it was 2 cycles ago or 4 cycles ago, but it's really not that hard for the neocons to keep their jobs. And so in a way, we've just sort of got to age past them a good amount. And my hope is that we'll get if you look at the millennials in Congress, they lean far more my way, but we've got more people over the age of 70 in Congress than at any other time in America's history right now.
And guys, if you've got any comments, please comment on the bottom right-hand side and we will ask the congressman any questions you've got. But let me just go to Sarah. Go ahead with your question.
Thank you. Congressman Gates, you said some very positive and favorable things about Ron DeSantis when you joined the space initially. I'm wondering, why would you support Donald Trump over Ron DeSantis? Is it policy? Is it personality? And my second question would be, you made a sort of a flippant joke that you would run for president. Will that be something we'll see in 2028 or beyond?
No, that was truly a flippant joke. But I am most concerned about how the donor class influences Ron. And as governor of Florida, it's just a different landscape in that regard. Like the big interests are like Disney and sugar. And to Ron's credit, he took those entities on, and I stand with him in both of those fights still to this day. But with what we are facing in Washington, a Ron DeSantis presidency provides insufficient oomph for change. And I don't know that there's a person on the planet Earth who knows Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump better than I do. I've spent a tremendous amount of time with both of them. I've actually spent hours and hours and hours with both of them together. And while I think Ron DeSantis might make a great president one day, for this moment, with these challenges we face that Tom Fitton outlined so brilliantly earlier, I think only Donald Trump is in the position to kind of cut through a lot of that. And I actually think his second term will be better than his first. And I think the major advantage of his second term will be the absence of any pressure toward a reelect. I mean, any human being who's the sitting president thinks towards a reelect, and it will be liberating and I think really exhilarating in a lot of ways for us to have a president who doesn't think in those terms, like Trump will.
Congressman, before we go to Joe, I've got another question for you. I've had a few sources tell me that Trump, unsurprisingly, is coming back to Twitter, and he's looking at leveraging Twitter Spaces as well. I know you've got some concerns in Twitter Spaces, and that's really all media about things being taken out of context. But I'm curious as to how you think Trump would leverage this new, I'm going to call it a movement, moving away from mainstream media, which has been his narrative, and he's kind of accelerated that narrative. How do you, and have you spoken to his team? Do you know anything about his strategy when it comes to Twitter? Benny Johnson yesterday talked about saying, guys, he will be coming back to Twitter. He will be leveraging Twitter Spaces. How would he leverage that platform? How would you leverage that platform in comparison to how DeSantis has and how he did it yesterday with pre-scripted questions and a very well-controlled Twitter space? Would love to see if you've got any thoughts on this or any insight you can give us, and if you've spoken about Trump's team about this. And then we'll go to Joe next.
Yeah, no, great question. I think what we got yesterday was very high volume boredom. I don't know that anyone came out of that Twitter space and was like, oh my gosh, like there was a sizzling moment, right? It was a warmed over stump speech followed by some like highly processed pre-screened questions. I mean, and that doesn't mean that there weren't interesting policy nuggets that were discussed and an interesting insight into how Governor DeSantis thinks about problems, but like fun, it was not. I think the most telling feeling we all got during the DeSantis town hall was at the end where he was like, let's do this again. Like, who was out there thinking, well, I've got to set my calendar for that? I don't want to miss the highlights of the next one of these things, right? So I think that's how he approaches it. How I approach it is typically when my wife is doing work late night for her job and I have a few extra moments to be able to expend energy where I can't give her attention. So that is my personal approach.
And Congressman, I want to give you credit as well. Like half the panel right now is liberal, and you don't know what questions are being asked. You didn't pre-vet the panel. You didn't pre-vet the questions. So I want to give you credit. You mentioned Congressman Thomas Massey earlier, who's been on stage a couple of times as well. Same thing, never pre-vetted the question. Lauren as well, never pre-vetted the question. So I think anyone that does
pre-vet the question, I didn't even pre-vet the
exactly. Yeah. But you've been watching us for a while. I think Joel's been watching us for a while to make sure you didn't get some crooked host putting you on the spot,
totally
trying to get it.
Faces on Twitter. Totally endorse.
I appreciate that.
There's no gotcha moment here, Congressman. So I hope you.
No, but I want to answer the question as to Trump, because Trump would be like the LeBron James of Twitter Spaces. because he's an extreme extrovert and he can like talk for hours and hours and hours. So if instead of just like calling his buddies at night and talking about his views on things and what happened that day and his vision, he could do that on Twitter
Yep.
Spaces. I think it would be can't miss content, and who doesn't miss that?
Love him or hate him, I think, Congressman, I think Trump will dominate Twitter Spaces because you could just, like, in the middle of the night, open up Twitter Spaces. So let's say DeSantis is doing an interview on Fox. No, you can tell this to his team. Imagine DeSantis is doing some interview somewhere. Trump could just open a Twitter Space and start berating him and take over the limelight. And he could do this time and time again. I think Trump in Twitter Space, the raw nature of Twitter Spaces, just fits his personality. You don't have to like him, but I think from a narrative perspective, he's gonna dominate. It's gonna be fun to watch.
The man could literally say Fifi on.
But he won't.
Fifi on Twitter and get 150,000 retweets.
If there are two spaces open, and one is like Ron DeSantis giving his 100-point plan for America's future, and the other is like Trump listing the 100 women who are not his type, like which is going to get more followers?
Exactly. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be an interesting presidential run. Joa, Mike is yours.
Hi, Congressman. I had two questions for you. One, you kind of mentioned about the fundraising, and that's a question I asked a couple people who've been on panel before. Just my gut feeling is DeSantis could outraise Trump, and money does play a big part in who wins. And just your thoughts on who would outraise who would outraise who, really?
I don't even think that reasonable people disagree on this point. Ron DeSantis is going to outraise Trump. He's going to have more money, but we are at a level of politics with the presidency in 2024 and in an era of politics where after a certain dollar amount, it is such diminishing returns. Now, Trump's got to make sure it's not stolen by grifters and consultants and vendors and list shares. And, in the past, people have been susceptible to that type of grifting. I mean, hell, even Newt Gingrich, who was the Speaker of the House, saw his own 2016 presidential campaign ravaged by those features. And with DeSantis, there's going to be sort of an Obama era, an Obama campaign mentality towards spending, where they're not going to have to make choices about which things to do because they're going to have the money to do all of it. But at the end of the day, like if you're selling dog food and one can's got the best slogan and the cutest kid on the front, but then like when you open it up, like the dogs just don't like the food as much. I don't know like to what extent the slickest marketing strategy becomes the revolutionary component of the campaign.
Yeah, I mean, historically, the money does matter. But the second question, Nick, let me just ask the second one, and then the mic's yours.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah.
Go ahead, quickly.
If the people, like what I'm seeing in some of the polls in the battleground states, the issues that are coming up are not the war and it's not COVID. It's about education. It's about CBDCs. So like what Tom outlined, I agree with you. Trump probably would be the better candidate. But from what I'm seeing in the polls, those aren't going to be the issues that American people care about the most. They care about how their children are going to be educated. Do they have to deal with the wokeness? And what's going to happen to their wallets with CBDCs? And this, to me, DeSantis has been a stronger player on than Trump has. So if that was the case, do you still think Trump is the right candidate?
Well, I would ask you to source evidence for the claim that evasion of wokeness is higher on the list of important issues for voters than the economy, because I've not seen that.
Matt, let me ask you real quick on that topic of money. And we did hear, as you said, that it's probably pretty obvious that Ron DeSantis is going to raise more money. First, I'll just tell the audience here that Trump raised only half as much as Hillary raised in 2016 and still managed to pull it out. But what I want to ask you, Matt, is why do you think that is? Why is Ron DeSantis going to bring in more money? Are we talking big dollar donors? Do they think that these big dollar
Yes.
donors maybe have more control over DeSantis than Trump?
Yeah, I mean, Trump is like very unpopular with like the third wives of billionaires.
Actually, I love that answer. Heather, jump in.
Hey, thanks, Congressman. And this is so refreshing that this is why I think people love President Trump and love you as a congressman, because you guys are so authentic, unscripted, and you're willing to answer any question. So I appreciate that. My question is, I recently covered a story on some of these illegal migrants being bused to hotels in New York. And when I went there to try to cover the story, nobody from these NGOs, these organizations that are distributing them, would talk to the media. And they actually told me to leave and wanted me like arrested for trespassing if I returned. And so what was interesting about this is when I had walked a little ways away from the hotel, I started talking with one of the illegal immigrants, and he had a phone where we could communicate through the app. And then these people from the NGO that wouldn't identify themselves came out, and I filmed it all and told the immigrants that they weren't allowed to talk to us, which for me was just like, well, if they're coming here to be liberated, why can't they talk to the press, essentially? And so my question to you is, how much do we know about these people being brought in, these organizations bringing them in? Like, is anyone in Congress really digging into what's going on here? Because all of them were grown men. There were no women. There were no children at this hotel. And the whole thing was super, super sketchy. So that's sort of my question for you.
Well, first of all, good on you for doing a more thorough reporting and being gritty about it. Second, the reaction you got from the people who work at these entities, like, it is the signal, right? Because they're showcasing that this is a highly sophisticated operation. You're not dealing with some group of Catholic nuns just trying to be do-gooders for desperate people. You're dealing with operatives, trained operatives, and it is a human supply chain that the left has orchestrated to, one, lie to people in other parts of the country, two, create a financial pathway for the cartels to get bought off to move them into the country, and then three, to get them into often, very coercive labor situations, and also into social programs, and also into jurisdictions where you can vote with a note from your mom. And different groups are responsible for different features of that human supply chain, all, I think, set up to empower the left. The problem in Congress is that we're so focused on just the gaping wound at the border that we probably do less than we should to pull the thread all the way into the interior of the country to expose some of these expansive networks. And what really pisses some of us off is that it ain't like these NGOs are just out there getting money from George Soros or Tom Steyer or whoever your villain billionaire is for the moment. They get money from the U.S. taxpayer. They got a shit ton of money in the Inflation Reduction Act, in the American Rescue Plan, under the guise of some do-gooder work that they provide, but largely it is a loop of payoffs that requires continuous cash to be fed in, which is why we're trying to put some downward pressure on the increase of the debt limit. I view those things as fundamentally connected.
So just
Matt,
one quick follow-up.
No, one second. One
Quick follow-up
One
question.
second, Heather. Nick, you going to announce something? Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Okay. So I'm going to go to Phenom. In the meantime, guys, drop your comments in.
Yep. Okay.
Guys,
Yep. Go ahead.
I'm just going to go to Phenom. Guys, try and keep your questions short, because then we can get more people to ask questions. So go ahead, Phenom. In the meantime, Nick is checking audience questions and he is going to read them out. So
Thanks,
go ahead,
Suleiman. Hi, Congressman Gates. Thanks. I was the one that said President Trump had gotten a 7-year enema from the media. So my question to you is, CENTCOM had reported to Congress a little while ago that Afghanistan or ISIS is going to be capable of foreign attacks in 6 months. And I'm wondering if you see this becoming more of an issue as we go into the election. And then my second question is, what are the chances of having like a church style committee, the way the January 6th committee was done under Nancy Pelosi, where it's like broadcast somewhere on like Newsmax or even Twitter or in the media? And thanks for your time and for everything you're fighting for.
Yeah, no problem. I am somewhat skeptical of the claims of ISIS's capability, particularly ISIS-K out of Afghanistan. What my perception is their goals are largely internal to Afghanistan. They are sort of in a battle with the Taliban. And oh, the tangled web we weave, right? Now, the US government, through a lot of the decisions we're making about access to bank accounts, capital, and weapons, is supporting the Taliban against ISIS when we were just fighting against the Taliban with some of the people who've now joined ISIS-K. So, all the more reason for us to not view ourselves as the magic wand of Central Asia. What was your other question, Pinon?
Well, thank you. With regard to like how Pelosi did the January 6th committee and broadcast it as if it was a sitcom, do you think there's a chance that something like that could happen?
So, yeah, I'm currently watching the Eastern Conference semifinals. My Miami Heat are losing to the Boston Celtics, and I can only imagine how much easier the game would be if there was no defense when you tried to score. And that's sort of what Pelosi and the January 6th committee had. They were just going up and down the court, scoring uncontested layups because they didn't want someone like me or Jim Banks or Jim Jordan on the committee to offer clash and pushback and critique. Newsmax did cover end to end the last weaponization committee that we had, where we put forward the whistleblowers with some pretty stunning claims about how stats had been manipulated, how Americans had been targeted based on their faith, or like posting the Betsy Ross flag, or maybe even being in this Twitter space with me. Who knows? But we are not going to get the type of media lather for our oversight work that the January 6th committee got, or frankly, the Democrats ever get. And to sit around complaining about it, I think is counterproductive. What Joel can tell you, my comms director, who's on the stage right now, is that I spend most of my days in depositions and interviews, talking to folks from FBI, CIA, Joint Terrorism Task Force, Homeland Security, Meta, Google, to try to map out this censorship industrial complex and some of the election interference and corrupt influence of these entities. And we probably won't get the showcase of a January 6th committee, but I'm going to do my best to get it all out to the public all the same.
Congressman, we saw the news. Congressman, we saw the news earlier today, and Charles, I'll go to you right after, regarding the leader of the Oath Keepers getting 18 years sentence. We saw Rhodes get 18 years, Schwartz get 14 years, Webster got 10 years. Those sentences are significantly shorter than what the Department of Justice initially sought. But I want to get your thoughts on this. Is that just justice in motion? Or is that the sentences are an extreme relative to what the crime is?
Look, if the Oath Keepers stood before a jury, they had every constitutional privilege afforded our defendants. They were found to be guilty of seditious conspiracy, and if they were trying to literally overthrow the government, one, they're idiots. Two, they had no chance. And three, they probably deserve some punishment. I thought that the sentences would be less than they were, so I was a bit surprised by their duration, but I wasn't particularly aggrieved by them.
That's a good response. Nick, did you want to go
Charles.
with the question?
No, jump in, Charles.
Hey, thanks, Congressman. We appreciate you being here. We met at CPAC, and this is Charles from New York. I appreciate the time you give us then, and the time you give us now. So, in regards to the primary, I don't really think CBDCs or any of these things are polling as issues in the GOP primary, but rogue DOJ and subversive three-letter agencies are. So, in the wake of the Durham report, you said that FBI agents that participated in Crossfire Hurricane, should be indicted. But we also saw in 2022, after Devin Nunes sent out 14 criminal referrals to Durham, we sort of heard the same thing. So if Donald Trump becomes the president, what would be different now? And how would that vary from a Ron DeSantis presidency when it comes to enforcing actions against these rogue agencies?
Well, I would really like to think that both Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis would make me attorney general, but it might be only Donald Trump that would be willing to do that.
By the way, Congressman, I've got hold on.
So
let me ask Congressman.
Let me jump in
We
here.
will do worse. I know that we will do worse.
Congressman, let me ask you another question, Nick. By the way, you're
Congressman,
lagging.
Let me ask you this because
Oh,
you
you
were
can't hear me.
grilling Alejandro Mayorkas, who is the Homeland Security Secretary, the other day in a committee hearing. What is he doing about the whole border crisis? Does he deserve to be removed from his position? And what would you do differently down there at the southern border if you say if you were in his position?
Well, I think that Mayorkas is largely laughing at us for having not impeached him. I know for a fact that Mayorkas believed that by now he would be impeached. And the fact that he hasn't yet, he wakes up every day thrilled that he's breathing fresh air. What I would do differently is just reenact the Trump policies. This isn't rocket science. If you have safe third country, remain in Mexico, if you don't parole people into the interior here, then you're able to deal with a lot of these issues. I think Chip Roy's legislation to provide some Title 42 authorities is pretty essential to solve the problem. I would get that enacted. And, we're in the situation now in Arizona where they're literally taking down some of the physical barriers at Morales Dam and other places that were working. So I would still look to erect physical barriers. Those have worked.
Tom?
Yeah, jump in. But let me ask you, Congressman, did you see the video that I don't know if I'm the only one that finds it extremely funny. Oh, Nick can't hear me. Hold on, let me fix Nick.
Unmute, bottom left hand corner.
No, here you go. Took off Nick. So Nick couldn't hear me, so I just removed him. I'll bring him back up. But Congressman, did you see that video? that probably the funniest video I've seen in months. That Trump reposted on Truth Social. I tweeted about it yesterday as well. It was I'll pin it at the top for anyone that hasn't seen it. It was a space between Elon, DeSantis, Hitler, the devil. Who else was there? Soros was there. Yes, Soros. Dick Cheney, and Schwab was there as well. Did you see that video, Congressman?
Yeah, I would say hardest hit in that video was the devil.
Yeah, and then Hitler just goes off in German. They took a little segment from the movie The Downfall. But I go back. Trump you don't have to like him, but Trump on Twitter and Twitter Spaces. It's probably going to be one of the most entertaining thing we've seen in a long time. But that wasn't really a question. Just wanted.
I'm not sure he's coming back. I think that he's going to be real sensitive to any potential derivative suit at Truth if he comes back to Twitter.
I'm not sure. Look, I've had a few people, and Benny was on the space yesterday, said 100% he's coming back. He's had sources say it. He said it publicly. I've never said it publicly. I've heard it a few times. But it's interesting. So have you spoken to his team about it directly or never brought it up? Or to Trump directly?
No, I've talked to him. I've talked to him about it, and I've talked to members of his team about it. I think his team really wants him on Twitter because he can reach a very large audience there. And if you're a political consultant and you can reach an audience for free and push message and raise money and drive narrative, you want to do that. And I've always found President Trump to be about 2.5 steps behind some of his advisors on that. I don't say behind as a criticism. I just think he's been more cognizant of what that would mean for Truth if he was posting content. So you might get a world in which Twitter is like the stuff that was posted a few days ago, that it's almost an aggregator of some of his Truth content or some of his content that's elsewhere. But I don't know that you're going to be ever getting back the hot, fresh takes on Twitter that we all became accustomed to previously.
Congressman, an audience question that we have is your position or your view on the Restrict Act. So I'd love to hear your thoughts
I
on
wanted
that.
to ask that same question. I just think it's not being talked about enough. I'm not sure what your stance is on it, Congressman.
Well, let's be clear. This is referring to the TikTok. That is the major portion of this bill.
It's not.
Yeah, and what's
It's not.
concerning about let's get Congressman's thoughts on it, because Congressman, the overreach of the let's say the I think I can't remember, it's the what was the committee that would have a lot of overreach on censorship as well as a crackdown on crypto. I can't remember the details, which was kind of the Trojan horse being kind of painted as a ban on TikTok. And we've talked a lot about it in this
Are you
space.
talking about the Restrict Act?
Yeah, we're talking about the Restrict Act, correct.
Yeah, if the only tool we have to ban TikTok is the Restrict Act, then we're pretty fucked, and you just better tell your kids and grandkids to learn Mandarin. I think that there are a lot better ways to deal with the threat of TikTok, which I think is real, rather than this like orgy of government expansion of power.
Yeah, there are plenty of powers already, and Biden doesn't want to exercise them. Congressman Tom here again. I like any report you have on the status of the debt negotiations, and I would think my view on this impeachment is it's politically difficult, whether it be Mayorkas or no one knows who Mayorkas is, so I would focus on Biden. But I think it's necessary in light of everything that's happened. And I would just recommend, in the least, a broad-based impeachment inquiry that would not only escalate the oversight in terms of public attention, provide some legal, I think it would legally strengthen some of the oversight. And I think it's necessary in light of the constitutional abominations and corruption associated with Biden and his gang. But in the least, we need to cut the spending. So I was hoping is McCarthy holding the line?
Well, on impeachment, I agree with your position. I've co-authored articles of impeachment against Biden on the border and against Mayorkas on the border. And the border is on purpose, and that's why. Like, I don't agree with my colleagues who think that Biden deserves impeachment over Afghanistan, because that's just a fuck up, a royal fuck up. But I don't think he did it on purpose. I think that they literally are that incompetent. On the border, this is not incompetence. Any mid-level security manager of a casino knows how to keep a space secure with modern day technology. We are a country that relies on the Ring door camera, and yet we leave the border to our nation wide open. So that's on purpose, and it's why I support it. But the sad reality, Tom, is we couldn't get impeachment out of the House Judiciary Committee today. And that's one of the most based committees in Congress. And so we'd have no chance.
That's a leadership issue, isn't it?
Well, at the end of the day,
or maybe not. Maybe it's broader.
Yeah, listen. Here's where I'll defend McCarthy on that. I took some pride in stripping from McCarthy many of the powers of the speakership because we didn't trust him with those powers at the time. And you can't take someone's tools to solve problems away from them and then run to them and say, "Go solve my problems." Like, we converted the role of the speakership to one that did not have the ability to dictate the positive or negative effects of everyone's legislation and everyone's lives. And so now you can't ask him to be like the wizard of problem solving. On the debt limit, here's the deal I think we're going to get. I think you're going to get a spending level that is not 2022 spending levels. Certainly that is not the pre-COVID 2019 spending levels that I wanted, but that is something that Kevin McCarthy can call a cut and something that Joe Biden can call a freeze. I think that is what you get on the spending level. I think you get work requirements not on Medicaid, which is actually where you save money, but on either TANF or SNAP, but in a way that allows Joe Biden to waive a lot of those work requirements if he so chooses. I think you're going to get none of the repeals of the Inflation Reduction Act that we've sought. You may get some guardrails on the new IRS agents. I think you'll get some features of permitting reform in H.R. 1 that Joe Biden will claim as an extension of his infrastructure agenda and his Inflation Reduction Act. And I think for that, you'll get about a $4 trillion increase in the debt limit.
Congressman,
Is that sufficient? You think that will pass? And is it sufficient for McCarthy to keep his
so
speakership?
Tom, right after this, we'll
here,
give the final. That Congressman will give you that one more question after that. So I know it's getting late for you as well.
My wife's still working.
Okay, we'll keep going. Then.
Also,
and
DeSantis
the
was just on
Heat are
Newsmax,
losing.
so.
The Heat are losing to the Celtics terribly. So I think that it will pass with about 80 to 100 Democrat votes and between 140 and 160 Republican votes. I think the coalition opposed to this will be like the Squad and the Freedom Caucus, and it will rocket through the Senate after it passes the House. And I think that there is no serious threat to McCarthy's speakership.
Doc, do you want to go with the next question?
Yes, thank you. Nice to talk to you again, Congressman. Have you had eyes on the Kari Lake situation? Any opinion on her prospects or path for an appeal? And the second question is, have you also seen two cases from Georgia returned by the Georgia Supreme Court to trial on 2020 election claims? And finally, as to those situations, what would your expectation be about any prospect for federal intervention to help election integrity? And thank you.
I believe that the road of federal involvement in the election is a road to perdition. I think that we have to do what Holder and Obama did. I mean, after Holder and Obama left power, they decided they were going to go fight out in these states, one secretary of state at a time, one election board appointment at a time, one supervisor of elections at a time. And they built an election infrastructure that allowed them to make unilateral changes in the law. That's not really a controversial position. That's what they did. And that is the terrain we have to fight on, not believing that what the Mitch McConnell, John Thune, or like John Cornyn led Senate is going to help us intervene in these matters when people don't check IDs for voting. I just don't buy it. So that's my perspective there. I'm not familiar with the Georgia litigation. I found some of the evidence in the Arizona cases quite persuasive. And I really like Kari Lake as a person. I find her to be a warm and caring person. I think she would have made a phenomenal governor. But we lost in Arizona because of an election turnout strategy that baffles my mind as someone who's been on the ballot almost every year since every election cycle since 2010. You know when I'm willing to take someone's vote? Anytime they're willing to give it to me, by any means that they are willing to provide it, whether that is in the mail or early or on election day. And to press your own pre-election day vote makes you vulnerable to election day shenanigans. And to not see that is not sign that Kari Lake is a bad candidate. I actually think she was a really special candidate in a lot of ways, but it shows a lack of sophistication about the electioneering process that I think really left her vulnerable.
Right, let me go to Sarah. Sarah, you got a question?
Thank you so much. Congressman Gates, both Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis have indicated regarding the January 6 defendants that they may pardon, but neither has said definitively if they would pardon. What are your thoughts? Should they be pardoned? And do you think either Trump or DeSantis will follow through and pardon the January 6 defendants?
I think if either Trump or DeSantis were elected, there would be some class of the January 6 defendants that would be pardoned. I believe the class would likely be larger under Trump than under DeSantis. And I think the class would certainly not include every person that has been charged with a federal crime.
Can I ask you, just as a quick follow-up, what class, in your opinion, should not be pardoned?
Well, easily I could say that people that engaged in direct physical assaults against law enforcement should not be pardoned.
So, Congressman, let me ask you this real quick. So you have actually helped lead debate prep for both Trump and DeSantis. So you have a little bit of an inside view of how they, act behind the scenes, and So how do you think they would do in a debate? I mean, do you think Trump would crush him, or would DeSantis be able to counter some of the attacks from Trump?
I think that they would both need to have a good night to beat the other. I mean, I think that they're both incredibly bright and nimble, and Trump is probably more interesting, and so he would probably have the edge. He's got more gravitas. He's got more size. I think he's a little bit more. Well, he's not a little bit. He's considerably more charming. But I have said to the president and everyone around him that I would not take Ron DeSantis lightly in any debate. I know how hard Ron prepares. One thing I can tell you about both of them, they're a little surly about prep. Neither one of them is like real excited when it's debate prep day or prep for a major event. I always tend to like it when it's debate prep day. For me, I like to get with my advisors and spar with them a little bit. These guys acted like it was like really kind of a pain to have to joust about various things. I don't know what that says.
So Jennifer, I'll bring you in because I believe you have been following pretty closely, and you have been active in the education space, talking about SEL and DEI in K through 12 schools. So yeah, I'd love to bring you in. So go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Nick, and thank you, Congressman. So just going back a little bit to a few questions ago, someone had asked about, the culture war that's going on, and you had said that, it wasn't really the top priority that you saw for people, that, the economics and education, which I fully agree. Like Nick said, I live in this education space, so I agree with that completely, is really the top issues or some of them. So my question is, though, this woke culture, for equity and in education, mental health is absolutely devastating both issues, economics and education. So I'm just, curious on your thoughts on that and how you can separate those, because as I see it, they are directly correlated. Thank you for taking my question.
I don't separate them. And actually, as I'm a government employee on a fixed income. So to me personally, I probably vote, as much on the woke culture as anything. I think I challenged a previous speaker when they said, well, the most important thing in the Midwest to voters is who is a culture warrior. And my pushback on that is that I didn't believe it was supported by data. I thought that was a statement largely driven by one's personal emotion. By the way, an emotion that I share. I think those things are linked, but I think that there is a class of voters that we have to win who throw their hands up in the air about the culture wars on all sides, and all they care about is, at my job, are they laying people off or hiring more people? Are they shipping more? Are they telling me about all of the new global assets that we have in India and Jamaica and where else? Or are they opening new branches here in our country? And I think there are voters to whom that is more significant than at school, whether or not they tell your 6-year-old that he's an oppressor. And that's not, again, I want to be clear, that's not a reflection of my views, but it's how I assess the data about the electorate.
Congressman, let me
follow up?
Yeah, go ahead, Jennifer.
Just one follow-up. Thank you for answering, Congressman. So also, in education right now, it's all about mental health, and I'm just wondering your thoughts on that, because as I see it and what I know, it is being weaponized against people, and I'm just wondering, your thoughts on how mental health should be handled in education. Thank you.
I think we overindulge Big Pharma's solution set on mental health. The solution set for mental health when I was young was my mom told me to join the baseball team. And my solution to mental health when I didn't win as much in debate tournaments was my dad told me to spend more time in the library and have better arguments. So I just don't buy that every challenge in life that an adolescent encounters has to result in a different prescription drug or a different struggle session or therapy group.
Congressman,
Congressman,
I want to ask a general question, if you don't mind, Nick, and I'll give you the mic. Congressman, what would you say is the biggest threat the U.S. faces over the next decade? And moving away from politics, I've got three categories personally: the Ukraine war being an obvious one, the tensions with China and Taiwan being in the middle is another, and obviously another one that Elon's very vocal about is the risks that AI brings to humanity. What is one thing that keeps you up at night, not as Congressman Matt Gaetz, but as Matt on a personal level?
I am increasingly concerned about transhumanism, the notion that we lack the real interactions and experiences and emotions, and that we digitize and socialize everything. Like I am of the Zennial micro generation that did not grow up digitally. And so like when Facebook first arrived, when the internet first arrived, like the things that happened in those spaces weren't even real. If you told a parent or a friend that someone bullied you online, they would laugh at you and tell you to turn off your computer. Now cops might show up at your door. And I think that if you follow that logical progression to the point where, you know, we all just become orbs that plug in the long term, that worries me about the state of humanity gravely. And the second will sound like some warmed over Reagan bullshit, but I really do worry about the national debt and the status of the US dollar and how the entitlement programs that we've set up are going to themselves function as a threat to the republic, and what that means and what it's always meant for societies, and the unidirectional nature of it. The fact that we never seem to ever be able to undergo responsible austerity when it's called for. I mean, you know, I struggle with my weight sometimes, and I know that, you know, after a few too many margaritas and queso nights, like I have to have some austerity. I've got to use the stairs instead of the elevator, and we just don't do that as a country, and it is not sustainable. And I know how mid that sounds, but you asked the question.
Congressman, I want to ask you this. So we do have Congresswoman Boebert coming in here in about hopefully about 10 minutes. But I want to ask you, so you were a holdout with the McCarthy vote when he was becoming Speaker of the House in January. And it seems like you guys were able to negotiate. You were a huge part of this, being able to negotiate some terms that seem to be really effective even now in terms of holding McCarthy accountable and making sure that that the agenda is being properly followed, for the Republican Party platform is being properly followed. Can you go over that a little bit? Like, what kind of differences do you see now? What did you force into place to make sure that McCarthy would be held accountable?
It's probably a longer list that I'm going to go through now. I know I've talked about it on Spaces before, and many here have listened. But what's interesting is that during that battle in January, no less than AOC went on Alex Wagner's program, and she said that the things that we were fighting for were admirable. Single subject for legislation, amendments that related to the underlying bill, ideological diversity on the committees, the 72 hours to read legislation. And yet now, when Kevin McCarthy has functionally adopted the Freedom Caucus fiscal position, when he's put people like Thomas Massey and Chip Roy on the Rules Committee, when he's put people like Andrew Clyde on the Appropriations Committee, when we've got the ability to put a rudder down into the water and steer the vessel, the very same people go out on television who were praising us to say, now Kevin McCarthy is Matt Gaetz' hostage. Kevin McCarthy is beholden to the ultra MAGA extremists. And the reason I think we're winning right now is because McCarthy is the best version of himself. Like, I even do interviews now where folks on the right are like, oh, well, isn't it true that McCarthy's on a leash? And the answer is, we are seeing in Kevin McCarthy more servant leadership as Speaker than we ever saw from him as Minority Leader or as Whip or in any of the roles he's had, because he understands what his limits are. And that is important for him, for me, for all of us, and I am grateful for it.
Congressman, what do you think right now about this debt ceiling debate? Do you believe that, is there going to be a deal? Is it going to favor?
Yeah, there's going to be a deal, and it's going to be a deal that I don't vote for. And it's going to be a deal that probably, like, the stuff that would have to be in this deal for me to vote for it at a baseline would have to be the repeal of all the Green New Deal shit that was in the Biden legislation previously. And that's not going to be in there. That's not even currently being negotiated. So I'm not a yes on this legislation. But people's obvious next question is, well, then are you going to throw the bum out? Now, just because you disagree with someone on legislation or even disagree with their tactics, that is not a basis for removal. A violation of a commitment would be a basis for removal. And you can't force Kevin McCarthy to deliver an outcome or deliver his head when he's not in sole control of that outcome. And here we control 1/2 of 1/3 of the government. Look at what McCarthy's done. He's gotten us more, we will get more of a downward pressure on spending than we have gotten in any deal on the debt limit in my lifetime. He will get us more on work requirements than we've ever gotten since Bill Clinton and Newt Gingrich. And he'll get us more on energy than, certainly anyone ever would have expected during the Biden presidency. So there's like, that's the positive. Now, the negative is we're gaslighting like $70 trillion in debt over the next 10 years, probably. And that gets back to one of my core concerns about the
So I want to remind the audience here, so we are having Congresswoman Boebert join here very shortly. And I want to remind everybody, put your questions down in the bottom right-hand corner. We've been asking several, countless actually, audience questions here because Congressman Gaetz has been here for quite a while now, answering, totally unvetted questions, and we really appreciate him doing that. But I'm going to go ahead and yield to Suleiman here. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, let me just go to Chief and then Mr. Patrick, and then I've got a few questions myself. So go ahead, Chief.
Hi, Matt Gates, huge fan. I guess the question I would have would be about Biden's DOJ and the rampant efforts we've seen suppressing conservative speech and labeling conservatives as domestic terrorists, and even worse. We've seen this shadow campaign from them, and I'm wondering how, on a national level and on a state level, we can fight back against that and stop this because it gets worse every year, and we're not really seeing anyone get fired or removed from their position. It seems like it's getting worse, and I really do thank you, at least, for fighting for a little bit to get more ground on McCarthy. I do hope that he follows through with all of your promises. But that was my question about how we can possibly stop Biden's DOJ and other law enforcement agencies from labeling us as domestic terrorists, extremists, whatever you want to call it. So.
Well, I think that the tool that we developed in January to deal with this is the Holman Rule, which allows us to force a vote on the salary of any particular bureaucrat. And there are a few we've identified, not only at DOJ, but DOD, Department of Education, who've pushed some of this really egregious race ideology and gender ideology. And we'll probably isolate their salary for a specific vote. And I predict we'll probably do pretty well in defunding those, at least in the House appropriations process. The second thing I would say, and I know it sounds a little cheesy, but you've got to expose it and you've got to put it on blast in these committee hearings. And I will tell you that does work. Here's my evidence for how that works. I showed how certain authors in the Department of Defense's education entity were pushing critical race theory. And when I asked Millie and Austin about it and they clammed up and couldn't answer, within 48 hours, they had disbanded the entire DEI unit at DOA. And thereafter, when I asked tough questions about the snipe hunt for white supremacy that seems to be going on at the Department of Defense, where they label anyone an extremist who forward an impolitic joke 7 years ago, they put the guy in charge of that in a box, limited his authorities, and on background told even CNN that the reason they were doing so is that they couldn't defend some of the actions they had taken and the content they had created before the House Armed Services Committee, where I asked tough questions. So when you're not in power, and we're not, sometimes you have to browbeat the worst features of the government in order to shame them into curtailing their behavior. But that's not a substitute for then utilizing the power of the purse and some of the tools that we built in the speaker's race to be able to defund and defang, as I often say.
Congressman, before I go to Mr. Patrick, one of the issues that was discussed yesterday in the interview with DeSantis was the issue of Disney pulling out of Florida. Now, an important skill that one needs as a president, both from a foreign perspective and also with internal U.S. politics, is the ability to negotiate. Now, the fact that Disney are pulling out, maybe there's going to be a loss of $1 billion. There's going to be loss of 2,000 to 4,000 jobs. I mean, what does that say? I mean, does it show that he's not a great negotiator, or does that show that he stands his ground for his ethics and policies?
Well, it shows that Disney has converted an investment decision into a PR campaign. Because as I think DeSantis correctly pointed out, if they were acting against their own financial interests in the Lake Nona deal, then they would be subject to a derivative suit from their investors. And so trust me, Disney has made a financial choice not based on politics, but based on the bottom line. And as it relates to the mouse's overall impact on Florida, it hasn't always been positive. Like, let me lay some stuff out for you. Disney has been one of the most powerful corporate entities in the state of Florida over the last half century. And it ain't always apple pie and Mother's Day that they're lobbying for. It's shit like, limiting the ability of people to sue on their parks when they're injured. It's been getting special carve-outs and benefits in law that even their own competitors aren't entitled to. It's getting corporate tax credits and loopholes when Florida decides not to be a combined reporting state when it comes to corporate income. So when somebody buys mouse ears in Orlando, they can act as though it's the purchase of some intellectual property in Delaware. And the consequence of all that hasn't been uniformly positive for the people of Florida. So I think that posted up on the mouse a little bit will inure to our long-term benefit, even if one particular development didn't get done.
Let me go to Mr. Patrick. Go ahead, and then I've got a few questions.
Thank you, and a pleasure speaking to you, Congressman. I'll keep it short. What I want to know I'm based in Florida, living in Miami, and we all know that Governor DeSantis really won Florida by a landslide. But based here and listening to people, it's still Trump land, right? So, and I cannot speak for the whole US, but in my personal opinion, I think that Trump definitely will beat DeSantis in the primary. So my question is, what do you think will, if DeSantis will lose this primary vote, what will his career look like? What will that mean to Florida? And an additional question, do you think that Trump DeSantis as a VP ticket is possible with the big egos they both have? Thank you very much.
I do not believe that they will run together, in no small part because they're both Floridians, and I think there's some question as to whether or not electors of the same state can serve as president and vice president. I also think that the bad blood that has developed over the lead up to this contest is unlikely to be quelled between now and when the vice presidential selection is made. And I agree with you that it's going to be made by Trump. I think that it's not as if Trump has like a double-digit lead. He has a 2-to-1 lead. And the element of Trump politically that we know is he's got a really, really, really high floor. Folks aren't going to leave him over the news of the day like they might over someone that they're just getting to know or just getting to like or don't have the depth of connection with. And when DeSantis is not successful in the primary, He'll return to be the governor of America's third largest state, the best state, in my opinion. I think he'll still probably be very well liked in Florida. And I don't think he'll be done with politics, whether it's sitting out for a few years, making some money, which, by the way, he's never done. And I don't say that as a negative. I've never made any money either. I think that he might want to take a few years to go into the private sector and think about the presidency later in life. Or if he's well thought of in Florida after 2 years as the governor, he may make the decision to run for the U.S. Senate. He's run for the U.S. Senate before. He ultimately got out of that race when Marco Rubio returned to it after his own failed presidential conquest. So I think Ron DeSantis will have a long history in Florida politics and in national politics, and he may have to lick his wounds a little bit after the loss I predict is around the corner.
So I'm just before I go to you, Doc, guys, we are reading the questions. So put down any questions you have for Congressman, and we will get to those questions and read them out. But just before we do, Doc, go ahead, give us whatever question you want.
Yes, Congressman. Given the sort of lawfare that's being prosecuted, across the board, mentioning the earlier convictions of the J6ers. But I see the prosecution, the potential prosecution in Georgia, of course, the indictment in New York, and whatever the special counsel returns on the Mar-a-Lago raid and the documents there. I sort of disappointingly heard you say and understand now why Joe Biden has not been impeached. It's just because there's not enough votes there for it. So as a practical matter, I guess your calculation is why do it. I would suggest one reason why it should be done is, number one, it's the right thing to do. He's completely a traitor, and I could go through why I think that is. Guilty of treason. That's why I accuse him of being a traitor. Why not effort that, even though you may lose, as a sort of return lawfare against, just bring the personal attacks that he's perpetrated on the Trump family and others to his door. Why should he go unchallenged that way? At least from the effort. Thanks.
Yeah, the way I've efforted that belief of mine is by introducing articles of impeachment against Joe Biden as it relates to the border and Mayorkas. The same. It's not just that we don't have the votes to impeach Joe Biden off the floor, and it's not just that we don't have the votes to impeach Mayorkas off the floor. We don't even have the votes to impeach Mayorkas out of the Judiciary Committee. There is a sense among many of my Republican colleagues, maybe even close to a majority of them, that what the Democrats did with impeachment is gauche and probably backfired against them, and that if we were to impeach Biden, or if we were to open an impeachment inquiry that didn't result in an impeachment, that it would distract from the factual development of our existing oversight. I don't share those views. I think he deserves impeachment. We should impeach him. And I'd love to be one of the impeachment managers on a trial in the Senate. But it's, I'm describing to you and presenting the argument of my colleagues, one of whom said to me, Matt, we can do anything we want in the majority. We just can't startle the horses. And impeachment would do just that. Hope you guys have had fun chatting with me. I do have to go. My wife is done with work, and I'm going to depart.
Okay.
So
Awesome.
Have a great evening. Have a great chat. Enjoy my good friend, Lauren Bobert, who's a few time zones to the west of me.
Thanks, Congressman.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you so much for
Thank you,
coming.
Matt.
We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And as
Congresswoman Bobert is now up on stage, so that was perfect timing. Congresswoman, great to have you. Thank you so much for coming.
Hello, it's great to be here. I was able to catch the end there of Congressman Gates speaking. Proud to work with him and alongside of him in Washington, D.C. There's very few who can really stick it through to the end and have the American people in mind as they're fighting and being pushed back against. So he's a great friend, and I'm really glad to serve with him.
So, Congresswoman Bobert, the topic of the day is obviously DeSantis announced yesterday that he's running for president. Not really a shock to anybody.
Right.
Against Donald Trump. What are your initial thoughts? And we're going to have plenty of questions about that for you.
Sure. Well, I was on the Twitter space yesterday, and gosh, I thought the fielded questions, most of them were more directed towards praising Elon, which I think the praise is certainly deserved. But they were more excited just to be on there with Elon Musk than this presidential announcement. We knew that he was going to run for president. I have endorsed President Trump. I'm supporting President Trump. And, I think Governor DeSantis has done a fantastic job in Florida. And I think he needs to continue doing what he was elected to do and govern Florida. Administratively, he's done phenomenally there. And he needs to keep Florida great rather than just trying to jump in this. President Trump, I see him winning the primary and the general and getting back in the White House and finishing the job that he started, which was a heck of a thing that he did the 4 years that he was there.
Congresswoman,
I want Vice President Lauren Boebert. Can we get Trump?
No. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Joel. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, I would totally vote for Trump Boebert. We need that ticket. Vice President Lauren Boebert sounds great.
I'm supposed to be unbiased up here, but that would be an interesting ticket, that's for sure. But I do want to ask you, Congresswoman, does this hurt? Based on what you just said, talking about the fact that Ron DeSantis is doing a great job as governor of Florida. Does it hurt him to run now against President Trump? Should he have waited until 2028? And, would you say that this actually hurts his chances of even winning in 2028 should he run again?
And Congresswoman, your mic is muted. You got to unmute bottom left corner.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm driving, y'all. I'm trying to get home. Actually, I got a bone to pick with Mayor Pete because this is the third time I've had to drive from Denver instead of getting my connecting flight. So thanks, Petey. So anyhow, with as far as him announcing now, I was certainly hoping that he would wait until 2028 because, there would be no one who could challenge him at that point. And I don't know if this hurts him. It really depends on the debates and how much President Trump goes after him. If President Trump keeps it top level and, this is what I'm going to go to the White House and do and finish the job that I started, maybe it doesn't hurt DeSantis too bad. But, we see how those blows from President Trump affect people for quite some time afterwards. So I do think that there's a potential for reconciliation after the primary. I would hope that everybody could come together. You look at Senator Cruz and President Trump, they get along now. So there's still hope there. But I do want to see DeSantis run in 28.
Yeah,
I'm not one of the DeSantis haters here. I'm not one of the DeSantis is a rhino and what the heck is he doing? I think he's done a really great job. He's a member of the Freedom Caucus, founding member, but not right now. This is not the time. America is still in love with President Trump and mourning the loss of 2020. And, they're really owed 4 more years.
Yeah. Do you think Trump's attacks on Governor DeSantis are working thus far? I know Trump has, hit him on his performance down there in Florida, saying that he's pretty much right along there, the average Republican governor. Do you think that is resonating with the American voter?
I guess we'll find out. I just think that there's room enough in the Republican more of that, and that's just part of it. That's what these primaries are for, to give people an option and to debate out the issues. But yeah, I think President Trump is pretty effective when he highlights something that is going on in someone else's life and in their policies and how they're actually performing.
Congresswoman, you're cutting in and out, but I know you're driving, so it's all good. Can you hear me okay, or is it cutting out for you?
Yeah. Colorado. Yeah, sorry about that.
No, all good. Oh, it's all good. I think we'll just give it a few seconds. You're back with us now, so it'll be in and out, so it should be fine since you're driving. Congresswoman, I'll take this opportunity to ask you a question. I should have asked you last time you were on the space. I want to get your thoughts. You know, we saw DeSantis announce on a separate space, and we were streaming it here as well, his run for presidency. And you've seen us cover a lot of topics. You're with us now. You're answering questions by a panel that's liberal and conservative. The questions are unscripted. I want to get your thoughts on what we're doing here with spaces in general and the concept of citizen journalism and what we're doing on this space. I didn't ask you last time. We asked Congressman Gates earlier. Would love to get your thoughts, Congresswoman, before we go to other questions from the panel.
Yeah, I think this is great. This is the public square, and we can come on here and ask tough questions and hopefully get the answers to them. I love being able to communicate here with your audience. I mean, gosh, when I first joined, we had 11,000 people. I'm not sure what we're at now, but I mean, where else can you go and just get an audience like
almost
that?
12,000.
You know, there you go. And so, I mean, you guys do a really great job with your Twitter Spaces, and you have a loyal listenership. I have people sending me messages all the time, you know, asking me to get on, and you know, it doesn't always work out, but I think this is fantastic.
And credit to anyone that comes on, because the questions are unscripted. And talking about a liberal panel, let's go to a liberal question before we go to Doc. Joa, you've got a question for Congresswoman?
Yeah. Hi, thanks for coming on.
Yeah.
I'm not as familiar with a lot of your stances, so excuse any mistake I might make, just correct me. But sure. I've seen you're really passionate about small business. I see you also have passion about crypto. And so I'm confused why backing Trump because of those two, Ron DeSantis wouldn't be a better choice. That's all.
Yeah, no, well, I heard Governor DeSantis's stance on crypto last night during his announcement, and I mean, it sounded lovely. There's certainly things that I'll disagree with President Trump about, but President Trump, for the most part, his policies are right on, and they had our country in just such a solid place. You know, there were no wars. We had peace through strength. Our economy was amazing. We had energy independence, energy security. We had, you know, our service members in our military were proud to serve under President Trump. And now we have recruitment rates that are just declining because of all of this wokeism that's in there. And everywhere that you go, I mean, President Trump did such a phenomenal job on a national scale, including with small businesses. I owned a small business while he was president, and it did great. You know, I mean, it's unfortunate that some governors decided to shut us down over, you know, the China virus. That was pretty frustrating, and I kind of, I don't like the COVID amnesia that a lot of people have from these overreaching, tyrannical governors. I'm getting a little off track here, but kind of hit a nerve. There's a lot of COVID amnesia where they're like, oh, it wasn't that bad, or well, it's okay, we got over it. Look, we got our freedom back. It should have never been taken from you in the first place. And, you know, and there were some things even with President Trump that I disagreed on the stance with COVID, but it was new. We didn't know. You know, you can make all the excuses. But yeah, I just all of this impacts small businesses and the economy. And I think President Trump will do an even better job in the next 4 years.
Joe, I want to go to Doc before I go to Tom. Doc, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Slayman. Congresswoman, thank you for your passionate service. And I wanted you, if you could, address the narrative that I hear from the left frequently in this room, that one of the reasons Trump should not be selected as either the nominee of the party or as president is because of his poor management personnel choices in support of certain candidates. I do take note that there's a New York Times article out at the time of the speaker elections. I watched you and others with great glee from the Freedom Caucus. I noted that New York Times article mentioned that 17 of the 20 that were with you that day in those days were all endorsed by President Trump. So yeah, that's question one. And the follow-up is, of the policy agendas that were set in those meetings to to support finally Kevin McCarthy for Speaker. Which of those policy agendas do you see moving forward? Which of them do you think will bear fruit at the end of the day? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, President Trump, he's got some great endorsements under his belt. But yeah, PR hasn't always been his greatest attribute. He's had a lot of people who have failed him and failed our country in positions that they were placed in. And I mean, we could go down a list here with Sessions and Barr, and I mean, we could just go on. And then even just candidate endorsements. But it's really hard in Washington, D.C. to know the content of someone's character. And oftentimes you just don't know what you don't know. And there's a lot of manipulation that goes on in meetings that take place. And people, sell their soul really quick and will flip the script and suddenly abandoned what they said that they would stand for. And unfortunately, I see that all too often. We see it in the Senate all the time. I saw it in the Senate when in the last Congress, when it came to our Second Amendment rights and red flag laws and all of this. I mean, these are Republicans voting for this nonsense. So, I mean, that's a really tough thing to navigate. And actually, I think it's really bold of President Trump to go out on a limb and support some of the people that he does. He trusts the people around them and tries to make the best assessment. And unfortunately, you just can't get it right all the time. But us House Freedom Caucus members, for the most part, we are all supporting President Trump, and he supports us and has supported us in the past. We like his policies, and we're the ones who go to bat for him and make sure that his positions are being defended. And then as far as the speaker's race with all the policy issues that we had, Matt listed some of them off. I heard that. But I think the single subject legislation and being able to amend legislation on the House floor is one of the most powerful things that we were able to accomplish. Before, if you wanted an amendment to a bill, it had to be done in the committee of jurisdiction. We don't serve on every committee as members. And so it was really hard to have input on individual pieces of legislation if you didn't serve on a particular committee. And now we can go to the House floor. I've passed 10 amendments now on the House floor. And but what makes it all so powerful is that motion to vacate. Speaker McCarthy's done a fantastic job so far. I always want to be more aggressive and do more. But so far he has held up those commitments that were made. But that motion to vacate is what's ensuring that there's that check and balance and keeping him in line to fulfill those commitments. My phone cut out when Matt was telling y'all about the Holman rule, but that's the tool in our toolbox that I am most excited to use, and that'll take place during the appropriations process.
Congressman, thanks for joining us. I have a question. One thing that we find, which is prevalent within the MAGA base.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
That's what I said.
I said congressman by accident.
You misgendered her, Slay Man. You
I thought I said woman, but anyway,
Congressman's gender neutral. We'll just call me they.
I love that
yeah,
attitude.
sorry,
That's the perfect answer.
All right. So one thing you find that is prevalent within the MAGA base is this notion that they're generally speaking anti-war and America first. Do you think that the fact that Ron DeSantis has not been committal about this and has changed his position will affect his possibility of being in the GOP race and then later the presidential race?
And I'm sorry, what position is that on Ukraine or what?
On Ukraine and Russia. So the fact that he hasn't been committed, he's not committal at the moment, and he's not laid down his policy and position.
Right. That's something that he's definitely will need to come forward with because I work with non-committal people on a daily basis who won't commit to actually doing something about Ukraine and Russia or just enforcing an audit of the hundreds of billions of dollars that we've sent over to them and are even wanting to send more money to Ukraine. So no, I do think that he needs to come forward with that. This is another reason why I love President Trump, because if he were in office today, this would not be taking place between Russia and Ukraine. We would be energy independent. We could export our clean liquid natural gas, our LNG, to our allies across the world and export freedom. He executed so much peace through strength, and that is what we need. President Trump is a wartime president who didn't have any wars because he was so powerful and they knew not to mess with him.
Let me go to Tom. Tom, go ahead.
Well, Congressman Boebert, good to talk to you. Safe driving, Tom Fitton, which is it to what?
I promise I've been called worse.
Right. I just want the record to reflect that despite there being a debt emergency, virtually every member of Congress and the administration has fled Washington for the next 5 days.
Yeah.
So just remember that when they tell you it's an emergency next week. I'm sure everyone laughs in Congress about it. I'm sure I've told you this probably privately, and I'll tell you, just to be sure. I think one of the potential mistakes that I'm seeing happening now is that we aren't doing anything about the corruption.
Yeah.
And exposing it is useful and valuable. But right now, people are being censored. Right now, they're trying to jail Trump and other innocents.
Well, now, Tom, now you're the judicial expert here. What would you suggest that we do?
Well, things that you already probably support: impeachment, cutting off funding for abusive prosecutions in the Justice Department,
right?
Stopping censorship, immediately cutting off funding for censorship operations by the federal government. So all of this is happening now, right? And my view is if it's not curtailed, that the election will turn out, in a way that doesn't reflect the will of the American people or voter intent because of the corruption involved and the rigging involved that we saw in 2020. And, it doesn't mean I want a specific outcome, but I want an outcome free and clear from government interference. And I'm not seeing any urgency to take care of that and to stop the abuse of the American people now. I'm not saying there's not a desire, but, I do know that when I've raised this earlier in the year with colleagues of yours in the House, we'll cover that in appropriations, right?
Right.
Well, I don't think it's being covered in appropriations now either. That's my concern.
Thank you. That's actually really helpful. Part of that is the Holman Rule that we've discussed, and targeting individual bureaucrats. And yes, in the appropriations process, I know in my office, I have dozens and dozens of appropriations requests to defund woke and weaponized programs and even agencies entirely.
Right.
And so, this is something that we're working on in the appropriations process. That's when the Holman Rule comes up. But also, this is why we're trying to fight for some cuts in this debt ceiling in this negotiation. Like, none of us want to increase the debt ceiling. I don't want to fund a tyrannical, weaponized federal government. But I also can recognize that there are obligations that are made. And in that, I would have loved to seen the Department of Education defunded in our debt ceiling negotiations.
Right.
But unfortunately, I have too many weak colleagues in my own party who would never go for that.
Congresswoman, I'm going to ask you a quick question before we go to Joe. And by the way, whenever you arrive home, you have to jump off. It's very casual. Just say, guys, I got to jump off. The question is more general, and I want to make it more personal and moving away from politics. What do you think is the biggest risk? And I asked the same question to Congressman Gates. What do you think is the biggest risk that the U.S. faces? The examples I gave is obviously the Ukraine war, tensions with China, and Elon's concerns with Elon and others' concerns with AI and AGI. What keeps you up at night?
Gosh, when it comes to our federal government and our well-being, China is certainly a threat. And one of my biggest priorities is American energy. So I serve on the Natural Resources Committee, and I mean, this is imperative to our national security. It's imperative to the debt that we're facing to lower inflation, to actually generate revenue again, and be a strong country. So I mean, I think all of that goes hand in hand. You know, I can't even count how many bills we voted on in the last Congress to support Uyghurs in China. But that's all virtue signaling. Well, China uses Uyghurs to mine cobalt with their bare hands. They're using child and slave labor, and we're buying solar panels from them and cutting off American-made energy that's cleaner, more reliable, more efficient. So, I mean, this is one of the things that is top line for me. But I mean, you pose this in a sense that this was more of a personal question and not political. So I think as a mom of 4 boys, as a brand new grandma, they call me Gigi. You know, the future of our children is really what motivated me to serve in Congress, and is what's keeping me there. There are sacrifices that are made. I mean, my public life is blasted every 7 seconds, and you know, I mean, things get tough, but I've talked to my children, and they know why I'm doing this, what I'm doing this for. And if I could protect America for them, then damn it, I'm going to do it. I'm going to fight for liberty and freedom, and for us to once again be a safe, secure, sovereign country that doesn't have a southern border wide open and fentanyl flowing in and our children dying. I want to protect the pureness of Americans' children and make sure that they have a great country to grow up in.
Congresswoman, let me ask you real quick, just a quick follow-up on that. Do you think a border wall would solve a lot of these issues? I will say I spent a week at the southern border while Title 42 was expiring, and I went over into Mexico. There were thousands, I mean, tens of thousands of migrants hanging out right over the border, waiting to cross over. And they will cross over, but obviously Texas has sent a lot of resources down there. The federal government has not. What do we need to do?
Right.
Do we need to put a border wall? Like, what would be the solution?
Yeah. I mean, certainly a wall helps. There's still going to be some, right? But I've talked to Border Patrol agents, and I said, hey, I'm from the federal government, and I'm here to help. What do you need?
Oh, that
and,
quote,
you know,
Congresswoman.
All right, that's what you're supposed to do. So I got this pretty little pen that gives me the power to help. Anyway, talking with these Border Patrol agents, they said, listen, we don't need infrastructure. We don't need more resources, more personnel. We just need the policy that allows us to enforce our job. Enforce the law and do our job. These Border Patrol agents go home demoralized each and every day. They are unable to fulfill the job that they swore to do and to secure our country just because of policy. Secretary Mayorkas needs to be impeached. You know, I share Matt Gaetz's sentiments. You know, this goes 2 ways. Like, I want to see these impeachment inquiries started, and maybe we could convince our colleagues once they're started to actually vote to pass the dang thing. But I don't want it to fall flat on its face and fail, and then the left take that as a victory lap and say, oh, look, Secretary Mayorkas is doing a fantastic job. Joe Biden's doing a fantastic job. Nobody wants to impeach them. Well, I mean, honestly, these are a bunch of wusses who just care about their next election, and that's all there is to it. It has nothing to do with what they believe is right. But if we just got the policy right and we're able to enforce the laws that are on the books with our southern border, that would drastically reduce the amount of illegal immigration that's taking place.
So I want to remind everybody in the audience, we're going through audience questions. We've asked countless audience questions at this point. So put your questions down there in the bottom right-hand corner. But I also want to, I guess I'll go to, oh, he's still connecting right now. So I guess I'll jump to Joa. Jump in real quick, Joa.
Yeah, I just had two questions, Congresswoman. I would have loved to have seen a Trump DeSantis debate. I think he's already announced that that's not going to happen. What I know you've mentioned a lot of the things you believe Trump would be stronger on, and I agree with most of what you said. Are there any points for voters that are single issue voters like I am, where you think DeSantis might be stronger?
Well, what's your single issue?
Me is just I want to stop CBDCs, but that's my personal. That doesn't mean other people don't have their own issues.
I think the only single issue that really gets people away from President Trump are people that don't like how honest and brass he is. I think that is the one narrative that I hear that turns people off. I personally love it, as do many of the people who are on here talking and speakers and listeners. But if there's going to be a single issue, that would be the one that I hear of the most. And they could easily perceive Governor DeSantis as, yeah, I'll get shit done too, but I'll do it in a professional way without calling people names, even though he does call people names. He just doesn't get blasted for it like President Trump does. So I think that's the one. And then I probably got time for two more questions because I'm going back through silt. And
Let me ask you a question, and then Preston, I'll probably go to you afterwards. Congresswoman, my question is, I like to ask non-political questions, and this is more personal curiosity. I just, and without getting political again, the US just seems very, very polarized. We do these spaces, we try to bring both sides together to debate whatever the topic is. And whether we're covering the Israel-Palestine conflict, we're covering the Ukraine war, we're covering the China tensions or other topics, the most contentious topic has been US politics. The biggest economy, the biggest power in the world is the most polarized topic we cover. I don't see that changing. Can we change that? Is it systematically? Are we going to just be stuck? Is that how democracy works? Because we look like we're heading down. We're questioning the judicial system. We're talking about corruption. The three-letter agencies are getting attacked left, right, and center by both sides of the aisle recently as well. Genuinely speaking, could we see that change, or is that just democracy in action? We just have to live with it.
I would love to see some of that change, and most of it is what comes out of the media. That's what polarizes so many things, because the media is telling you what to hate and what to fight over, and then they're distracting Americans from the real issues, or gaslighting them on who the issues, like any crises that are coming up, who's to blame for those. The left is so extreme right now, and the media has convinced millions of Americans that it's Republicans that are extreme. But you look at the left's policies, and it is all absolutely unhinged. They want abortion on demand and with no limits as to when. I mean, there's you go as far as post-term abortion. They want a wide open border. They want amnesty for all. They're soft on crime, and all of their positions are just so extreme, but yet they have the media, and they're able to flip the script and say that Republicans are extreme, or only talk about January 6th and, gaslight however they want about that particular day, instead of talking about the riots of 2020 with the BLM riots and Antifa. And so I think just to sum up this answer, I think what we're doing here tonight can help depolarize some of this, by having real conversations that's not directed by a producer in a newsroom. This is real. This is raw. This is Americans getting together, hearing different ideas, and formulating their own opinions rather than being told what to believe.
And I truly respect that. I really do, because you, as well as Congressman Gates, came up here knowing that you didn't have scripted questions, you didn't know who was going to be on the panel, and you just went for it. And this is exactly how American politics should be
And
right
Nick,
here.
Nick,
So I truly
and that applied. Not only that, they didn't even request it. Like that, you know, Lauren or Matt didn't say, "Hey
Nope.
guys, we don't want this person on stage," or you know, we have to check the questions. There wasn't even a request to do so, and they knew how these spaces work. You know, Congresswoman, you've been on here before. Matt has been listening many times. So I hope this pattern continues, and I hope this does lead to change as more people, you know, replace mainstream media in shaping the narrative without censorship, without bias, as much as possible.
Yes.
Right.
Jim.
Yeah. So, Jim, you have worked with, you know, you're actually, you know, personal friends with Congresswoman Boebert. So I want to bring you in. You know, what are your thoughts?
Well, I certainly miss the Western Slope, Lauren. So
Yes.
that's the place to be. Hey, do you feel like that there's a change in the way that things are working in the House right now since all that went on in January? And you were probably nearly the strongest opponent to the old way and advocate for the new one. How do you feel things have gone?
I think they've gone good. I say we're at a B. I want to do more with what we did. I'm tired of just admiring the tools that we fought for. I'm ready to get some dings in them and put them to work. There are, but it's evident that what we fought for is working, because anytime something starts to go back to the way it was, we get together as a conference, or a few of us go and speak to leadership or the rules committee and say, hey, no, we made a deal in the beginning of the year that we're not going to operate this way. And, you know, I mean, we work all closely together, and so sometimes those conversations get heated, but at the end of the day, there's they recognize that no, this is what we agreed to, and we cannot go back to that, because there will be consequences if we revert back to Pelosi's speakership and strip individual members of Congress away from their of their influence and authority that they have in the House. We empowered each individual member, and so to take that away, you know, would be absolutely devastating, and there would certainly be a showdown if that were to happen. But the communication is there. This Congress, unlike it was in the previous Congress that I served in. Because it has to be, because any 5 people can take down a bill, any 5 people can take down a rule and completely disrupt the legislative schedule for the day or the week or the month. So there has to be this tight communication and agreements with what we're moving forward on.
So Nick,
you know, in years,
Jim, I'm just gonna give the mic to Nick. Just a kind of final word, Jim, and I'll give the mic to Nick because Congresswoman has to jump out. Jim.
Yeah, no, and in years past, Lauren, when we had these fights, you know, after the Tea Party effort and that sort of thing, there was this massive tension between leadership and those who were opposing what was going on. Do you see that being a little bit less this time than it has been in years past when you were there?
Yeah, I mean, clearly I wasn't there then, but I don't see that tension, and I think Speaker McCarthy has been very gracious, communicative, and he has seemed very eager to work with us. We'll see, you know, what this debt ceiling looks like. I don't know everything that's going to be in this deal. I'm hoping it's not something that I have to vote against. I want to vote for the bill, and so I hope that they don't give us crap to vote on. But no, I think that leadership has been very tolerable.
Congresswoman, Nick, I'm going to give you the mic, and then and then you'll give the mic to Congresswoman to wrap up the space. Just for the audience, we're trying to support Twitter as much as we can, and one thing we're trying to do is the subscribe button, and I'm mentioning it now because I forgot to mention it before. The subscribe button, I think you should all activate it on your profiles. It's a great way for you to monetize your audience and for Twitter to create a new source of revenue. So we've added it on my profile. You can go in there and subscribe to my account. It's $1 a month, and we'll probably donate that money as well. We're not doing it for the money. And we'll run exclusive spaces with a lot of the names that you see on the panel today, where the audience can come up and ask questions as well. There'll be very small spaces just for subscribers. So go on my account, subscribe, and I don't mind chilling it because it's not for our benefit. It's more supporting Twitter in that case and giving value to the audience. So just wanted to mention this before, Nick, you wrap up Congresswoman's appearance and the space as well.
So, Congresswoman, I do want to say you have been one of the most influential members of Congress this year. There are 435 members of the House of Representatives, and you have made a huge impact this year. Regardless, left or right, that's a pretty objective statement. But I do want to ask you real quick, and we do ask, a lot of our special guests. What are your thoughts on Twitter Spaces in general? And is this the future of media? What's your opinion?
It's almost the future of radio here. This is fantastic. Look, I've been driving around in my car with you guys, and it's just like I'm talking to my radio. So I think these are very beneficial. They're very convenient. It's easy to see who's on there and click and join and hop off when you got to go. Come back if you can. I'm so grateful that you guys host these Twitter Spaces, and I hope they continue to grow and that you all see a success in them, because I do.
So thank you so much, Congresswoman, for just coming on here off the cuff and asking questions from our entire panel. So we appreciate it. We really hope to have you back on soon, and have a safe drive.
You got it. Thanks, everyone. God bless.
Thanks, Congresswoman.
Thank you.
So
I think we had a good space here, Mario and Suleiman. What do you think?
It's been 48. Like you guys, I thought today I can skip the space and finally get some sleep, and you guys could lead it. Literally 4 minutes into the space, Mario wake up, Congressman Gates, and then later Congresswoman Boebert will be coming on, and another night of no sleep.
I want to give a shout out real quick just before you wrap up, Mario, to Joel Valdez. I mean, you are
Thank you, Joel.
Amazing comms director. Anybody would be lucky to have you. We literally coordinated this 4 minutes before the space started. I messaged the back chat and was like, okay, start it right now. We have Congressman Gates coming on in 4 minutes, and Joel helped us coordinate that. So
yeah,
Joel.
I'm always trying to advance these mediums, whether it was Clubhouse or Twitter Spaces. I wanted to get the congressman in on them early, just because I knew how much of value that they were always going to bring. And so, you guys see it clear as day who does better on these spaces, and it's because he uses the medium, but he just really enjoys it. So, and I know that Nick and Mario are the top Twitter Space leaders right now, and so anytime they have a space, always welcome to jump in, bring in other congressmen, and who knows, maybe one day we'll be hosting it with Donald Trump.
And let me
make it happen, Joel. Make it happen.
Let me add Suleiman's name as well.
I think the news.
Hold on, Tom.
I think
Tom,
the news is
hold on,
that.
Tom. 2 seconds. I'll give you the mic. But Suleiman as well. Just want to give you a shout out for I know you stepped in early, Nick. You've been there since the early days. But Suleiman, you've been moderating a lot of the spaces without me. So shout out to you. And Joel, I've just sent you through my.
Suleiman's about it.
Okay, guys. Let's not push it now. And Joel, I've just sent you through my number as well. I'm not sure if you use WhatsApp or you just text me if not. Would love to jump on a call just to have a chat, and also to thank you for making this space happen and contributing to other spaces as well. So it's a pleasure to have you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the news from the space is that, and based on my intelligence, I think Gates is right. This debt limit negotiation is going to end up in a place that most conservatives will be unhappy with, or grudgingly accept. So the question is, will far left be happy with it?
Exactly. Look, Kevin O'Leary said one thing, is that a good outcome of a negotiation is when both sides are unhappy. Now, a better outcome is both sides are happy, but that almost never happens. So if both sides are unhappy, I would consider that a good outcome. If one side is happy and one side is not, then it's not, in my opinion, a fair.
Well,
outcome.
I mean, if it's Hitler and Stalin, I think that's a probably good rule of thumb. But if it's light and dark, maybe not.
Okay, Chief, any final quick words, and then I'll wrap up the space.
No, it was awesome space. It was really great having both representing. Very rare for public officials to hop on these unscripted questions and really just, hear from the people. So, thanks to the co-hosts and of course to Mario for putting this whole thing together, and especially thanks to Boba and Gates for hopping on, and Joel for organizing this.
Cool. Jim, final words, and there seems to be a trend of thanking me and Nick with that Slayman, so please do that as well. It's funny. Jim, final quick words as we wrap up the space.
First, I thank you.
Yeah,
And before
words,
Jim, sorry, I said Jim. I'm going to give the mic to Kim. Just before Kim and Jim speak, I just want to tell the audience to make sure. Oh, you subscribe. I already said that. Comment. You've done everything already. We're going to see you again tomorrow. But Mr. .com and then Mr. Puff, the mic is yours, Mr. .com.
Yeah, good space yesterday about the DeSantis space, and then today having Matt Gaetz here, that was really good, and Lauren, great stuff to listen to, learned a lot, so fantastic.
Puff?
Yes, sir. By the way, great work, Mario. Joel, as a former chief of staff on the Hill for about 8 years, dude, I know what you go through as a comms director. It's amazing. Everyone should be following you. It's huge. So thanks for making all that work.
Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that.
We got really good times coming. There's some good things have been happening in DC, and it's bad and it's good. It's just interesting. We're going to have a fun year going through the rest of the legislative session. So thanks for putting this together.
Sully, what do you think?
Yeah, let's do it.
What do you think? Last quick word. What do you think will happen tomorrow, man? Like, we had an incredible space yesterday, an incredible one today. We seem to be having a pretty full-on week. What should we cover tomorrow, and what do you expect to have tomorrow? We'll have to get your thoughts, man, and then we'll wrap up.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, these 48 hours of